Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter became a master of alchemy and immortality. Here is short summary. Harry Potter's journey takes a new turn as he trains under Nicholas Flamel, unlocking the secrets of alchemy and the path to immortality. But with ancient mysteries and hidden dangers lurking, will his newfound knowledge be a blessing or a curse? But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. It was early in the morning when Harry found himself entering the building where Master Wei taught his martial arts. Because it was so early, there were not that many people there. In fact, aside from Master Wei himself, who Harry was almost positive lived there, there was only one other person within the building. Said person was a female who was maybe just a little less than a decade older than Harry. She had long blonde hair that was currently tied into a tight ponytail on top of her head with only a few strands that were falling loose to frame a lovely face and a pair of piercing blue eyes that were currently set in a mask of concentration as she went through the motions for her unique form of combat. Currently, the woman of 19 was wearing a red kung fu uniform with a black sash around her waist. It was very different than the standard karate uniform that Harry preferred. Rather than being an open jacket that tied on the left side of the waist, the kung fu uniform was a long-sleeved jacket that had 5 black frog buttons that ran down the middle to close it, and a slightly raised collar as opposed to the very open collar that plunged into AV due to how the karate uniforms tied closed. The pants were very similar his own, except hers had an elastic at the ankles as well as an elastic drawstring at the waist. Harry allowed himself a moment or two to watch the girl as she went through her forms. She was very graceful, incredibly so. She was also very fast. Her fists seemed to blur as she threw them forward in a combination of short, straight jabs and flowing corkscrews. He could see that her attacks were designed to hit the weakest parts of the human body: the eyes, the ears, the joints of the jaw, the larynx, elbows, wrists, the solar plexus, the accumulation of nerves just below the upper 4 abdominal muscles. He even saw her giving a particularly tough kick towards the area that would be the genitals on a male of average height. He recognized the form she used. How could he not when he had been subject to the style so many times in the past? The use of hitting the weak points on the human body was a Krav Maga concept, which Harry actually used in his own form of martial arts when going on the offensive. The other forms he recognized as a combination of Taekwondo, a style of fighting that emphasized kicking, and a southern style of kung fu called Bak Mei, literal translation meaning white eyebrows, whose creator was said to have been one of the legendary 5 elders who, according to some accounts, betrayed Shaolin to the Chinese imperial government in 1727. It was a highly unusual combination of styles to utilize. Taekwondo and Bak Mei were 2 very different styles of fighting. One would think that combining the 2 would create an awkward form with a number of holes and pauses between forms that someone would be able to exploit. That was not the case here. The woman's movements were not only precise and smooth, but also flowed into each other perfectly. It was an amazing sight to see, and showed how much dedication the woman had put into her martial arts to be capable of combining 2 very different styles along with the basic concepts of a third style into something beautiful. Harry waited patiently until the woman was done practicing before stepping further into the room, alerting the 2 to his presence. "Harry," Master Wei greeted as the woman with them turned around to look at Harry, a smile lighting her features when she saw him. "You're just in time for a spar. I am sure you remember Katrina." "Of course," Harry replied as he greeted the only female of the group cordially. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Katrina. I heard you finished 3rd place in the National Mixed Martial Arts Tournament. Congratulations." "Harry," Katrina replied with a grin. Her voice did not have an English accent at all, not surprising, considering she was not a native. "Yeah, I kicked total ass. Showed those jerks that a woman can do anything a man can do, only better." Katrina Weathers was an American woman who had moved to Britain with her parents when she was 12. The young woman was very bright, with a level of intelligence that almost matched Harry's own. She also had what many people in England called the American cowboy personality. Or perhaps cowgirl would be more accurate term considering her gender. Harry did not know much about her past, but he did know that she had been practicing martial arts long before she moved to Britain. By the time Harry had joined, Katrina, who had been 12 at the time, already had several medals from various tournaments under her belt, though none of them had been first place. She had also been one of the key figures who had helped develop his fighting style. She had also been one of 2 people who had given him enough bruises to last a lifetime. The other person was Master Wei. He did not necessarily consider her a friend, but she was also a bit more than an acquaintance. He had a healthy dose of respect for her strength and ability in martial arts as well as her intelligence. Aside from being a top-ranking martial artist, she also had a full-time scholarship at Oxford. Last time she had been in Surrey, she had mentioned she was studying health and life sciences in order to fulfill her life goal of researching and coming up with a more humane and efficient way of dealing with cancer that did not involve radiation therapy or drugs. A worthy goal, and one Harry could not help but admire. "It's good to see you're doing well. I heard from the old coot here that you've gone off to some boarding school," said. Old coot grunted at the disrespectful term Katrina used for him, but did not actually say anything. The words were merely a term of endearment and not actually meant to be disrespectful, even if Master Wei was not necessarily pleased at being called old. So, Katrina's grin widened as she looked at Harry with an excited gaze. "Are you up for a spar? I've been looking forward to seeing how much you've improved since the last time I was here." "With you? I am always up for the chance to test myself against a martial artist of your caliber." Harry couldn't help the excitement building up inside of him at the thought of sparring Katrina. While sparring Master Wei was nice and definitely helped him improve every time he came in, getting his A*S beaten by an old man tended to leave a bad taste in his mouth. Not that getting beaten by a woman just 7 years his senior was any better, but then, Harry just disliked losing no matter who he sparred against. Still a smooth talker, Harry. Katrina chuckled as her soon-to-be sparring partner tilted his head and looked at her in mild curiosity. Eventually, he shrugged the girl's words off. She had been saying things like that ever since Harry had memorized the dictionary and started using at least 2 of the words he learned every time he spoke. Even after all this time, he still didn't know what she meant. He also didn't care enough to find out. "Just let me change into my uniform," Harry said before Katrina could say anything else. He didn't want her to begin trying to embarrass him like she was sometimes wont to do. Harry made his way into the changing room where he quickly and efficiently changed from his normal clothes to his uniform. It probably would have been more efficient to just change at home before arriving, but Harry always felt it would be awkward to walk down the street in his karate uniform. When he was finished changing, he came back outside and did a few warm-up stretches while Katrina jumped up and down on her toes to keep herself warmed up. Master Wei moved to the center of the sparring circle on the large blue mat, waiting for the other 2 to get into position before allowing them to start. "Ready, and fight!" Without warning, Katrina sped towards him the moment the spar started, unleashing a swift high kick that was aimed at his jaw. Rather than backpedal, as most sane people would do, Harry moved forward, using his forearm to block and redirect the kick over his head. His reason for doing this was because moving backwards not only allowed the one attacking to set the pace and move after him, but also because there was a higher risk of getting hit by a follow-up attack involved. By moving towards Katrina, he managed to position himself at a range that was too close for her powerful legs to actually do any damage from and left him in the position to counter-attack. After directing her leg over his head and towards his left side, Harry made an attempt at striking her with his padded fist in the larynx. If the spar he found himself were a real-life situation, he would have used a knife-edge strike or hit her with the knuckles of his middle and ring finger, but that could have crushed her windpipe if it hit. Not to say that it did hit. Katrina was quick to slap his hand away with an open palm before it could get close to hitting her. That still did not stop Harry, who took another step into her guard and used the elbow from the same arm he attempted to hit her throat with to hit her nose. Katrina leaned backwards, lifting her leg up at the same time and launching a powerful knee strike towards the nerves near his abdomen. Harry was forced to halt his attack and sidestep the knee. At the same time, his left leg came up and he further diverted Katrina's attack with his shin. Her entire leg spun away from Harry, forcing her body to go with it and leaving her open for him to deliver a swift strike to her kidneys. Or so he thought. Continuing her spin, Katrina managed to make a full 360-degree turn, coming out with a surprise snap kick that Harry could not see coming due to her body being turned away from him at the time. Harry could only thank the high heavens for his incredible reaction time and reflexes, which had always given him an unfair advantage in any sport he played in, whether it was martial arts, football, or Quidditch, that allowed him to duck under the kick. At the same time, his hands came up and pushed Katrina's leg higher as he stood up, knocking the woman off balance. Wanting to capitalize on his sudden advantage, Harry moved in for the kill. His right hand shot out and grabbed the blonde woman's wrist, where he then proceeded to pull her towards him, sending her stumbling towards him as he prepared to send his knee into her gut. At least, that was his plan, before it was derailed. Quicker than Harry could comprehend, Katrina reversed their position and it was now she who had an ironclad hold on his wrist. The young Potter heir only had enough time to realize that the entire setup had been a feint before Katrina spun around so that her back was facing him and used his own weight and momentum to toss him over her shoulder. Harry quickly found himself airborne, his body flipping over Katrina's, his wrist still clamped in her hands. The young man just barely managed to twist himself over so that he landed on his feet and not his back as the young blonde woman had probably planned. He must have surprised her because there was no follow-up attack. Deciding to use his small window of opportunity, Harry managed to free himself from her grasp, placed both hands on the ground, and sent a powerful double mule kick towards the woman. It didn't hit. Whether she was surprised or not, Katrina had a lot of combat experience, and her body was predisposed towards reacting with very little thinking on her part. It was instinctual. She moved backwards exactly 2 steps, ensuring Harry's feet would miss her by the smallest of margins. Katrina then came back in, slapping his 2 feet so that his legs spread apart before they hit the ground, then sent her heel directly into Harry's kidney. The young man grunted in pain as he felt the blow to his body and collapsed on the ground. Thankfully it was diminished, both by the fact that Harry knew a breathing method that allowed the damaged area to deflate a bit and cushion the blow, and Katrina kicking him with less force than she would if the fight were serious. First point goes to Katrina, Master Wei said, rather unnecessarily in Harry's opinion. He was well aware of the hit he had taken. The man did not need to rub it in. Katrina moved back, allowing Harry to get back on his feet. She gave him a grin when he turned to face her. "Not bad, Harry," she praised him as she bowed to him. "You've improved a lot in the 2 years I've been gone. I'm impressed." Harry returned the bow, and couldn't help but smile a bit at the praise. Aside from Master Wei, Katrina was the only person he actually respected that came to this place. Out of all the other members who practiced here, she was the only one aside from himself who actually took their training seriously. She might even be more serious about it than him, given that she had actually participated in tournaments while he had not. "Thank you," Harry said. "I've been practicing a lot so that the next time you visited I would be able to match you." "Well, I don't know about match," Katrina grinned, "but you've definitely improved." His improvement was only from the previous year, Master Wei informed her. "Harry has not improved at all this year." "That's because I'm going to a boarding school and there is no one there who can spar with me," Harry informed the much older male. It was an excuse, he knew, but he felt it was a justifiable one. A person could only improve so much through shadow sparring and practicing forms. No one there actually knows any martial arts, and it's not like I can just go up to some random person and ask them to fight me. "HMPH, Master Wei grunted. "The sounds of excuses mean nothing to me." Harry sighed at the man's words. Knowing that no matter what he said nothing would change his master's opinion, the young boy turned his attention back to an obviously amused Katrina. "I didn't expect you to know Jujutsu." The invitation for an explanation was there, and Katrina grinned at his words. "I only know a bit," she told him. "I picked it up during the tournament. One of the people I fought was a master at Jujutsu, and I felt there would be an advantage in learning how to throw people who weighed more than I did around like a rag doll, so I asked him to teach me." "Ah." Harry nodded his head at her explanation before moving back towards his original place on the mat. He turned back to look at Katrina, already in position again, and raised an eyebrow. "So," he began, letting the adrenaline he felt still running through his body pick up once more at the anticipation of continuing with another round. "Ready for round 2? The spar between Katrina and Harry lasted a little over an hour before they decided to call it quits. Harry was pleased to discover that while Katrina had improved quite a bit since the last time he had seen her, Harry had improved more. The gap between their abilities, while still noticeable, was considerably smaller than it had been since the last time they sparred, which was evident when Harry managed to score several points by landing a few decisive blows on her during this session. After taking a shower in the small shower stalls attached to the locker room, Harry changed back into his new blue jeans and his white undershirt with a red button-up collared shirt combination. He gave a quick goodbye to Master Wei, who told him that he expected Harry to come in at least every other day so he could actually improve, something which got Harry to almost roll his eyes as he knew the master was talking about how he had not improved during the school year, and Katrina, who had given him a big hug that nearly cracked his back and told him they would spar some more later. He then left the Dao and began his walk towards Lisa's house. The weather outside was very warm. It was the beginning of summer, so it was not as hot as it could be, but Harry expected that to change within a few weeks or so. Walking to Lisa's house from Master Wei's Dao only took somewhere around 15 minutes. Harry soon found himself standing in front of the front door and pressing the doorbell. The ring from his actions echoed inside of the house and was easily heard by Harry, who stood back and waited for someone to answer the door. The sound of rushing footsteps told him immediately who that would be. It came as no small surprise to see Lisa on the other side of the door after it opened. The now 12-year-old girl was all dressed and looked ready to leave. She was wearing a long sleeveless yellow shirt that stopped at about mid-thigh and a pair of blue jeans. Around her wrists was a silver bracelet with several charms that he had gotten her for her recent 12th birthday. Her outfit was finished by a pair of multi-strapped sandals that wrapped around her ankle, near the arches of her feet, and her toes. She had grown her hair out since he had last seen her during Christmas. What had once been short hair that stopped exactly at her shoulders was now down just a few inches past them. She had also styled it into princess curls, which Harry actually thought looked quite nice on her from an objective standpoint. "Hey, Harry," Lisa greeted with a bright smile before the two shared in a quick hug. It was actually becoming much easier for Harry to show the girl physical affection these days. Ever since Christmas, when he realized that he had not been the best friend he could be to his best friend, Harry had made a concerted effort to treat the girl better and not just show her affection on rare occasions. When they broke apart, Harry offered the girl another smile as he complimented her on her choice of wardrobe. "Those clothes look good on you," he said, grinning just a tiny as he saw Lisa's cheeks flush with red as blood rushed to them. It was always interesting to see the normally confident and loud Lisa Croft embarrassed. Such events only ever happened during moments like these. He had actually read about it in some of his psychology books, how even some of the most confident people became inexplicably shy when they are complimented or praised by people who are important to them. Well, so long as those important people aren't parents at any rate. He had actually read that most children tend to get annoyed when their parents compliment them. Of course, it was usually produced by embarrassment of a sort as well. It came about when children wanted to be seen as adults and didn't want their parents coddling or embarrassing them in front of their peers. He had seen many examples of this on his way to school when children would be dropped off by their parents. Of course, all of this was secondhand knowledge he learned from a book or observed from Lisa's interactions with her mother. Since his parents had died when he was 1, Harry had no real experience with embarrassing parents. "Thanks, Harry," Lisa mumbled, her head tilted down as she stared at her feet, the left of which was currently making circular patterns on the ground. "So is your mum ready?" asked Harry, bringing Lisa out of her embarrassed state and focusing on the present. "Almost," Lisa said, taking Harry by the hand and pulling him inside. "She's still getting dressed, I think." Harry shut the door behind him with his free hand as his best friend proceeded to drag him into the living room. The pair sat down on the couch and Harry proceeded to listen to Lisa as she told him everything there was to know about the second half of her semester at school. "So how was it at your boarding school?" Lisa asked carefully, her voice suggesting she was still a bit put out by him going to a school that was not hers. He understood her feelings, even shared them to an extent, though he did not regret going to Hogwarts. "It was enjoyable," Harry replied, earning an eye roll from Lisa at his use of a word with more than 2 syllables. "I learned a lot, more than I would have at any other school, I should think." At least he learned more than he would have at any non-magical school. Harry was unaware of whether or not there were any other magical institutes aside from Hogwarts, though he assumed there were at least a few in other countries. He looked back over at Lisa to see her frowning a little. Guessing that it was because of him actually enjoying school without her, Harry scooted a bit closer, close enough that he could wrap an arm around her shoulder. "I did miss my best friend very much though," Harry added in a slightly softer tone. And it was true. While he had actually made a number of people he considered friends, surprising since his initial plans for his friends was to simply use them in order to cement his power base within Hogwarts and beyond that after they all graduated, that did not change the fact that he had missed his best and first friend terribly. "School wasn't quite the same without you." Lisa gave him a grateful smile before leaning her head on his shoulder. "I missed you lots too," she said, her tone and way of speaking sounding a bit more childish than it normally did. It just went to show Harry how much she had really missed him. Thanks to his continued presence, Lisa had quite the vocabulary, and was normally a bit more eloquently spoken than the average 12-year-old because of it. That changed when she was experiencing strong emotions like now. Unlike Harry, who was quite literally a walking dictionary, thesaurus and encyclopedia all in one, Lisa tended to forget the more complex words she knew during occasions like this. Harry didn't say anything to reply. Instead, he just allowed the girl to rest her head against his shoulder and allowed them both to take comfort in each other's presence. It was moments like these that assured Harry that he was not like Voldemort. The words that man had spoken to him down there with the mirror erased had honestly, truly, frightened him. That he could actually be similar to the man he hated more than anything in this world, the man who had killed his parents, was beyond terrifying to him. After having met Voldemort for the second time, Harry was truly appreciative that he had met Lisa and Master Wei when he was younger more than he ever had before. Had he not, there was a very good chance he would have turned out exactly like the Dark Lord. The snap of a camera going off alerted him to the fact that someone else had entered the room while he and Lisa were sitting on the couch in silence. The fact that a camera taking a picture was heard told Harry who had entered before looking. Turning their heads, he with the same expression he usually wore when this happened while Lisa had a deer caught in the headlights look, the pair saw a grinning Anastasia Croft looking at them with a camera in her hands. And while Lisa looked absolutely horrified by the sight, Harry was just glad that Lisa's father was currently at work. It saved him from getting glared at. "Oh, look at you two. You are so cute together, Mum." "Yes, very glad." The days began to get hotter as summer continued. A week had passed since Harry Potter returned from Hogwarts. The young man had managed to split his time by working himself into a routine. The first thing Harry did every morning was head over to Master Wei's Dao. There he would usually find himself sparring against either the Master himself or Katrina, who said she was planning on sticking around for the next 2 months for summer break. Harry would admit he preferred sparring with Katrina than he would Master Wei any day of the week. It was nothing personal against his teacher or anything. It was just that Harry did not like getting utterly humiliated every time he sparred against someone. And while Katrina had a lot more experience over him, their skills in their respective fighting styles were about equal, with the young woman being just a little bit better. After spending an hour or two working up a good sweat and getting his body bruised up, Harry would go to Lisa's house. He had made it a point to spend as much time with her as possible, knowing that when summer ended, he would not see her again until Christmas. The two of them would do many things together. Sometimes they would go into London to see a movie or window shop. At other times they would go to the park and have a picnic. Still, there were other times when the two would just stay at home watching movies. It didn't really matter what they did, according to Lisa, so long as they were doing it together. When the day began nearing its end, Harry would usually pack up and head to the Dursley's, where he would do the chores Petunia wanted him to do as per their arrangement. Usually this consisted of cleaning, gardening, and mowing the lawn. Harry would admit he cheated when it came to chores, often using his magic instead of actually doing manual labor. Still, it got the job done and in less than 1/10 of the time, and so long as the Dursleys didn't see it, there would be nothing to worry about. Out of sight, out of mind, as the old saying went. At the end of the day, Harry would head up to his room and begin studying. There was a lot he had to work on, and not just with learning the secrets of the Philosopher's Stone. As someone who believed in having a good education, Harry had decided to take accelerated summer courses for his non-magical education. Essentially, what he did was self-study, and at the end of every week he would go into the local school and do testing in order to advance to the next level. Already he had taken his first test for the accelerated course. He had aced it, naturally. At the moment he was already farther ahead of his non-magical education than he should be. Several years ahead at least. He didn't even need to study for his courses right now, and likely would not need to until he was in his 4th year at Hogwarts. His other subject of study was the Philosopher's Stone, naturally. Harry had spent a great deal of time trying to work out the mysteries surrounding its power. How did it work? What made up the Philosopher's Stone? How was it made? How did one go about making the elixir of life? Or turn metal into gold? Harry wanted answers to these questions and more. It was most unfortunate that many of those questions seemed impossible to answer. Walking over to the desk after pulling the Philosopher's Stone from within his trunk, Harry sat down and moved the open books he had on alchemy off to the side. He placed his elbow on the desk, the Philosopher's Stone in his hand being held up to his face. The stone's blood-red surface was polished to a shine and glowed with an inner power the likes of which Harry had not seen on another item. Even after a week of reading every book he had on alchemy and doing a number of spells designed to detect the magics on an item, Harry had discovered very little about the powerful artifact. The only power he had discovered was how to make the elixir of life, which had been surprisingly easy. After taking an empty vial and setting it on his desk with the top facing the ceiling, Harry grabbed a small knife in his free hand. Using the knife, he cut a small slit across the hand that was holding the Philosopher's Stone and began channeling his magic into his hand as he held the now dripping with red fluid appendage over the vial. It was interesting to watch as the blood dripping from his hand became crystal clear. The Philosopher's Stone began to glow even more brightly as the very composition of his blood was changed into a potent liquid capable of prolonging one's life and even bringing those who were on the brink of death back from where they stood with their foot in the grave. This was the reason Voldemort had wanted the stone so badly. The elixir of life was, surprisingly, the only aspect of the stone he had uncovered. And much as he would have liked to admit that it had taken weeks of meticulous study, the truth was he had discovered how to make the elixir of life by accident when he had cut his hand while holding the stone. Still, even with this major disappointment, Harry could not say he was depressed at his lack of progress. The Philosopher's Stone was the height of alchemy. An item so powerful and complex that only one person had created it to date. The magics within this stone were likely beyond those of any of the books he had on alchemy. And it wasn't like he didn't have a few theories on how the stone worked. Or at least, theories on how and why the Philosopher's Stone could create the elixir of life. It was just that he had no ways to test those theories. The liquid trickled from his hand into the vial, filling it at a very slow rate. Harry was sure there was a more efficient method for creating the elixir of life. He doubted very highly that Nicholas Flamel or his wife would use such an inelegant method for creating the life-prolonging liquid. Unfortunately for Harry, he had yet to discover that method, and so he was stuck using this particular means of getting what he wanted. When the vial was full, Harry cut the flow of magic to the stone, then set it down on the desk before redirecting his magic to heal the self-inflicted wound on his hand without even leaving a scar. He put a stopper on the vial, sealing it tight. Then moved back to his trunk, vial and Philosopher's Stone in hand. His trunk was one of those expensive multi-compartment trunks that only extremely wealthy purebloods owned. Most pureblood wizards bought them as a means of showing off their wealth and status. Harry bought his for its functionality. It was a 4-compartment trunk, and each compartment was about the size of a large walk-in closet. Harry used the compartments to contain all of the items and tomes he had that were magical in nature. The first compartment contained his clothes whenever he went to Hogwarts. Right now, all they were carrying was his wizarding robes, both his school robes and his dress robes. His second compartment was his library. It was essentially an open-spaced room in the center with bookshelves lining all 4 walls and containing various magical scrolls and tomes. The third compartment contained his potions brewing kit and all of the potions he created, as well as items related to potion brewing such as his potioneer's bandolier and his brass scales. The last compartment was the one he used to keep rare and powerful items such as the Philosopher's Stone. After securing the stone within the 4th compartment, Harry opened the trunk into the 3rd compartment and used the ladder to climb down. The compartment looked like a very basic, very small version of a potioneer's lab. Situated against one of the walls was a table with a Bunsen burner he had acquired from Diagon Alley, as well as a more advanced potion-making kit than the standard one used at Hogwarts, his brass scales and several cauldrons made of either pewter, brass, or bronze. He had several of each. On either side of the table was a shelf, each one filled with various ingredients he had bought and put preservation charms on to keep them fresh. The charms would ensure that the ingredients would last for at least a year before corrupting and needing to be replaced. On the walls to the left and right of the potion-making table were more shelves. These shelves were not lined with ingredients, but vials filled with all of the potions Harry had already made. Aging potions, antidotes to common and uncommon poisons, antidotes to Veritaserum, babbling beverage, Baruffios brain elixir, blood boil cure and many others all sat on those shelves in topical order. At the back wall behind Harry sat one more shelf. This one was the most empty shelf of the group. It was a shelf that held several notebooks. Most of the notebooks were written by his mother, who was a potions genius on par with Severus Snape, but there was one that was written by Harry himself. Those notebooks contained notes on how to make the various potions he or his mother created more effective and in less time than the normal recipes called for. Harry hoped to one day fill that shelf completely with notes and equations on his discoveries in the field of potioneering. Making his way over to the right, Harry placed the vial of Elixir of Life on the shelf right next to all the other Elixir of Life vials. Ever since he had found out how to create the life-prolonging liquid, Harry had made a point to make at least 2 vials worth each day. He didn't know what he would do with them yet, but he was sure he would be able to find a use for them eventually. He then put the Philosopher's Stone within the 4th compartment. With his work done, the young Potter heir made his way back up to his room and unhurriedly walked over to his desk. He took out several sheets of paper and a calligraphy pen, and then began writing. Seeing how the first week of summer had ended, Harry figured enough time had passed that he could write letters to his friends without seeming to be nosy. His letters contained all the standard questions, asking them how they were doing and how their summer was so far. He also made sure to personalize each letter, as it would not do to sound impersonal with his friends. Harry wanted them to know that he really did care about how they were doing and not think that he was just writing to them out of obligation. Once he had finished writing for his friends, Harry waited for the 30 seconds it took for Hedwig to realize her partner wanted her to deliver some letters. The snowy white owl that had become an important part of Harry's life soon swooped in through the window and landed on his desk next to his stack of alchemy books. Hedwig looked at him, her head tilting and twisting before she gave a short hoot that sounded almost like a reprimand. "Sorry," Harry apologized with an apologetic shrug. "I had not realized you were out hunting. I had always assumed you did that during the night." Another hoot was his response. "Well, I suppose that would make sense. I doubt most mice living in a community like this would be out during the night." A third hoot. "Not mice." When Hedwig hooted again, Harry grimaced. "I see. Please refrain from killing off too many snakes if you can. I rather like snakes." "Oh," Harry quickly perked up, as if just realizing something, "and if you see a gardener snake out in the backyard, don't eat him, okay? He helps me keep small mammals from eating the flowers." Hedwig stared at him for a moment, and Harry could have sworn her eyes narrowed. When she hooted again, he rolled his eyes. "I am sure you could do just as good a job at rodent control as he does," Harry reassured her. "However, if you wanted to keep the flower garden clear of pests, you would have to stay there for most of the day, and I know how much you enjoy flying long distances during your hunts." That seemed to placate his strangely intelligent animal partner. Hedwig gave a more understanding hoot, then lifted her leg so he could attach the letters to it. "I'll be sure to have some treats for you when you get back," Harry told the white bird as he let his fingers gently brush against the crest of feathers on her head. "Maybe some bacon?" The owl's intelligent amber eyes lit up at the mention of bacon, one of her apparent favorite foods. She gave him a soft nip on the fingers, then quickly flew out of the open window and into the dusky sky. Harry watched as Hedwig disappeared into the setting sun, then turned his attention back to his last letter. One had not written for his friends, but for the true owner of the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel. With the week up, most of the books he had on alchemy read, and every scan he had done on the stone itself coming up with inconclusive results, it was about time for Harry to return the powerful object to its rightful owner. "Dear FN, you do not know who I am, and considering the sensitive information contained within this letter, I would rather not say. Just know that I am a student attending Hogwarts, which recently played host to an item that belongs to you. I am sure you have already received a missive about this particular item being lost by someone we are both acquainted with. I wish to inform you that the information you have been given is incorrect. The item in question is currently in my possession. I wish to give this item back to you, but dare not send it with a letter. Should you desire it back, please send me a means by which I can return the item in question so that I might return it to its rightful owner. Sincerely, a well-meaning student. Harry looked over the letter with a small frown. It sounded a bit cagey, like he was some kind of criminal, or at least someone who dealt in shady and possibly illegal affairs. Still, there wasn't much he could do about that. He did not want to write anything that could link this letter back to him or inform someone of what the item he mentioned was should the letter be intercepted somehow. Even just mentioning it was at Hogwarts was taking a risk, and if it weren't for the fact that mentioning Hogwarts was the only way to inform Nicholas Flamel that the item was the Philosopher's Stone without straight out telling him, he would not have done so. With a sigh, Harry sealed the letter in an envelope with plain wax with no coat of arms. It would be unwise to have any identifying marks on the envelope that could lead someone back to him. He wasn't going to leave things to chance. Not with an item this powerful. Standing up, Harry began to stretch his arms over his head, groaning as his back cracked and his muscles were stretched out. He was a bit more sore today than usual, he noticed. Probably because of all the sparring he was doing these days. Harry made a mental note to do some more stretches before heading over to the Dow for his morning sparring session. It wouldn't do to get muscle cramps. Bringing his arms back down, Harry grabbed the most recent book on alchemy he had started reading. A book titled Alchemy, All You Need to Know. It was supposed to be what amounted to an intermediate book on alchemy, and was written by the same person who wrote Alchemy for Beginners. Sitting down on his bed and using his pillows as support against his back as he leaned against the headboard, Harry flipped the page open to where he had been reading previously and began memorizing the information contained within the pages. He would send the letter to Nicholas Flamel next week, after he had made a few more vials worth of elixir of life. Harry quickly spun away from the heel kick aimed at his midsection. As his body began rotating a full 360 degrees, his left palm shot out and knocked the kick away by striking his opponent's calf. Before completing his spin, the elbow of his right arm came up in an attack that would have dislocated his opponent's jaw if it struck. Naturally, the attack didn't. Katrina darted backwards by one step, then came back in with a powerful 1-2 high kick, low kick combination that forced Harry to backpedal. The attacks were so fast that one of the kicks, one aimed towards his head, actually managed to graze Harry's nose, shaving off a single epidermis layer of his skin. This did not faze Harry one bit. If anything, the close call left him more excited for this sparring session than before. The two continued to trade blows, attacking and counter-attacking with their respective styles. It was easy to see both the similarities and differences contained within their respective fighting styles. Both styles of combat relied on speed, the use of human weak points, and powerful counter-attacks designed to take out an enemy with a single strike. The differences lay in their movements. Katrina was a form of grace and elegance. Every move she made led into her next one. Her attacks flowed together like a stream of water that never ended unless broken up by Harry. At the same time, her movements were instinctive and unpredictable. Harry doubted even Katrina herself knew what her next attack would be. And while it was possible to determine what her next move would be when she used a longer range of motion, those moments were rare. She had a very minimalist approach to combat. At the opposite end of the spectrum was Harry. His moves, while holding all the grace of a dancer, were much more flashy and straightforward. He spun and ducked and weaved and jumped, constantly moving around the woman he was sparring as he continued to look for an opening he could extrapolate on. There was a much wider range of motion in his attack pattern. It was both an advantage and disadvantage. It gave him a much wider range of attacks and positions he could exploit, but it also used more energy, and a skilled practitioner of martial arts could come up with a number of counters to his style. Of course, that just gave him more incentive to get better. Their styles were also different in how they used their bodies. Katrina stuck mainly to using her feet for attacks and her hands to parry attacks, only using them for the occasional sneak attack towards his throat or another place around his neck and head. Harry did not confine himself to just using those four appendages for attack or defense. He also utilized his elbows and knees to great effect, as his sparring partner found out a number of times in recent days. It was clear by now that the pair had been at this for a while now. Harry and Katrina were both covered in a layer of sweat, Their uniforms were sticking to their bodies and sweat was liberally flying off both hair and skin as they danced around each other. Equally obvious was that neither really wanted this spar to end. The two were tied for the number of hits this session had, and their competitive streak was at an all-time high. Especially Harry's, who wondered if this would be the day he finally beat Katrina in a spar. There was an old saying that all good things must eventually end, and that unfortunately included this spar. The end came not from a decisive hit that gave one or the other a clear-cut victory, but from Katrina accidentally slipping on the layer of sweat that had been accumulating on the sparring mat. Whoa. Oof. It was an awkward position that the two found themselves in after Katrina's unfortunate fall. She had been mid-kick, aiming at the left side of Harry's torso when she slipped. Harry had moved forward, prepared to throw her attack off course with a well-placed parry and then counter with a double palm thrust to the chest when she had slipped. And because she had slipped, her foot ended up moving higher than he had anticipated, knocking him upside the head with her metatarsals and phalanges actually managing to hook themselves around the back of his head and drag her down into him. The end result was Katrina falling onto her back with Harry Potter falling face first into Katrina's sweat-soaked chest. Oh my! Katrina giggled impishly as she stared down at Harry's hair with a teasing grin as she fluttered her eyelashes at the raven-haired boy. So forward, Mr. Potter. Don't you know you're supposed to at least take a woman on a date first before trying something like this, you naughty little boy you? Even Harry, who cared very little for romance, understood the woman's words and their meaning. He personally blamed Lisa for that. Lisa and those trashy romance novels she read so much. Quick as a flash, Harry jerked his face out of Katrina's cleavage, his face flush with embarrassment. His movements jerky and somewhat mechanical, Harry moved to stand up, rubbing his face furiously as he hissed at the woman, "Must you always be like this?" Katrina smiled at him, obviously enjoying the boy's discomfort. Like what? Like that, Harry snapped, still embarrassed by their previous position and her words. Strangely enough, despite these two facts, he still held out a hand to help her up. It comes with being a gentleman. Ever since you returned you've been saying things like this. I don't need that kind of innuendo in my life. He got enough of that as it was, what with his best friend being so into those trashy books she called novels. Ah, you need to lighten up, Harry, Katrina said with a grin as she was helped to her feet. Seriously, you're always so uptight. You need to learn to live a little. I know perfectly well how to live a little, as you say, Harry said much more calmly. Now that he had gotten his breathing rate back under control, he was more than able to put those occlumency lessons to good use. They worked quite well at returning him to his normal calm state of mind, not to mention returning his skin color to its normal tan. I simply do not understand your need to tease me with say UAL advances. I am only 11 years old. I'm not teasing you, Katrina said, then paused. Well, maybe I am a little, but it's all for your own good. You need to loosen up some. Every time I see you you're always so focused, so fixated on your goals that you don't stop to smell the roses. Harry frowned at his sparring partner and somewhat friend. I am perfectly capable of relaxing. It's just that there is a time and place for everything, and the moments where you and I see each other just so happen to not be the time and place for me to relax. Katrina rolled her eyes. Oh, so the only time you allow yourself to relax is when you're around your little girlfriend. Harry's brow furrowed. My who? Your girlfriend, Katrina repeated. When she saw Harry's clueless expression her own face deadpanned. That Lisa girl you're always hanging around with outside of Master Wei's Dao. Lisa, Harry frowned. While it was true that Lisa was his best friend and a girl, he wasn't sure why Katrina would actually call him out on that. She couldn't possibly mean the romantic connotations the word, girlfriend, was often used in. He and Lisa were practically family. Being romantically involved with her would just be weird. And that wasn't even going into the fact that they were only 11 and 12 respectively. That also wasn't going into the fact that he was a wizard famous for surviving the unsurvivable killing curse and she was non-magical human. That alone opened up a whole slew of issues that he just did not want to get into right now. God only knows what would happen if the purebloods of the wizarding world found out he was dating someone who wasn't a witch. Speaking of Lisa, he had to meet up with her soon. They were going to catch a new movie at the cinema, and it would not do for him to be late. With that thought in mind, Harry turned his head towards the single, solitary clock in the room to check the time. His eyes promptly widened and his face paled. Shit. Rare were the times where Harry Potter would actually swear. To Harry, swearing was a very crass, crude and inelegant way of expressing oneself, and was not befitting someone of a higher intellect. For someone who prided themselves on their mental prowess even more than they did their physical prowess, the very act of swearing was somewhat of a taboo for him. That being said, there were moments when he had slipped. 3 moments to be precise. Once when he had accidentally blown up his room the first time he had started experimenting with his magic. Another time when he had turned his uncle into a walrus when the man had told him that he would not be allowed to learn martial arts. The third time was during the troll incident, a nightmare of a moment that he sometimes wished he could forget. And now he could add a 4th time to the number of times he had cursed. I am so late, Harry Bemo Ned. Almost forgetting himself completely in his haste, Harry offered both Master Wei and Katrina a hasty bow before bolting towards the back room, where the sound of a shower soon began running. Only a few minutes later, Harry came back out, his hair still dripping wet, dressed in a pair of black designer jeans, Converse shoes and a green shirt with a slitted, yellow dragon eye in the center. Oh man, Lisa is going to kill me. And while he was rushing towards the door, the other 2 occupants in the room watched him with mild amusement. Have fun with your girlfriend, Harry. Katrina offered a parting shot as she waved her hand jauntily to him. It was a testament to how frantic Harry was that he completely ignored the woman's words, instead making due haste towards the door, which he soon bolted out of. In the quiet that now pervaded the room, the only sound that stirred was the gentle thrumming of the air conditioning unit. So, Katrina broke the silence, turning to the 70-year-old martial arts master standing a few feet away. Any idea who won this time? Harry cursed himself as he ran towards his best friend's house. He was running half an hour late. No doubt Lisa would not be too pleased with him when he finally showed up on her doorstep. How could he have possibly forgotten what time it was? Harry normally had an incredible sense of time. His internal clock was so precise that he was almost always able to tell exactly what time it was based simply on how many hours his mind remembered passing within a 24-hour period. To forget something as mundane as the passage of time was troubling to him. Perhaps there really was something to that old adage, time flies when you're having fun. Harry knew that he sometimes tended to delve into his studies and training to the point that he needed to remind himself of how much time had passed, but those points were few and far between. Far enough that he never thought much of them. He could only assume the difference lay in who he was sparring. Katrina was a dream to spar against. She was an incredible martial artist. Not as good as Master Wei, but closer to Harry's own level of skill. That made her his favorite sparring partner because it wasn't so ridiculously easy to fight her. It was not worth it, but he didn't get outright beaten either. Of course, now he was late because of their spar and Lisa was sure to be upset at him. Sure enough, Harry arrived to see Lisa standing outside of the door to her house. Her longer hair was braided in French braids and she was wearing a light blue sundress and sandals on her feet. The charm bracelet he had gotten her was conspicuously absent. That was the first sign he saw that she was upset, but it was not the last. Her left foot was tapping on the ground, her arms were crossed over her chest and her lips drawn into a thin line. All of these were signs of agitation and anger. She was most definitely not pleased with him. A fact that only became more known to Harry when her eyes caught sight of him and narrowed. Lisa shifted uncomfortably, not used to the stare down she was giving him. Perhaps because the few times something like this had happened in the past he had not cared as much. It was hard to say. I am so sorry, I got caught up sparring with Katrina and hadn't realized how much time had passed. Oh, you got caught up sparring with Katrina, did you? She asked, her tone clipped. Harry didn't quite manage to withhold his wince. I see. Well, I suppose I could understand. I mean, it's not like you had promised your best friend you would take her to see Aladdin today. Harry didn't even bother trying to hold his wince in this time. He knew he had screwed up terribly. All he could do now was run damage control. I'm so sorry. Harry walked up closer to Lisa so he could grab her hand and rub it consolingly. She withdrew her hand before he could even grab it, however, the act hurting much more than he thought it would. Lisa. Let's just go. Lisa's tone was still clipped, still angry, but the anger was just being used to mask the hurt she felt. Harry knew this, which is why he felt so horrible. Even though it wasn't like he had forgotten his promise to her, the fact that he had made a promise and ran late enough that he might not be able to keep it was just as bad in many ways. It made him seem callous. Harry sighed as he followed Lisa into the house and towards the living room where Mrs. Croft was speaking in hushed tones with Mr. Croft. Harry could not hear what they were saying. He could have probably enhanced his sense of hearing using the enhancing abilities his animgus form had given him, but felt it would be a violation of their rights, so refrained. The two adults noticed him and Lisa, and while Mr. Croft's lips thinned in barely masked annoyance, Mrs. Croft smiled. A smile which left when she noticed that Lisa and Harry were not holding hands like they usually did. "Are you two ready?" she asked. "Yes," Lisa answered crisply, causing Mrs. Croft to furrow her brows in concern as she looked back and forth between the two. Mr. Croft, on the other hand, looked intrigued by this new development. Harry could only imagine how happy the man would be to learn his daughter was upset with him. "In that case we should get going." Anastasia Croft got back on track. "We won't make the 9 o'clock showing, but we should be able to make the 9:15 one if we leave now." "Good." Lisa nodded her head. "Harry has a promise to keep and we wouldn't want him to break it." Behind her, Harry flinched. He had never seen his best friend quite this mad before. Even the few other times something similar had happened she had never been upset. She would pout and complain, and then go right back to smiling at him. This was a completely new situation, and Harry was at a loss on how to deal with it. Mrs. Croft frowned a bit, before turning to her husband. She narrowed her eyes when she saw him looking interestedly at the rift that seemed to have opened between their daughter and her best friend, but didn't comment on it. "We should be back around 1 or 2 o'clock, she told him, forcing him to look in her direction. "Right, I'll see you when you get back," Mr. Croft keyed his wife on the cheek before walking towards his office. On his way there, he spared another glance towards Lisa and Harry, his eyes catching the young boys before he disappeared down the hallway. "Come along you two," Mrs. Croft said as she began leading Harry and Lisa to the garage where the car awaited. The trip there was very silent. Lisa was all but ignoring Harry and Harry was trying to think of some way to make the situation between them right again. Mrs. Croft may have said something, but she seemed to sense the tension between the two and decided remaining silent may be the best option. They got in the car, Lisa and Harry getting in the back while Mrs. Croft got into the driver's seat. It wasn't more than a minute later that the group of three found themselves out of the garage and on the road. Harry glanced over at Lisa, who had yet to look his way once since Harry's apology. She was instead looking out the window, her elbow resting on the sill and her chin resting on the butt of her hand. He sighed. What should he do? How could he make this right? He had already apologized, but that didn't seem to be working. What else could he do? What else was there to do? Harry wished there was some kind of book that would at least give him some insight into the proper methods of apologizing worked. Unfortunately, no one seemed to have written such a book, so he was stuck with his own thoughts and ideas for now. Backtracking, Harry allowed his mind to focus on Lisa and his apology once more. Simply saying, "I'm sorry," had apparently been inefficient in getting his desired affect, that being his best friend's forgiveness. What else could he do? Bringing his thoughts to Lisa, Harry focused his considerable mental prowess on his friend's likes in the hopes he could find the means to earn her forgiveness there. What did she like that he could use to have her forgive him? She loved the color green, she enjoyed dressing up, her favorite movie was 101 Dalmatians, she appreciated physical contact like holding hands and hugging, she also loved those trashy romance novels. She had hundreds of likes and little quirks that he could name. But which one would help him get back in his friend's good graces? He looked back over at Lisa, who he noticed was looking back at him as she worried her lower lip between her teeth. The moment she realized he was looking at her, she huffed and went back to staring out the window. And it was in that moment that Harry realized there may be a way for him to earn her forgiveness. A quick glance at the driver's seat showed that Mrs. Croft was focusing entirely on her driving, seemingly ignoring him and Lisa. Good. After taking care to unbuckle as silently as possible so as not to alert Mrs. Croft as to what he was doing, Harry scooted over to the middle seat, which was usually occupied by Lisa, and buckled up again. By now, Lisa had noticed what he was doing and was looking at him. She looked away quickly when he turned to her. Because of this, she did not notice what Harry was doing until his arm wrapped around her shoulder. Her body stiffened and she nearly squeaked in surprise when he leaned in and kissed her on the cheek, just like what sometimes happened in those books he had forcibly memorized because she constantly read them out loud to him. "I'm sorry," Harry whispered softly. He took a quick glance at Mrs. Croft out of the corner of his eye, thankful when he saw she still wasn't looking at him. He then turned his attention back to Lisa. "I'm really, really sorry. Please, forgive me." Lisa shifted a bit in his grasp, turning so she could look at him despite her face being beet red. Her eyes, large, brown, doe-like eyes, looked into his as if searching for something. A moment passed. Then two. After several such moments, the flush on her cheeks receded and Lisa's eyes softened. She snuggled herself against him and laid her head on his shoulder. "You're forgiven," she said simply, her eyes closing. "Just don't do it again." "It's a promise," Harry said quickly, pleased that he had finally managed to get Lisa to forgive him. He was so pleased, in fact, that he didn't even notice when Mrs. Croft looked at the pair in the rear-view mirror and smiled. Harry arrived at his room after spending an enjoyable day with Lisa and her mother. Granted, it had not started out that way, but things had worked out in the end. Harry had learned a valuable lesson on not getting so lost to his own devices or to the sparring mat that he lost complete track of time and would never make the same mistake again, and really, that was all that mattered. After entering his room, Harry was not surprised to see Hedwig standing on his desk with a handful of letters tied to her leg. It had been 2 days since he had sent her off, and he knew it would have taken time for his partner to deliver that many letters, especially since he knew that Hedwig would not allow return letters to be sent to him through any other means than her. She was possessive like that. "Thank you for delivering those letters for me, Hedwig," Harry said. As he walked over the snowy bird, he waved a hand at his truck, opening it up and bringing freshly cooked and still steaming bacon into his hand. Of course, it was only considered freshly cooked thanks to the preservation charm he had placed on it. He had learned to do that charm wandlessly just for this purpose. Hedwig hooted as he walked up to her. Harry stifled a chuckle. "And thank you for bringing those letters to me," he amended as he gave his feathered friend her treat. As Hedwig gobbled up the bacon with barely disguised glee, Harry efficiently detached the letters tied around her left leg and sat down to read them. There were 10 letters in total, causing Harry to frown. He only had 9 people at Hogwarts that he counted as a close friend, and they were the only people he had sent a letter to. So who was the 10th? He looked at the 10th letter, silently noting that it looked much more official and elegant than the other 9. The envelope was tanned by age and made out of a thicker than normal material. On the front his name was written in elegant yet efficient style of cursive, and on the back was what Harry recognized as a house crest, even if he did not know which one it belonged to. A letter from the head of a family then. How intriguing. The crest started much like most family coat of arms. There was an kite shield, this one much more curved than others he had seen and holding a number of sharp points. One on the left and right respectively, one on the bottom, and 2 at the top. Within the shield was what looked like a lion, but was very thin and possessing many differences from your average lion. Those being the tail, which had many leafy-looking protrusions and 3 tips flaring out at the end. The lion's tongue, which was sticking out of its mouth, was pointed. It had no mane, but did possess what looked like a very large beard, and was wearing a crown on its head. The last distinct difference between this lion and a normal one was the palmate leaf grasped firmly in its left paw as it curled around the leaf like a human hand. Above the lion were the words, "Fluctuat nec mergitur," or, "He who rises with the wave is not swallowed by it," as the English translation went. Harry set that letter to the side for now. He would read it after reading the letters from his friends. The letters he received contained about what he had expected them to. Blaze was leaving for Italy with his mother and sister in a few days and would be out of contact. Lisa was complaining about her sister being her usual bossy and nosy self. Hannah was excited about her trip to America next month, and Hermione was traveling to Florence for a 2-week vacation with her parents. Terry wasn't doing much, but he did mention that his parents were actually thinking of buying him one of those Muggle telescopes Harry had recommended last year. Like Terry, Tracy wasn't really doing a whole lot this summer. Her parents were well off, but not rich. They couldn't afford going on extravagant vacations. The most she could expect to do was travel around London and fly on her broom. Harry made a note to see if he couldn't spend some time with the girl. It must be disappointing to stay at home for 3 months doing nothing. Neville wasn't doing any traveling either. Not that he needed to. According to his letter, his grandmother was so impressed by his grades that she had gotten him several very rare magical plants for his greenhouse. Knowing about Neville's love for herbology, that would be enough to keep him occupied for most of the summer. The other boy had invited him over some time, stating that his gran would love to have him over for a day. Harry would probably take him up on his offer at some point, though the summer holidays were still young. Among his friends who was not doing much was Daphne. Despite being from a wealthy and fairly old pureblood family, the most she would be doing this summer was joining her father for some of his political gatherings so he could show off his daughter to potential suitors, or the fathers of potential suitors. Harry scowled a bit when he thought of Daphne's father. He could not claim to really know the man, as they only met 2 times, but the things he heard about Nathaniel Greengrass from his daughter was enough to give him an extreme dislike for the man. If at all possible, Harry planned on getting Daphne out of her house as much as possible. At the very least he planned on seeing if he could convince her father to let her go with he and her other friends while they went shopping for their school supplies. Of the letters he received, the most interesting one was from Susan Bones. After all of the usual topics contained within a letter of this nature, she had informed him that her aunt would like to speak with him and had written a letter of her own that she had sent with hers. Well, that would explain who this last letter belonged to. Harry looked at the very official-looking envelope containing the letter from the person who could only be Amelia Bones. The coat of arms must have been the family crest for the House of Bones. Wanting to read the letter as soon as possible, Harry decided to get started on replying to the letters he had received from his friends. It took over half an hour, but eventually he managed to finish writing all of the letters he would return to his friends. He would send Hedwig to deliver the letters sometime tomorrow. With his friends' letters out of the way, Harry did not hesitate to crack the seal on Madame Bones' letter and pull it out so he could read. Dear Mr. Potter, I hope you are doing well, and that your summer has been relaxing, for I have received some disturbing information from my niece, Susan, of an incident that occurred during your first year at Hogwarts. I would like very much to speak with you and hear your version of the events that happened at the end of the year. Please inform me of the soonest day you will be available so that I can plan on receiving you at my home. I look forward to speaking with you and I know that Susan does too. Sincerely, Amelia Bones. Harry leaned back in his chair as he went over the letter. It was fairly straightforward and to the point, with little deviation from the main topic. Exactly what he would expect from a woman like Madame Bones. She really wasn't one for pleasantries, preferring to get straight to the heart of any matter. That the heart of the matter were the events of his first year intrigued him. He was not surprised that Amelia Bones knew of what happened. Susan had likely told her aunt about the events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone being at Hogwarts, as well as just who was after the stone. Naturally, this would make the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement intrigued, and possibly wary as well. As the head of the DMLE, it was Madame Bones' job to ensure the safety of Wizarding Britain. The knowledge that the Dark Lord who led a reign of terror upon the magical world for several decades might actually be alive and coming out of hiding was definitely something she would be interested in knowing. This meeting was likely so she could learn what really happened and make a plan to deal with Voldemort. Now how to respond. Obviously this meeting would be held. Even if the letter he received was not giving him what essentially amounted to a very subtle order, Harry would have still agreed to the meeting. One just does not allow the opportunity to gain an ally with such a prominently placed figure in the wizarding world unless they had a few nuts loose. All he needed was to figure out the best day for the meeting to take place. Hopefully this meeting would give him a powerful ally to fight against Voldemort when the man made his next move. Susan Bones was both excited and nervous. She was excited because her friend, Harry Potter, would actually be coming over to visit. It had only been a week, give or take a few days, since summer started, and already the person who had made the biggest impact on not just her but all of Hogwarts last year would be coming to her house. Sure, it was because her auntie wanted to talk to him about he who must not be named being alive, but that didn't change the fact that she was going to see him only a week and a half after school had ended. He was even staying over for dinner. She was also nervous because Harry Potter was coming over for dinner. Harry Potter, the boy who had befriended her and Hannah during the train ride to Hogwarts at the start of the term. Harry Potter, the boy whose knowledge of magic was unparalleled in their year. Harry Potter, who was smart and wise and kind, who had killed a troll in his first year protecting her and her friends, who was unafraid of doing things that went against the flow, who had broken through house barriers and earned the respect of student and teacher alike. Those weren't the only reasons she was nervous. There was also the fact that she had not had any friends other than Hannah over at her house, ever. Because her auntie was almost always busy with her work, Susan never really got out much, so she never spent much time with other kids. Hannah was the only person her age she spent a considerable amount of time with, and that was because the Abbotts were longtime allies of the ancient and most noble House of Bones. That is not to say she had only ever spent time with Hannah. There were occasions where she had met with Neville when her auntie would go over to the Longbottom estates for minor politicking and take her with. Their families had run in the same circles for centuries and they tried to maintain those ties. She had also met with other children from other pureblood families, such as Cormac McLagan and Morag McDougal, but none of them had ever been over to her house for a visit. Ever. Out of all the kids she knew, the only one who had come over, who she had invited over, was Hannah. And now Harry Potter would be coming over to visit. Harry Potter, her friend and the boy who just so happened to be the boy who lived. So yes, she was nervous. Very nervous. Had been nervous ever since her auntie had told her that Harry was coming over yesterday. Hundreds of thoughts and questions ran through her mind, all of them coming at the same time, threatening to overload her brain with anxiety. What should she do? How should she act? What should she wear? What would they talk about? Would her auntie hog all of Harry's time? What if he found spending time with her boring? These questions and more consumed her, making her a literal boiling pot of worry and anxiety. "Are you all right, Susan?" The sound of her auntie's voice snapped Susan out of her worry long enough to look up and see the woman who had raised her looking at her in concern. She and her auntie were sitting at the breakfast table. Her auntie had apparently finished her English breakfast while Susan had been fretting over today and was now reading the Daily Prophet while drinking a cup of black coffee. Susan never could understand how her auntie could like coffee so much. It was so bitter. "I'm fine, auntie." Susan tried to reassure her auntie that there was nothing wrong. She probably shouldn't have bothered. Her auntie always knew when she was lying, and this time was no different. "It's when you say you're fine that I know you are not fine," the interim head of the Bones family said in the kind of tone that would have let anyone know this particular situation was not a one-time occurrence. And it wasn't. Susan had lost track of the number of times Aunt Amelia had called her bluff like that. "Are you worried about Harry coming over?" Susan shifted uncomfortably in her seat. She should have known her auntie would figure things out on her own. In a society that was predominantly ruled by men, women do not get far unless they were incredibly gifted and perceptive. That was why only one woman had risen to a position higher than her auntie. And even to this day, Minister Bagnold's election was suspect of fraud. Though that may have had more to do with how poorly the war against you-know-who went when she was in charge rather than because she was a woman. Of course, there were many pureblood hardliners who said that Minister Bagnold had led the war so poorly because she was a woman. That was the reason very few women held high posts anymore. Yes, Susan answered truthfully, knowing better to hide her feelings now that the truth was out, if it had ever been hidden to begin with. "Well, you shouldn't," her auntie answered with the same blunt honesty she was known for in politics, albeit, she probably sounded much kinder now than she ever did when dealing with grubby, greedy politicians. "Harry Potter is your friend. He wouldn't have given you that bracelet otherwise. Susan smiled and looked down at the mention of her bracelet, her hand rising up to her face so she could get a better look at it. There, wrapped snugly around her wrist, was the bracelet with animation charms on it that her auntie spoke of. It was almost always on her. The only time she ever took the bracelet off was when she was sleeping and washing herself. She then looked back up at her auntie as worry set in once more. But what if doesn't like it here? Or what if he thinks I'm boring? Asked Susan, her tone betraying just how worried she really was. I'm not open and friendly like Hannah, or interesting and funny like Tracy. I'm not even really smart like Hermione and Daphne. Her shoulders slumped. I'm just plain old Susan. Amelia withheld a sigh as she looked at her niece. Susan, you are anything but plain, she told the young girl. And you are just as intelligent and interesting as all of those people. You are simply too shy for your own good. Have more confidence in yourself and stop worrying about whether or not Harry will enjoy his time with you. If he didn't like you for who you are, he would not have spent so much time with you in the first place. And if he doesn't, then he's not worth your time anyways. The words, despite being somewhat gruff, were spoken with the warmth and reassurance of a parent speaking to their child, and were just what Susan needed to hear. The young heiress allowed herself to relax and calm down. Her auntie was right, she shouldn't worry so much. Harry had spent plenty of time with her when they were at Hogwarts, and they had spoke one-on-one a number of times that showed he was interested in her. That every time they spoke he did most of the talking because she was too shy to really speak her mind was a non-issue. Thank you, Auntie, Susan said appreciatively. Amelia offered her niece a smile. Not a problem. Her smile grew into a tiny smirk. Now, I suggest you get dressed, unless you want Harry to see you in your pajamas. Susan flushed red at the thought of Harry seeing her in her sleepwear. It wasn't like they were showy or anything, just a regular pair of yellow pajama bottoms and a large shirt, but they weren't very appropriate garments to wear when someone was visiting, Hannah notwithstanding. Right, Susan squeaked, getting up from the breakfast table and bolting for her room. She didn't hear her auntie chuckling at her as she quickly made her way to her room. Once there, the young redhead went over to her closet to try and select something to wear for when Harry came over. 30 minutes and several sets of clothing later, Susan was no closer to figuring out what would be appropriate to wear. She had tried on several different outfits and discarded each one for one reason or another. Right now she was trying on a yellow skirt with a black shirt combination that she had picked up in the Muggle world. Unlike most of Wizarding Society, she and her auntie were not wholly ignorant of their non-magical counterparts. They did not know everything about Muggles, they knew nothing about cars or airplanes or the newfangled computers that were so hot on the Muggle market right now, but they at least knew enough about their clothes to know that Muggle clothing was infinitely more comfortable than all but the most expensive of wizarding robes. Her auntie said it had something to do with how Muggle clothing is made, but Susan had forgotten what she had been told. Susan was so caught up in looking for something appropriate to wear that she did not even know her auntie had entered her room until the woman spoke. I would suggest wearing your yellow sundress and a pair of sandals. With a slight squeak of surprise, Susan spun around to see her auntie looking at her with an amused smile. Don't do that. Susan clutched a hand to her beast, causing Amelia Bones to chuckle. Sorry, her auntie apologized, still smiling. But the suggestion still stands. Your yellow sundress will be both comfortable and make you look presentable. Ah, right. Susan quickly found the sundress her auntie had suggested and put it on. Then she was following her auntie down to the study where a large fireplace could be seen with a fire blazing away. There they waited for Harry to arrive, which only took a few seconds. The fire burst into brilliant green, signifying the use of someone flowing their house. A few seconds later, a young man with raven-colored hair shot forth from the fire. Of course, the term, shot forth, in this instance was very literal. Susan watched in shock as Harry Potter flew over the heads of herself and her auntie, his body flipping like some kind of acrobat at a circus. He landed on the floor just a few feet behind them, crouching low with his hands splayed on the ground for balance, forcing them to turn around as he stood from his crouched position and dusted some residue from the flow network off his clothes. He certainly knows how to make an entrance, her auntie said with an amused smile. Susan could only nod along in agreement. She had never seen anyone exit the flow network like that, and she herself had only stumbled the first few times she had used the flow. After dusting himself off, Harry Potter turned around and Susan couldn't quite restrain a gasp. Harry had dressed himself rather nicely. He was wearing a pair of crisp black slacks that looked like they would fit in both casual and formal settings. His shirt was a button-up collared shirt in a green that was several shades short of being black. The top 2 buttons were undone, showing a hint of muscle mass that did not look like it belonged on a boy of nearly 12 years old. However, what caught Susan's attention were not his clothes, but his eyes. Harry Potter had always had the most beautiful eyes she had ever seen, and every one of the girls in her house, and likely many other houses, agreed with that sentiment. His eyes were still beautiful, still the same shade of killing curse green that looked far more alive than anything else she had ever seen. But where before the eyes had only held a metaphorical glow, now they seemed to be glowing quite literally. It looked like someone had taken a Muggle light bulb and supplanted them behind his eyes. The closest instance she could think of that matched what she saw now was the way Headmaster Dumbledore's eyes seemed to twinkle constantly. Had they always been like that, or was this some kind of trick of the light? "My apologies for the entrance," he said, bowing low enough that his messy hair blocked his face. "For some reason, whenever I use the flow network, I always end up exiting in a rather spectacular manner. I have yet to resolve this problem." "Don't worry about that," Aunt Amelia said. It was hard to tell with such a normally stern voice, but Susan could have sworn her auntie sounded amused. "It's not like it's something you can help." Harry came out of his bow and tilted his head curiously at her. "What do you mean?" "The way the flow network was enchanted makes it so that the witch or wizard using it is traveling under their own power," Aunt Amelia explained. "I don't know the specifics of how it works, but I remember reading in a history text many years ago that when the Ministry of Magic was originally trying to design the flow network, they had tried enchanting it to run off a runic array that worked similar to a Muggle battery. The problem with this was that runes can only hold and store so much magic, and the amount of people who began relying on the flow meant the runes had to be recharged every few minutes or so, which caused many of those responsible for keeping it charged to suffer from magical exhaustion." "I see," Harry murmured as his eyes began to glaze over. Susan recognized his look as one he gave when thinking magical jargon, as Tracy had once put it. "So you are saying that the flow runs off the magic of the user, in which case a person who has more magic would end up overpowering the charms and enchantments used on the flow network, thereby forcing them out of the flow faster." Aunt Amelia raised an eyebrow at the boy, but he seemed almost oblivious to their presence now. "But that wouldn't explain it all, would it?" "No, I doubt someone like Albus Dumbledore has such problems with the flow. That would make it a matter of control. Or maybe there is a charm that can limit the amount of magic a user puts into the flow network when traveling. Stabilizing charms, perhaps, or maybe some form of neutralizing charm, Before Harry could begin getting too into his theories and whatever else he was thinking, Aunt Amelia coughed into her hand, causing Harry to blush a bit as he realized how he had been ignoring his host. Susan thought it was adorable. "My apologies, again. It seems I have forgotten myself." "It's fine," Aunt Amelia waved his apology away. "I understand you are curious about magic. Susan has told me as much. That being said, I am surprised you are not in Ravenclaw." "The hat said I would have been well suited towards any of the 4 houses," Harry said with a shrug, as if being a candidate for all 4 houses was a minor feat people spoke of as if they were talking about the weather. "I simply chose Gryffindor." "Because of your parents?" asked Aunt Amelia, sounding curious. "Partly, though there were other reasons for my decision." Harry trailed off for a second, then shook his head. "Anyways, I believe we have gotten off track. It's a pleasure to see you again, Madam Bones. You are looking well." "Good to see you too," Aunt Amelia said, shaking hands with the young boy as he extended his hand for her to grab. "You seem to be in good health." After they shook hands, Harry turned towards Susan and smiled. Susan found her face turning hot and she just knew she was blushing. "It's good to see you, Susan," Harry said, his voice a lot less formal than when he was speaking to her auntie. He eyed her dress for a moment, causing her flush to spread from just her cheeks to the rest of her face. "That dress looks good on you." "Ah, thank you." Susan tried not to squeak. She wasn't quite sure she succeeded. "Susan," Aunt Amelia said suddenly, her eyes smiling with amusement in a way her lips probably never could. "Why don't you show Mr. Potter around the manor? I have a bit of business to attend to before dinner, then the three of us can meet in the dining hall to eat." It was obvious to Susan that her auntie was doing this to give her time with Harry before they got to the real reason he was there. Susan was grateful, really she was. But at the same time, a part of her wished her auntie had not made the suggestion at all. Then she wouldn't be so embarrassed. "Of course, Auntie," Susan tried her best to steady her breathing. She had been alone with Harry before. There was no need to be so flustered. It would be just like that time they went to the kitchens at Hogwarts. Yes, just like that. Except they were at her house. Susan really wished she could just crawl into a hole right now. She looked over at Harry and gave him a nervous smile. "Follow me, Harry." Having never been in a magical household like Bones Manor before, or any magical household not since his parents at any rate, for that matter, Harry had to admit that if this was the standard most pureblood households held themselves to, then he would be impressed. It probably wasn't, since the Bones were a founding house, but that was besides the point. Bones Manor was a Baroque-styled mansion. It had exactly 5 floors and 462 rooms. According to Susan, who led Harry on the tour, the mansion was built in 1756 after the original Bones Manor was destroyed during a siege by the Dark Lord of that time and his minions. The hallways they wandered were a combination of commanding imposition and Spartan elegance. There was very little in the way of decoration, but the floors, walls, and ceiling were made of bone-white marble that was polished to a shine. The few decorations the halls did have were the Baroque Corinthian columns that lined either side of the walls every 5 feet exactly, the bronze oil lamps that gleamed as the light reflected off them, and the few magical portraits of past heads of the Bones family. Susan did not show Harry many of the rooms, as there were far too many to show in a single sitting. Instead she showed him a few of the more important rooms in the East Wing, which was where she and her aunt lived. Apparently the West Wing was for political guests and the like. So far she had shown him her aunt's study, the dining hall, the kitchens, the foyer, several guest rooms, a billiards room, and last but not least, her room. The room of Susan Amelia Bones was about what he would have expected from someone whose aunt was Amelia Bones. It was girly, yet Spartan. The carpet was soft and colored in the same bone-white scheme as the rest of the house. The walls were bare of posters like Lisa's room, but it did have a few magical photos featuring a young couple, Susan's parents he presumed, as well as a baby Susan and a younger, less worn-looking Amelia. She had a large walk-in closet on one side and a door leading to what he presumed was the restroom on the other. Her room only had a few commodities. A large queen-sized bed with yellow and black striped sheets and pillows with a badger on it. The Bones family has been predominantly Hufflepuff since 1762, an antique dresser that looked like it had been carved out of bone, a nightstand, a bookshelf, and a desk with a comfortable-looking chair. "So, this is my room," Susan said softly, looking embarrassed by her room for some reason. Maybe she was afraid he would think it too bare. "It's not much, I know, but I like it," Harry interrupted, casting his gaze around the room before focusing on the slightly surprised girl standing next to him. He smiled. "There's no clutter. Everything is neatly organized. It has a few personal touches, but you don't overload the walls with posters and pictures. It suits you." Thank you," Susan mumbled, suddenly finding her toes to be infinitely more interesting than anything else at the moment. "So what other rooms does this house possess?" asked Harry, deciding it may be a good idea to change the subject before Susan's head exploded. He didn't know why she was embarrassed. It could have just been due to her natural shyness, but thought it best to switch topics so they could continue conversing. "I mean, this is a pretty large mansion. Auntie told me that Potter Manor was actually said to be larger than this," Susan informed him with a slight smile. That smile turned into a sad frown a moment later as another thought seemed to occur to her. Though that was before it got destroyed during the war against you-know-who. Harry could sense her apprehension about bringing up a topic that should have probably been a sore spot for him. While a part of Harry felt that the knowledge of his family's ancient roots had been destroyed should depress him, he couldn't really find it in himself to mourn the destruction of a place he had never been to. The only thing that bothered him was when he thought about all the potential knowledge the Potters may have held that was now lost to time because that psychopath of a Dark Lord decided to destroy his family legacy. Not wanting himself or his friend to dwell on past pains, Harry carefully hooked an arm through one of Susan's and offered the girl a smile. "Why don't you show me around some more?" he suggested. Susan's reaction was immediate. Her face became as red as her hair, the glow of her blush covering not just her entire head all the way to her scalp, but also seeping down below her neck. It was very amusing to see how easily flustered this girl got. She began trying to calm herself by taking deep breaths, but they didn't seem to work too well. Despite this, she did not make any attempt to remove Harry's arm from her own. "Ah, yes, of course," Susan stumbled with her words a bit, but gamely tried to keep from letting her embarrassment get to her. "Why don't I show you some of the other rooms?" And with that, the pair were off once again, walking down the hallways, their feet making light clicks along the bone-white tile. "You know, I never understood why people needed to live in such large mansions," Harry commented after Susan got finished showing Harry one of the 5 lounges used for informal gatherings. "I remember reading about how some of the wings of a manor were at one point used to house whole families when political gatherings took place, but there doesn't seem to be much of a need for that these days. I think it goes back to the days when pureblood families were trying to impress people with their wealth," Susan murmured. When Harry tilted his head, she flushed, then continued. "A lot of the older families like to have larger houses to show off how rich they are." "That sounds like something the Malfoys would do," Harry commented offhandedly, causing Susan to smile a bit. "It does, doesn't it?" As the two continued the tour, they were eventually stopped when a tiny creature popped up in front of them. It was a very small thing, no more than 3 feet tall, with spindly arms and legs, which made a stark contrast to its overly large head that contained a large pair of eyes and a long, pointed nose. Pointed, bat-like ears sat on its head, flapping every so often. Harry recognized the creature as a house elf from one of the books he had read. The house elf was not wearing what could be considered traditional clothing in any way. Instead it was wearing a tea towel, bone-white in color and with the Bones coat of arms on the left east. "Mrs. Susie, Madam Bones is awaiting you and Mr. Potters in the dining hall," the house elf informed the young red-haired heiress in a squeaky voice. "Okay, thank you, Penny," Susan said as the house elf squeaked an acknowledgement before disappearing with a sharp crack of displaced air. Susan looked over at Harry. "Come on, we'd better head back to the dining hall." The dining hall, as Susan had called it, was a surprisingly small and informal dining room with a rectangular table that could seat up to 8 people and plush-looking chairs with yellow and black padding. Both the table and chairs continued the scheme of looking like they had been carved from bones that made up the Bones Manor. Amelia Bones was already seated at the head of the table, the position where the head of house was supposed to sit. "Auntie," Susan said as she moved over to sit on the right side of her aunt, and at a gesture from the stern-looking, monocle-wearing woman, Harry sat right next to his red-haired friend. "Did you enjoy the tour?" Madam Bones asked of Harry after they had all been seated. "I did," Harry said with a pleasant smile. "This is a very nice manor, very ostentatious. Though," he gazed around the room, noting the polished marble and Corinthian columns. "I'm kind of surprised you are willing to live in such an extensive and likely costly place. You don't really strike me as the type to enjoy showing off such opulence." The head of the DMLE smiled. "You're right, I don't." She leaned back in her chair. "I actually used to live in a small cottage that got destroyed during the war. When Susan's parents were lost to us and I ended up taking the mantle for the House of Bones, I started living here. It's not only tradition for all head of houses to do so. Bones Manor is one of the most secure locations within Wizarding Britain, third only to Hogwarts and Gringotts." Harry nodded and, out of the corner of his eyes, noticed that Susan was gripping the arm rest of her chair tightly. A look at her face showed that she was distressed, her nose and brow scrunched up as she forced tears back from her eyes. Realizing that it was probably hearing about how her parents had been killed that was bothering her, Harry reached out and placed a hand over hers. The action served to make Susan relax. She looked down at the hand, then over to Harry, before looking back at the hand. After a moment, she smiled and carefully turned her hand over so she could squeeze his in thanks, before allowing Harry his hand back. Amelia saw the exchange, but didn't say anything. Harry wondered if he had stepped over his bounds, but since she wasn't speaking or looking at him disapprovingly, figured she was just observing the moment. I have read that the ancient and most noble House of Bones were well known for their wards and defensive enchantments, Harry said as he placed his hand back on his own armrest. We are, Amelia informed him, then grimaced. Or were. I was never that good with warding, though I am talented at defense. It's the reason I was able to become head Auror during the war. However, with Susan and I as the last of our house, I am afraid warding might become a thing of the past for our family. That was a sobering thought, and one that he did not like to think. The loss of knowledge always bothered Harry. While he was not like a Ravenclaw, seeking knowledge for knowledge's sake, he loved learning and finding practical uses for what he learned. The idea that knowledge that he could have probably used at some point may be lost to the ages was depressing. I wanted to thank you, Harry, Amelia said, changing the subject smoothly before the silence that had descended upon the room could get awkward. Harry blinked. For what? My niece has told me of how you helped her in her classes and with her homework. In all of the letters I received from Susan during the year, most of them were on how helpful you were. Auntie, Susan gasped, her face flushing red in embarrassment. She looked like she wanted to sink into her chair. Harry looked over at Susan, who noticed his gaze and quickly diverted her own. He almost chuckled. This girl was even worse than Lisa when she was embarrassed. I may have given some help, but you did all the work, Harry told her. His words merely made her blush more. Even if I hadn't given aid, you would have been fine. Maybe with my transfiguration, Susan admitted as she did her best to get over her bashfulness. But my charms work isn't that good. I don't think I would have done a very good job if you hadn't helped me with those spells. Maybe, maybe not, Harry shrugged. Personally, I think you would have excelled whether I was around or not. Before Susan could try to refute his words, food began appearing on the table. Harry looked over at the food with interest. Most of it was what someone would expect to find at your average English meal: roast lamb, boiled vegetables, baked potatoes, bread, and all of it bathed in gravy. It was nowhere near as healthy as the foods Harry liked to eat, but he did not want to be a rude guest, so he made do. Small talk was made during dinner, mostly between Harry and Madame Bones. Susan for some reason remained very quiet, only speaking when Harry asked her a question or tried to bring her into the conversation. Harry didn't know why, but his friend seemed to be more interested in listening to the conversation between himself and her aunt than she did actually partaking. It wasn't all that unusual, as Susan was very shy. But several times he had caught her staring at him with a strange look on her face that did not match the normally kind, if a bit bashful, girl at all. This was an excellent meal, Harry replied, speaking only half honestly. It had tasted good, even he would not deny that. But he wished people would eat a little healthier. I'll be sure to pass on that compliment to our house elf, Madame Bones said, standing up. Now why don't we adjourn to my study? Realizing that they were finally getting to the heart of the matter as to why he was here, Harry and Susan both stood up and pushed their chairs back. They followed Madame Bones as she led them down one of the many hallways and into her private study. Amelia Bones' private study was a very apt reflection on said woman's personality. It was very Spartan, almost bare. While the walls were made of the same bone-white color scheme, as was the floor and ceiling, there was very little in the way of amenities. Harry could see a large desk in front of a bookcase containing scrolls of some kind, 2 chairs in front of the desk, and a low standing table in the center of the room that had 2 couches on either side of it. There were very few pictures or anything on the walls to indicate the room was even used, just 4 magical photos of Madame Bones, Susan, and Susan's parents located on the desk. As Harry surveyed his new surroundings, his attention was inexplicably drawn to what looked like a shallow stone basin sitting on the table in the center of the room. He had never seen anything quite like it before. It could have almost been mistaken for an ancient bowl used by nomadic tribes before the Age of Iron came about. However, Harry could tell almost immediately that it was not something so basic as that. Runes. Several runes were carved into its side. They moved in what looked like a never-ending chain of patterns around the object. Harry recognized the runes. They were Nordic, though their meaning was lost on him. If he were to run a literal translation of the runes, it would be along the lines of, unveiling the third eye of the inner mind to those who would seek the counsel of others. It was a very rough translation, and not entirely accurate, but that was the gist of what the runes said when combined. Perhaps even stranger than the runes themselves was the liquid inside of the stone basin. It did not look like liquid at all. In fact, if Harry did not know any better, he would almost believe that the swirling mass of silvery liquid was some kind of gas. The liquid had an almost cloud-like quality to it that made him think of vapors that could be found when burning incense. At a gesture from Madame Bones, Harry and Susan sat down on one of the couches while the department head took a seat across from them. Once the two were comfortable, she then gestured towards the bowl. "Do you know what this is?" "No." Harry shook his head as Susan remained silent. "I can't say I've ever seen anything like it before either." Much as he did not like to admit to containing a lack of knowledge, he was smart enough not to downplay his shortcomings. He knew there was a lot about the wizarding world he still had yet to learn, knowledge he did not possess, items and objects that he did not know existed. This was likely just one instance of many. "This is what's called a pensieve," Madame Bones began to explain. "It's an object that is used to review memories." "I see." Harry immediately caught on to where this was going. "And you want to see the memory of my confrontation with Voldemort?" "Yes." Harry nodded. That would actually make this situation much easier. Harry had been wondering how he would be able to properly convey the danger Voldemort possessed with words alone. If she actually saw for herself what happened rather than have him try to explain it, she may come to realize the threat the man posses better than if he were to simply tell her his tale. It would also help validate what happened to him. Right now, all Madame Bones had to go on was his words on what happened via Susan. And while Harry was sure she trusted her niece, the potential of the Dark Lord's return to the living was something that would bring terror to the world of magic at just the thought. How could she possibly believe him if he didn't have any proof other than his words? "Very well," he said after a few seconds of thought. His eyes focused once more on Madame Bones. "How would we go about showing my memory of the event in this pensieve?" At his words, Madame Bones stood up and made her way over to him. Harry and Susan both watched as she knelt down, wand in hand. "What I am going to do is place my wand at your temple. I want you to focus on the events you wish to show in as much detail as you can. I will then be able to extract the memory, place it in a pensieve, and then watch it." Sounds simple enough. Harry quickly conjured up the memory of his confrontation with Voldemort from the moment he entered the chamber with the stone to the moment Voldemort tried to possess him. "I'm ready." "Then let's proceed," Amelia said, placing her wand at his temple. Extracting a memory was a most unusual experience. It was very hard to describe the sensation he felt as it was taken from him. It literally felt like the memory was being pulled directly from his brain and into Amelia's wand, and when the memory was fully extracted, Harry could not even recall the memory from his mind. Now that was disconcerting. While there were many memories that Harry possessed that he sometimes wished he could forget, those memories and the experience he had gained from them were a large part of what made him who he was. He would not exchange or erase them for the world. "I hope that when you finish viewing my memory, you'll return it to me," Harry said to the monocle-wearing female as she placed the silvery wisp-like memory inside of the pensieve. He did not like the idea of not being able to remember something he knew happened to him. It was far from pleasant. "Don't worry," Madame Bones told him in a slightly placating tone. "Once I finish viewing the memory, I will give it back to you." A sigh of relief escaped Harry's lips as he watched Madame Bones put a finger into the pensieve. It was interesting to watch. There was no major change. It wasn't like the monocle-wearing woman was suddenly beeped into the liquid. However, the way her eyes glazed over and began rapidly fluttering back and forth, as if she were watching something only she could see, was very telling. Figuring it would take a while for Madame Bones to review his memories in their entirety, Harry turned his body slightly so that he was partially facing Susan. "Are you all right, Sue?" he asked, the question seeming random and startling the young girl he was questioning. "I noticed during dinner that you were rather quiet. Well, quieter than usual, that is." It's nothing," Susan said softly as she looked down at her hands on her lap. The action caused Harry to frown. It was one of her tells that he had discovered a while ago. Whenever Susan was embarrassed or wanted to speak but was afraid to, she would look away from the person she was talking to, often looking down. "Susan," he said again, getting her attention. "We're friends, right?" "Ah, oh, of course," Susan stuttered, both startled and embarrassed by the sudden topic change. "And you know that as your friend you can tell me anything, right?" Harry continued, disguising his frown well. He was still getting used to all his friends' quirks and how to properly get them to open up to him. It was difficult because he was so used to Lisa, who usually only required a hug to get her talking. Unfortunately, he didn't think hugging Susan would work like it did with Lisa. "I'm not going to make fun of you, or laugh at you." Harry paused. It was for barely a second, but it was there. "I want to help." Susan looked at him, her eyes taking on a strange quality. They weren't quite piercing. Nothing like his own eyes could be. It was more like they had become more perceptive of their surroundings. A strange change from their normally nervous look, to be sure. I guess I'm just envious of you," Susan finally admitted quietly, her shoulders slumping as if she were ashamed of herself. "Envious of me?" Harry knew there were a number of people who were jealous of him. If not for his status as the boy who lived or his top grades, then for his wealth and title as heir to the ancient and most noble house of Potter. Envy and jealousy were something he lived with every day. Still, he had not expected Susan, sweet, shy Susan of all people, to be jealous of him. "Why? Because of how easy everything is for you," Susan said, still not looking at him. "Even now, I watch you sitting around and talking with my auntie like it was an everyday occurrence, like she isn't one of the most powerful women in magical Britain. It's just frustrating," Harry offered as Susan trailed off. The redhead gave him a nod. "Yes, I think I understand," Harry said slowly as he tried to place himself in Susan's shoes. It was hard because he did not have any experience with what she was feeling. "Your aunt casts a very big shadow, doesn't she? And you're trying to live up to the expectations people have of you for being her niece, but you're afraid you'll fail. And then you meet me, and I just sort of came in out of nowhere and took center stage, as it were. Is that about right?" "It's not just that." Susan finally looked at him, and for the first time, he could see how frustrated she was. "It's that you always seem so perfect. You're always the first to get a spell right in class, the first to finish your homework, then you help all of us finish our homework. You made the Quidditch team in your first year and bought all of the team's new brooms. And now, here you are, talking to my aunt, who just so happens to be one the most powerful woman in the Ministry of Magic, like an equal. I just sort of wish that I could be like you, maybe if I was. You'd be able to live up to your aunt's reputation," Harry finished. Susan nodded meekly, the surprising rant having taken a lot out of her. She seemed to have almost collapsed into herself now that she had expended all that energy in expressing how she felt. Harry watched the girl for a moment as he tried to figure out what he could say to help her. He was ashamed to admit this, but he had never actually thought about how his friends might take his abilities and talents. And now that he knew how Susan felt when she saw him performing magic in class or helping them with their homework, he couldn't help but wonder if his other friends might feel the same way. Did they feel stymied by his seemingly remarkable feats and intelligence? Were they feeling inadequate? And if they were, what should he do about it? If there was one thing Harry was sure of, it was that he couldn't just lower his own skills to make them feel better. Now that the gauntlet had been set, even if he were to do such a thing, it wouldn't matter. His more perceptive friends would know and realize he wasn't trying as hard, so they would not feel inadequate, which would make them angry because they would know what he was doing and likely assume it was out of pity. At the same time, Harry didn't want them to feel like they were beneath him, in skills or in intellect. The whole purpose of surrounding himself with his friends was so he would have people he could, if not relate to, then at least have some semblance of normalcy with. At least, As normal as it can get when you're going to a school for witchcraft and wizardry. Maybe he should find some other way to help them instead of just giving them the answers they sought. Like some kind of reverse psychology where he gave them the necessary tools to discover the answers to their questions themselves, but didn't outright tell them what they wanted to know. It sounded promising, and may actually help them grow more than if he were to just give them all the answers they sought on a silver platter. Nothing breeds growth like conflict. Looking at Susan as she began to fidget anxiously, Harry realized that he really needed to say something. He didn't know what he was going to say, or even what he should say, but he definitely needed to come up with something that would help his friend. You know, a lot of people only think I'm perfect because that's what they want to see. As Susan stopped fidgeting to look at him, Harry bit his lip. He had absolutely no clue where he was going with this. You know how I'm the boy who lived, right? Susan gave him a hesitant nod, clearly confused but willing to go along with him. And you've probably read a lot of those stories about me, yes? Like the ones where I'm traveling around the world with my master, learning the ways of magic and fighting trolls and dragons as a pastime. Another nod. When you first realized I was coming to Hogwarts, did you expect me to be like the Harry you read in those books? Am I anything like the Harry Potter you read about in those stories? Well, yes, Susan answered, flushing a bit as she seemed to realize that she had already created an expectation of what Harry should be like before they had even met. But to be honest, you kind of are like the Harry in those stories. When he raised an eyebrow, she flushed some more and began to fidget. I mean, I always expected you to be kind and brave, which you are, and very smart and powerful. She gave him a slightly pointed look. Pointed for Susan at least. Which you are, and you're talented at magic, just like the Harry in those stories. Harry nodded. All true, but do you know why I am the way I am? When Susan shook her head, Harry answered his own question. Perception. When I first realized how famous I was, I realized that people had certain expectations about me, what I would look like, how I would act, my power, my intellect, everything. They all had this image in their heads about me being this all-powerful, all-knowing, omnipotent wizard capable of defeating dark lords like it was going out of style. This was what they wanted to see, so that's what I gave them. What you gave them? Susan frowned, her expression turning quizzical. Yes, Harry nodded. What I gave them. They wanted to see a wizard who was wise, and powerful, and all-knowing. So that entire summer before starting Hogwarts, I buckled down and began studying. I learned as much as I could about Hogwarts, and magic, and even found someone who could help me better integrate myself into wizarding society. I worked hard so that when I finally arrived at Hogwarts, people would see exactly what they had come to expect of me. Remember this, Susan. The way people perceive you to be is the basis for their reality. They look at you, and they have this image of how you should act, what your personality should be, how powerful you are. In many cases, it doesn't even matter whether or not you are like they believe you should be. The reality of an individual is not defined by the true reality of the world around them, but by their own perceptions of what they deem real. For example, you are the niece of Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I bet people expect you to be this amazing woman who is calm in the face of danger and believes wholly in the law. Who is stern, yet fair, and who believes in the laws put in place are there to protect our society. They most likely expect you to follow in your aunt's footsteps, becoming a top class or and climbing to the top to become head or if not the head of the entire DMLE. He paused for a moment, taking that time to look at Susan's wide eyes. Am I right? Yes. Susan breathed, her voice laced with shock. Yes, you're exactly right. Everyone thinks I'm going to be just like my auntie. Every time I've ever met with auntie's friends they always say things like, oh, you look just like Amelia when she was your age. Or, I bet you'll be just like your aunt when you get older. It drives me insane. I'll bet, Harry nodded sagely, masking his relief at being right. This is exactly how it is for me. People expect me to be a certain way because I am the boy who lived. He put quotation marks in the air when he spoke his moniker, as well as gave a slight snort of derision. How do you deal with it? Susan asked lowly. By striving to break out of my own shadow. Harry locked gazes with Susan, passion burning in his eyes. By proving to everyone that I am more than just the stories they've been told. That I am more than just the boy who live. When people look at me, I don't want them to say, look. It's the boy who live. No, I want them to say, look. It's Harry Potter. So I try to be the best I can be so that when people look at me, it's my name they are thinking of and not that silly moniker I was given before I was even out of my nappies. Susan giggled, causing Harry to crack a small grin of his own. He was glad to have at least gotten her to feel good enough to giggle. Yet even as he thought this, the redhead's laughter eventually died off as her cheerful expression was replaced by a pensive one. I don't think I can do that, she admitted, her left hand coming up to rub her right arm. I'm not like you. I'm not brave, or strong, or smart, or anything like that. I think you might be selling yourself short. Harry hesitated for only a moment before grabbing her hand like he had done during dinner. The action forced Susan to look at him, as well as gain a light dusting of pink on her cheeks. You might not be smart like a Ravenclaw, or brave like a Gryffindor. And you may not have the cunning of a Slytherin, but you know what? None of those traits are actually needed to achieve greatness. They certainly helped, as Harry could attest to. But just because they helped did not necessarily they were needed to achieve greatness. The only thing a person needs to become great is hard work. The ability to put all of your effort into accomplishing your goals. Intelligence can be acquired through learning, bravery achieved by facing down the things you fear, cunning can be learned through experience, but hard work is something that can only be acquired naturally, or through the experience of many failures. A lot of people degrade the Hufflepuff house, believing it to be the house of leftovers. But you know what? They're wrong. Hufflepuff is the house of hard work. They are the ones who understand that by putting their all into everything they do, they too can achieve greatness. By this point, Harry knew he had Susan's complete, undivided attention. She was staring at him in rapture. Just take your aunt for example. Wasn't she in Hufflepuff? Now look at her. She is the only female in the history of the Ministry of Magic to become the head of the DMLE, and the second female to ever hold a high post in office. And she didn't get there through cunning and ambition, but through hard work and gumption. Harry, Susan breathed, her voice barely a whisper. And you can become just as great as your aunt, Harry continued. By this point in time, he had actually worked himself into a bit of a frenzy. Adrenaline was pumping through his veins almost like when he was sparring. He could feel the blood pounding in his ears as he let his passion for this subject get the best of him. It doesn't even have to be in her field like everyone expects you to be. There are many ways to serve your country than protecting them from dark wizards. You could become a healer, or a teacher, or any other number of important careers. The only thing limiting you is this, Harry finished by poking Susan's forehead. Wise words. Harry froze at the same time Susan did as someone who was not either of them spoke up. Slowly, the two turned around to see Madame Bones, who looked like she had just finished reviewing Harry's memory and was now looking at Harry with a very contemplative and appreciative expression on her face. I don't think I've ever met someone who was so intelligent at such a young age, Madame Bones continued, her lips quirking upwards in a semi-smile. For perhaps the first time in a good while, Harry found himself well and truly embarrassed. It was not the kind of mortification he felt when dealing with Katrina's teasing, or something equally bothersome. No, this was the kind of embarrassment that came from having someone listening in on a conversation you were having with someone else that you got so caught up in you didn't even realize said other person was listening. That the conversation just so happened to be giving a pep talk to Susan Bones, and the one listening in was her aunt only made him that much more flustered. Gee, thank you. Madame Bones offered the boy a slight smile, before addressing her niece. Susan, I suggest you listen to this boy's advice. You will go very far if you do. Yes, Auntie, Susan replied dutifully. She was not embarrassed like Harry was, a surprising change of events. Then again, she knew the woman before them much better than Harry ever would. She was probably used to Madame Bones' antics. I take it you reviewed the memory? Asked Harry, coughing into his hand in order to get back on track. He wanted to forget this particular moment of weakness, even if he would never actually be able to forget it. At the very least he wanted to move this along so he could rein in his chagrin. I did. Madam Bones leaned back in her chair and frowned. And I am very disturbed with what I saw. She shook her head, a look of incredulity crossing over her face. To think that the Dark Lord really is still alive and was at Hogwarts, and riding on the back of a professor's head like some kind of parasite to boot. It's probably how he was able to get past the wards. Harry rubbed his chin. By masking his magical signature with another magical signature, he was able to remain hidden from the wards and protections surrounding Hogwarts. There is also the fact that right now Voldemort is extremely weak. At the moment he's nothing but a wraith, a shadow of his former self. Physically speaking, he is powerless unless he's leeching off someone else. And even then, because he's practically beeping all the magic out of the person he's possessing, that person also becomes significantly weaker than he or she normally would be. Which would explain why you were able to match him during your fight. Madam Bones nodded approvingly at the young boy. Nice fight, by the way. Your idea of getting up close was good. Very few wizards actually know how to fight without a wand. Take it away and they're useless. Madam Bones paused for a moment to adjust her monocle. What I want to know is, what was the Philosopher's Stone doing there in the first place? I couldn't tell you. Harry shrugged helplessly. I only discovered the stone's existence through carefully crafted research and observation. And it's not like I could look into the mind of Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore to see what they were thinking when they decided to bring the Philosopher's Stone to Hogwarts. Besides, what's done is done. The stone won't be bothering anyone now. He fixed Madam Bones with a look. I think the real question we should be asking is what should we do about the Dark Lord? Yes, that is the question, isn't it? Madam Bones spoke rhetorically before falling silent. I would like to inform Minister Fudge about this event. Harry bit his lip when she said this to keep from disputing her, but because Minister Fudge is in Lucius Malfoy's back pocket, I don't think it would do any good. It would also incite panic even if Minister Fudge were inclined to believe you, which I doubt he would be, Harry added. Even now, nearly 12 years after his defeat, people still fear Voldemort to the point where they can't even say his name. If you went and told Minister Fudge about Voldemort still being alive and trying to find a body again, he would probably do everything in his power to discredit you. That's very insightful thinking, Madam Bones complimented. And very true. She placed her hands on the table, gazing at Harry with a curious look. What do you think should be done in this situation then? Harry frowned, wondering for a moment why this woman was asking his opinion when she likely had much more experience than he did. Was she truly curious about his thoughts? Was she testing him? Those thoughts didn't last long. He dispelled each of them with a subtle shake of the head and focused on the woman before him. I would keep this information to myself while preparing what I can in secret. Harry paused, tilting his head in thought for a moment. Is there anyone within the Ministry of Magic that you would trust to not let this information slip? There's Alistair Moody, though he's retired from Auror work, Madam Bones said. But he's friends with Albus Dumbledore, so chances are good that he already knows. I do know of another person who may be able to help us. He's an unspeakable, but I am not sure if I trust him with this information. Then it would be best not to tell him, Harry said. If you're not 100% sure they can be entrusted with this information, it would be best to keep them ignorant. A frown marred Harry's face. It would be hard to come up with a plan if it was just the two of them. They would need more allies. I'll see what I can do about gaining potential allies, Harry started. In the meantime, it may be prudent to try and convince Minister Fudge to increase the funding for the Auror Corps. As I understand it, ever since he was elected as minister, the funds for the DMLE have been cut down to a third of what they once were. You would be right, Madam Bones grimaced. Under the suggestion of Lucius Malfoy, Fudge has been cutting funds to the DMLE using the pretense that since the war is over, there is no longer any need for such a large task force. Harry's lips thinned a bit. Even during a time when there wasn't a war going on, a force like the Aurors was still very much needed. From Harry's understanding, the Auror forces acted as a double for both army and police. Without a large task force capable of policing the entirety of Britain, it left the country vulnerable towards everything from your pickpockets to murderers. And that was saying nothing about having them to protect England against a potential invasion from another country. Do you think Lucius Malfoy knows you know who is alive? Blinking at almost the same time, Harry and Madame Bones turned their heads to look at Susan, who let out a slight eep at suddenly finding herself the center of attention. That is a very good question, Harry smiled while Madame Bones looked at her niece in pride. Susan flushed at the praise. But to answer it, no, I don't think Malfoy knows about Voldemort's continued existence. If he did, the Dark Lord would have been resurrected by now. All Lucius would have needed to do was inform Fudge of the stone being placed at Hogwarts and convince him that it was not safe to keep the stone in a school full of children. After that it would only be a matter of getting his hands on the stone for his master and giving it to him. Harry's right, Madame Bones added thoughtfully. Secrecy is currently the Dark Lord's best weapon right now. That means he has to remain in hiding from everybody, including his followers. At least until he gains enough strength to let everyone know he's still alive, especially since some of his followers may not like to know he's still around. Lucius Malfoy has always been a man who does what's best for Lucius Malfoy, and as much he may deny it to the Dark Lord if he were asked, he has enjoyed living a life of supreme luxury since his master's demise. How hard do you think it will be to increase the DMLE's funding in order to expand the Auror forces? Asked Harry, causing Madame Bones to grimace. Very, the interim head of the Bones family sighed. The problem is Lucius Malfoy currently has all the cards. He's either bribed or blackmailed most of the ministry into his pocket. Just about everyone owes him something, which is why he managed to get so powerful despite not being from the wealthier of families like the Zabinis or the Ashfords. The only people he can't bribe or blackmail are the Light families, and they're firmly in Dumbledore's pocket. Dumbledore hates violence, Madame Bones continued. I can't rightly blame him for that. He fought in 2 wars against 2 separate Dark Lords. But those wars gave him an aversion to violence and fighting. I doubt he would be willing to have his people help us try to increase funding in order to prepare for war. And so we're back to square one, Harry sighed, his thoughts turning to his headmaster. He was not sure what to think about the man. On the one hand, he had placed the Philosopher's Stone in a school with children. On the other, he was very powerful and no one could deny he was wise. Would a man like him really not help them increase funding for their Auror Corps in order to protect Britain from Voldemort? What about the neutral faction? Asked Susan, speaking up once again. Harry and Madame Bones glanced over at her, causing the redhead's face to turn as red as her hair, but she still pressed onwards. They're not working for either side, right? Couldn't you get them to help? We could, Madame Bones said at a questioning glance from Harry. However, convincing them to band together is an issue in and of itself. The problem with the neutral families, aside from the fact that they like to stay out of most political affairs that don't adversely affect them, is that they're very divided. The neutrals have a number of separate factions within themselves, and none of those factions are very fond of each other. This makes it hard for them to agree on anything, which is why they've never had much power within the Wizengamot, despite making up nearly 65% of the governing body. But if we could get them on our side it would prove incredibly beneficial. Harry rubbed his chin for a moment, then cast a smile at Susan. That's a very good idea, Sue. Susan flushed. You're welcome, she mumbled demurely, her head turning downwards so that her hair hid her red face. Despite her embarrassment, she had a small smile on her face at being able to help her friend and auntie in a way they apparently had not thought of. Harry nearly cried in sweet relief as the movie Lisa had somehow convinced him to watch finally ended. How his friend managed to cajole him into watching it with her was beyond him. Never again would he allow her to dictate the terms of the movie they were watching. Harry wasn't even sure how Lisa had convinced her mother to let her watch the movie. Scratch that, he was pretty sure Lisa had not even informed her mother of what they would be watching before Mrs. Croft left to run some errands. Harry was beginning to regret letting Lisa get her way. He could only imagine what Mr. Croft would have done had he seen what they watching. Gia. Lisa let out a strange combination between a grunt and a yawn as she stretched her arms over her head from her position on the couch. She was laying down, her head plopped unceremoniously on his lap after she had decided he made the perfect pillow. His best friend smiled up at him through half-lidded eyes. That was a good movie. That was a horrible movie, Harry countered in a dry tone of voice. Wah! Lisa's expression took on one of shock. How could you think that? One from the Heart is one of the most impressive romance films of all time. It really shows how two people who are so different can find love with each other. It's also rated 15 for a reason, Harry intoned with a slightly deadpanned expression, before his look turned curious. And just where did you find that movie anyways? As far as I know, all the movies rated above 12 are locked up. Lisa giggled, causing Harry to narrow his eyes. You know what? I don't want to know. Harry decided then and there that however his friend managed to get her hands on a movie neither of her parents would have let them watch was none of his business. I really don't. Ah, don't be like that. Lisa grinned at him from her place on his lap, her eyes dancing with mirth. She looked like an imp, especially with the way her head was perpendicular to his, causing that smile of hers to look decidedly off. Adult movies are above and beyond better than those kiddie movies anyways. My tastes have become too refined for those childish movies. Harry gave the girl an indulgent smile as she tried to use a word that was more likely to come out of his mouth than hers. I'm sure. Now why don't you put that movie away before your mother or, heaven forbid, your father comes home and discovers it? Fine, Lisa huffed as she reluctantly got up from the couch and made her way over to the VCR. Harry watched her as she made her way out of the room and towards the closet where Lisa's mother stored all of the higher-rated movies. As the thump, thump noises from Lisa's feet hitting the wood tiling began getting louder, Harry went over to the VCR and put in a movie he wanted to watch. What's this? Asked Lisa as she walked back into the living room just as Harry sat back down. Her eyes were glued to the telly as the scene opened to show a high-tech city filled with pollution and what looked like strange chimneys belching fire. Blade Runner, Harry answered as Lisa sat herself down. The girl quickly scooted into his side so she could use his shoulder as a pillow. Harry allowed her to, and even slid an arm around her shoulder as an instinctual reaction. Now who's having us watch movies we're too young for? Lisa teased her friend as they got comfortable to watch the movie. Harry grunted, but didn't answer as Lisa's expression turned quizzical. And just where did you get this movie anyways? He had actually gotten the movie by using his magic to confuse a salesman into thinking he was 15. Not that he was going to tell her that. Magic, Harry answered with a sardonic chuckle. Lisa huffed. You know, if you didn't want to tell me you could have just said so, she mumbled, before growing silent to watch the movie. They would remain like this until Mrs. Croft came home with a trunk full of groceries. Harry arrived home a little later than he usually did. Since it was Saturday, he had decided it would be fine if he stayed over for dinner at Lisa's. He had no chores that day, and he doubted either of his relatives would complain about him not being there. And he was right. Petunia and Vernon hardly even paid attention to him when he came in through the door aside from a quick glance out of the corner of their eyes. In fact, Harry would say they were deliberately ignoring him in an attempt to pretend he didn't exist. They had been like this since the start of the summer. Harry assumed they were nervous around him because he was learning how to do more magic. They were probably afraid he would be more inclined to start using his magic on them, or perhaps just the idea of being near his unnaturalness was enough to make them keep their distance. He honestly didn't know, and truthfully, he didn't care. If they wanted to ignore him, that was just fine with Harry. He had better things to do than indulge his relatives in any way, shape, or form. As Harry made his way up to his room, the sound of his feet lighting thudding against the carpeted staircase was nearly overpowered by the sounds coming from the telly downstairs. Without pause, the young Potter heir swept down the hall and towards the door that marked his room. Entering his room, Harry got what would soon be the first of many surprises that summer. Sitting on the chair at his desk was a man. He was a very young-looking man, probably somewhere in his mid-20s. His hair was blonde, cut in an intermediate style that framed his face. He had a French nose set between two smiling blue eyes that spoke of amusement and mischief, and a strong jawline. The man was definitely of French descent, or at least came from the mainland, as Harry noted the distinct differences in facial features from normal British citizens. His clothing consisted of an extravagant silver robe that was more resplendent than anything Harry had ever seen to date. It looked more expensive than all of the clothing he had combined. It also told him something about the man sitting on his chair. This man was a wizard. A wizard Harry had never met before in his life. A wizard Harry had never met before in his life who just so happened to be sitting in his room like he owned the place. He was also holding the Philosopher's Stone in his left hand, which was held up to his face as he examined the very powerful magical artifact, turning this way and that as he studied it. Harry's mind jumbled together as panic raced through him. Who was this man? How did he find him? How did he find the Philosopher's Stone? How did he even know about the stone? Was he a friend or foe? And the biggest question, could he take him if the man proved to be dangerous? The man seemed to sense his emotions, or maybe saw something in his eyes, for his smile grew that much wider. Harry Potter, the man's eyes twinkled in a way that Dumbledore's never could. My name is Nicholas Flamel, and I would like to thank you for keeping my stone safe. Harry blinked. What? Life always takes interesting twists and turns, especially if your name is Harry Potter. Ever since the beginning of his life, when he first came out of that strange hollow tube that he would later learn was called a uterus, Harry had an inkling that he was different. This was not an entirely accurate assessment. Harry may remember that far back, but he did not have mind developed enough to come up with such complex conclusions, but it got the point across. For as long as Harry could remember, which was a very long time considering he never forgot anything, he knew he was somehow different from everyone else. He could do things that shocked his parents. He could remember everything that had ever happened to him and the things he saw in his presence. Magic came to him as easily as breathing, and things that would have never happened to someone else, happened to him. Things like becoming the sudden apprentice of Nicholas Flamel, the famed alchemist who became world-renowned for his creation of the Philosopher's Stone. Alchemy is the ancient metaphysical science and mystical art of manipulating and altering matter using magic, Nicholas Flamel lectured as he paced back and forth in front of his newest pupil. And the first one he'd had since Albus Dumbledore. Unlike transfiguration, alchemy is a permanent art. When you transfigure something, the object only stays in its transfigured state until the magic you have put into the object runs out. With alchemy, any object whose structure you've altered will stay that way until you decide to alter it again. In this way, alchemy is much more valuable than your standard magics. When Harry had come home to find Nicholas Flamel sitting in his room, he had been shocked, a natural occurrence considering he had not expected anyone from the magical world to even find out where he lived. How had Flamel found him? How had he gotten past that strange energy field that had surrounded his house? Harry had asked Flamel these questions, but only got a frustrating answer in return. That is for me to know, and you to discover on your own. The act of manipulating and altering matter is known as transmutation. Not the most forthcoming answer. Then again, it was just sort of answer he would expect from someone who was over 600 years old. Anyone who had lived that long would become extremely eccentric. Harry was only 11 years old and a lot of people often told him he was eccentric. Apparently it was the mark of a genius, and old age. Flamel's eccentricity was probably tenfold because he was both a genius and old. The man was ancient. Oblivious to the thoughts of his apprentice, Nicholas Flamel continued his lecture on what had to be one of the most interesting subjects Harry had ever heard. There are 3 sequences that are very important when it comes to understanding how the act of transmutation works. Flamel held one near his face. It was clenched into a fist until his index finger stuck into the air, pointing up and signifying his first point. Comprehension. Understanding the inherent structure and properties of the atomic or molecular makeup of a particular material to be transmuted, including the flow and balance of potential and kinetic energy within. A second finger came up. Deconstruction. Using magic to break down the physical structure of the identified material into a more malleable state so as to be easily reshaped into a new form. A third finger. And finally, reconstruction. Continuing the flow of magic so as to reform the material into a new shape. Wanting to make an impression on his young apprentice, Flamel stopped walking and turned to face the Potter heir. He clapped his hands once, then knelt down and pressed both hands against the ground. A light blue line of arcane energies erupted around Flamel, surrounding him in a hazy field of light rays that blurred his image. Harry felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end as the magic in the surrounding air became supercharged. It felt almost like he was receiving the indirect feedback from someone else sticking their hands into a wire socket. Garlands of magic arced around the center where Flamel's left hand was placed. Harry watched, his mouth beginning to drop as he saw the area where his new teacher had placed his hand began to crumble away. No, not crumble away, it was beginning to form something new. The stone floor around Flamel's hand was actually changing. Its entire structure formed into strange-looking particles that were eerily reminiscent of sand. The stone sand, for lack of a better term, was all crawling towards the center above Flamel's hand, where it began forming something. The tip of an object, a cylindrical pommel, Harry realized. More and more of the object soon became visible. It was definitely some kind of staff. The object was still being pulled out. It was already a good 5 feet long, yet all that was visible so far was the pole. As the staff grew longer and longer, the crater around Flamel continued to grow larger. By the time the transmutation was finished, the crater surrounding the alchemist was a perfect circle with a radius of exactly 5 feet. The stone flooring looked like it had been crumbling away and moving inwards towards the center of the crater. As the staff Flamel was creating was finished, Harry came to the realization that the object was no staff. It was a glaive, a European polearm weapon that consisted of a single-edged blade on one end of the pole. Made out of the same gray-colored granite as the floor beneath their feet, the glaive stood at exactly 2 meters in height. Running along the glaive's shaft were intricate-looking designs that reminded Harry of some of the small architectural carvings found running along the tops of Roman columns. The blade itself was affixed to the pole using a socket shaft configuration instead of having a tang like a blade or naginata, the Japanese equivalent to the glaive. This particular blade shape sort of reminded Harry of a dao, a Chinese sword mainly used for slashing and chopping. The edge had a moderate curve, before that curve steepened as it reached the end. Meanwhile, the back was perfectly straight, until it reached about a third away from the point, after which it made a round, 90-degree turn, then returned to a flat edge that reached the point where it met the blade. The only difference between a dao and this sword, aside from the pole it was attached to, was the sharp, nasty-looking hook on the back of the blade that Harry knew was for better catching horse riders. Nicholas grabbed the shaft of the glaive in both hands and spun the weapon around expertly, showing that he actually knew how to use this polearm. And as he did, there was a grin of mild amusement on his face as he looked at Harry's jaw-dropping expression. Impressive, isn't it? Harry could do nothing more than give a dumb nod. The proper application for this particular craft requires not only a full understanding of chemistry and ancient alchemical theory, but also an innate talent towards recognizing and manipulating the physical objects with magic, which requires uncommon levels of intelligence and aptitude. This is why so few ever learn more than the basic theories behind alchemy, and why there are so few alchemists in the world today. Is Dumbledore an alchemist? Asked Harry, allowing his curiosity to get the better of him as a means of drawing his mind away from his shock at seeing alchemy up close. Truly, this had to be one of the most incredible aspects of magic around. Just think of the possibilities. Yes and no. Nicholas twirled the glaive before setting it down pommel first on the stone floor and tapping it a few times as he grew contemplative. Dumbledore certainly has the brains for it, but he never really had the drive to become a great alchemist. At most, he knows the basics. Enough to get by, but not enough to become great. Now then, one of the things you should know about alchemy is that it's more than just changing one object into another by deconstructing and reconstructing something at its base components. Alchemy is as much of a science as it is magic. There are certain laws and limitations in which we are subject to, all of which fall under the concept of equivalent exchange. Humankind cannot gain anything without first giving something in return. To obtain something of equal value must be lost, Harry recited dutifully. Flamel looked intrigued. So you know the laws of equivalent exchange? Only the basics, Harry admitted. That particular law is used in more than just alchemy. In a business you can't expect to make any money without putting an equal amount of time and effort into your business. In politics you can't convince people your idea is the best without expending an equal amount of time and effort to claw your way to the top. Currency is exchanged in order to pay for something of equal value. Gold is traded for an equal amount of silver. In some ways, you could say that the entire world is run based upon the concept of equivalent exchange. True, very true. Flamel rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he looked at his young apprentice. However, equivalent exchange is very different when it comes to alchemy. There are multiple ways to bend or break this law in worldly matters, but alchemy is another thing entirely. In standard practice, equivalent exchange can be broken down into two laws. The law of conservation of mass, which states that energy and matter can neither be created from nothing nor destroyed to the point of elemental non-existence. In other words, to create an object weighing 1 kilogram, at least 1 kilogram of material is necessary, and destroying an object weighing 1 kilogram would reduce it to a set of parts, the sum of which would weigh 1 kilogram. And the law of natural providence, which states that an object or material made of a particular substance or element can only be transmuted into another object with the same basic makeup and properties of that initial material. In other words, an object or material made mostly of water can only be transmuted into another object with the attributes of water. What happens when someone tries to bypass either of these two laws? Asked Harry. The more he heard about alchemy, the more interested he became in it. This branch of magic sounded like it was right up his alley. A combination of mysticism and science. How perfectly matched can you get? Since the alchemical forces being manipulated are not human in origin, but of the world as a whole, the consequences for attempting to bypass the law of equivalent exchange in transmutation are not merely failure and cessation. When too much is attempted out of too little, what occurs is called a rebound, in which the alchemical forces that are thrown out of balance on either side of the equation fluctuate wildly of their own accord in order to stabilize themselves, taking or giving more than was intended in often unpredictable and catastrophic ways such as accidental mutation, serious injury or death. Harry found himself gulping as Nicholas Flamel gave him a stern look. That is why what you were doing with my philosopher's stone was so dangerous, the blonde-haired 600-year-old man said. You were very lucky that the only ability you discovered was the one that created the elixir of life. Such knowledge might be more appealing to most people, but it is only a byproduct of the true power of the stone. You mean its ability to bypass the laws of equivalent exchange? Asked Harry. At hearing his answer, Flamel looked shocked, right before he began chuckling. I hadn't realized you knew what the stone did. I didn't, Harry responded a tad dryly. Not until this lecture. But I'm good at reading between the lines. By the law of natural providence, it is impossible for silver or any other metal to be transmuted into gold because the chemical composition of gold is different from every other metal. Yet the philosopher's stone can do this, it can change any precious metal into gold, or so the legend goes. And if that is the case, then the very nature of the stone is its ability to allow the person using it to bypass the laws of equivalent exchange. Excellent. Nicholas clapped his hands in a manner that was slightly congratulatory and yet mocking at the same time. Harry would not admit how that kind of bothered him. It was like the man was a constant cynic. I'm pleased to see my apprentice isn't an idiot. Perhaps you will be able to go far in this field, unlike Dumbledore, who never really took the time to truly learn the subtle science of alchemy. Albus Dumbledore always struck me as a more philosophical type than a scientist type, Harry said, shrugging. Whenever I spoke with the man, he was always making obscure mentions to philosophy and morality. He tilted his head. I think the only time he ever gave me a straight-up answer was when he told me about the magic he used to hide the philosopher's stone inside the mirror of Erisod. That's Dumbledore for you, Flamel nodded. The man has always been a bit off, even when he was nothing more than a young brat of 82 learning the ways of alchemy from myself. Such is often the mark of a genius. Even you have your odd little personality quirks, from what I have seen. Harry shifted a bit uncomfortably in his seat. He disliked it when he had to admit to his own personality flaws. He did not want this man or anyone else pointing them out to him. Now then, Flamel clapped his hands together once. I do believe we are done for today. Not bad for a first lesson, if I do say so myself. We've actually gone much farther into my lecture than I thought we would. Now, off you go. The old alchemist made a shooing gesture with his left hand. I must get this cleaned up before Penny comes home. He grimaced. I do not want this crater to be here when she returns. That woman is a spitfire. You remember how to get to that room I showed you when you first came here. Of course, Harry felt like huffing at the man questioning his ability to remember something. He didn't only because this man did not know he actually had eidetic memory, thus could not know that he remembered everything. And you remember how many turns you need. 1 full rotation for every 4 hours, Harry recited dutifully. Since only 2 hours have passed, I only need to make a half turn. Good, I am pleased to know you can listen. Harry's eye twitched a bit, unsure if he had just been complimented or insulted. It was very hard to tell with this man. Still, he managed to give his new teacher a respectful bow to show his appreciation of the knowledge he was being imparted. Thank you for the lesson. Of course, of course. As Nicholas Flamel waved him off absently, eyes still focused on the ground beneath his feet. As he muttered something about not wanting to sleep on the couch, Harry made his way out of the room. The Flamel mansion was one of splendor and elegance, with its sweeping hallways containing arched ceilings that were decorated various Renaissance-style carvings, the Gothic-looking columns that lined the walls, and its double helix staircase. There were many paintings of various landscapes, non-magical paintings that looked like original works of painters from the 15th and 16th century. It was not very big, a 3-story mansion with a grand total of 35 rooms and a very large basement where Flamel conducted his alchemy experiments, but it was certainly one of the most beautiful places Harry had ever visited. It sort of reminded him of the images he had seen of Château de Chambord, one of the most recognizable chateaux in the world that managed blend traditional French medieval forms with classical Renaissance structures. As Harry walked up the double helix staircase from the basement he had been in with Flamel, he thought through the lesson he had been imparted by the man. He was very pleased with how this first lesson had gone. While he had not learned how to perform alchemy, Nicholas Flamel's lessons were far more comprehensive than any of the books he had managed to get his hands on. In fact, Harry wished he could forget what was written in those books since it was obvious none of those people were very good alchemists. They hadn't even gone into the laws of equivalent exchange. Everything written in those books had been based around abstract theory and mysticism. The people who wrote them obviously had only a basic understanding of alchemy, enough to get by, but not much else. So into his thoughts on his lessons with Nicholas Flamel was he that Harry did not even feel the presence near him until said presence spoke in a lilting French accent. "Oh good, you are still, I was hoping to catch you before you left." Harry blinked, then turned his head. Standing before him was a woman whose beauty few could ever hope to match. Her hair was a long, silvery blonde that curved down her scalp like a gently cascading waterfall. That hair framed a face that looked like it had been crafted by the hands of 1,000 angels in an effort to show the mortals of this world what perfection looked like. Wide, almond-shaped blue eyes were set on either side of a small, attractive nose, and below that were a pair of full, ruby-red cupid bow lips. Her face was soft and complemented her creamy white skin perfectly. Harry, with his constant need to observe and catalogue everything he had seen and commit it to memory, noted that Perronel Flamel's face was perfectly symmetrical, with not a single flaw to be seen. Even Harry, who had never thought of females with any romantic connotations, could recognize this woman's beauty for what it was. According to a dissertation he had once read on male instincts and their desire to find suitable mates, Perronel Flamel was the kind of woman any man would drop their significant other for if they thought they had a chance with her. She had all of the physical qualities listed as to what physical features men find attractive in women. Like when they first met, Perronel was wearing very expensive designer's clothing. Situated on her torso was a white silk sleeveless blouse featuring a high neckline with an off-center self-tie bow fastening, a contrasting black micro polka dot print, a tall keyhole cut to the front and a straight-cut hem. The blouse showed off both her slender arms and full-bodied figure in a way that would have men turning their heads fast enough to snap their own necks. A black wool mini-skirt with a waistband with belt loops, button-fastening rear pockets and a concealed side zip fastening did very little to cover her long legs as they stretched around her firm, shapely rear, allowing for her exceptionally healthy thighs and calves to be seen by any hypothetical witnesses. Her outfit ended with a pair of black leather sandals that featured an open toe, a panel strap across the foot, a thick strap around the ankle with a buckle fastening, a silver tone and black stripe print and a flat sole. Harry recognized the clothing as designer clothes from Yves Saint Laurent, one of the most famous French fashion designers in the world, and one of the most expensive as well. Just looking at the outfit Perronel was wearing, Harry could tell each separate article could likely cover the cost of his entire wardrobe. He wondered if it was wrong of him to feel envious that she was wearing such expensive and fashionable clothes. Those clothes practically screamed wealth and good taste. Thankfully, his observations only lasted for a second. Quick enough that he was able to recover himself that Perronel only took minor amusement in his observing of her. "Good day, Madame Perronel," Harry spoke, bowing before the woman. He then looked up and tilted his head. "What did you want to speak with me about?" "Your clothes," Perronel said, sniffing at his form-fitting jeans and dark green t-shirt in distaste. "They simply will not do. We must get you some more befitting to your status." "What's wrong with my clothes?" Harry frowned. Sure, his clothes weren't Yves Saint Laurent, but they weren't bad either. Nosing, "If you wish to look like a commoner," Perronel answered as she walked over to him, grabbed his arm in a deceptively powerful grip, and began hauling him away from his previous destination. "Over, if you wish to maintain the appearance of a powerful figure and the heir to a most ancient and noble house, you will need better clothing more befitting of your status. Plus you are now my U.S. band's apprentice," she added almost as an afterthought, "and I will not have the apprentice of my husband looking like some plebeian." "Don't worry Zoe," Perronel reassured him in a tone that did nothing to reassure. "I won't avenue you burn your commoner clothes or anything. It is good to be able to fit in with the plebeians when you wish to mingle with the common people." It was several hours later, for Harry at least, that the young Potter heir found himself standing in front of Lisa's home, waiting for his best friend or her mother to answer the door. He had just spent the last several hours with Perronel at FBG Saint Honoré store in Paris trying on several dozen different outfits for the Nicolas Flamel's fairer half. Harry would never admit this to anyone, but he really had enjoyed his time with the gorgeous woman. It was nice to find someone who understood how proper fashion could be used to better one's image and increase one's reputation. The door soon opened and, not to Harry's surprise, Lisa was the one who was standing behind it. The girl had a bright smile on her face as she greeted him. "Watcher, Harry, how are, oh my God, are those Yves Saint Laurent?" "Ah." Harry squirmed a bit uncomfortably as he saw Lisa's eyes narrow. He looked down at himself. Having bought several sets of expensive shirts, pants, shorts, and shoes all on Perronel's suggestion, he had decided that he really wanted to wear some of them. It would have been a shame to let them just sit in his closet until he found a time when wearing them would be appropriate. Currently, he was wearing a white cotton t-shirt with a crew neck, short sleeves and a contrasting black logo and basilisk print to the front. A pair of blue cotton jeans featuring a concealed front fastening, a silver tone button fly, belt loops to the waist, contrast riveting, a classic 5-pocket design and a straight leg, and black calfskin trainers that had a round toe, a front lace fastening, a studded side stripe detail, a branded tongue and a rubber sole. In short, nothing he was wearing was below 500 pounds. Yes, Lisa's eyes narrowed even further, causing Harry to almost take a step back. He didn't, mainly because his best friend had grabbed a hold of his arm and was currently holding onto it very tightly. Who knew she had such a strong grip? And just how did you manage to find the money to buy such expensive clothing? They had actually been a gift. Once he and his chaperone/fashion consultant, otherwise known as the wife of Nicolas Flamel, had finished determining which clothes he would be getting, he had been about to pay for them using his Muggle credit card. It would have put him back quite a bit, especially since most of his money in his account at HSBC Holdings, since most of his money was going into several profitable ventures that would hopefully earn him more money. That was when Perronel had paid for his clothes. He had been about to try and stop her. As much as it would have set him back, Harry hated feeling indebted to people, and buying several £1,000s worth of clothes would have definitely indebted him to Perronel. One surprisingly frightening glare later and Harry was the owner of nearly £10,000 worth of Yves Saint Laurent clothing after Perronel finished paying for it. On a side note, Harry did not want to be subject to that glare again. It made him truly understand why Nicholas Flamel had been so set on fixing up his floor before his wife returned. If that was the glare he got for doing something his wife would not approve of, Harry could sympathize. And he supposed it wasn't all bad. Sure, he had just allowed someone to buy him clothing that was so expensive not even the Malfoys would spend that much money on them. Or maybe they would, knowing them, but it wasn't like Perenelle was strapped for cash. She did have a philosopher's stone after all. She could just get her husband to turn pewter into gold and sell it in large ingots for an exorbitant price. Of course, he could not tell Lisa that. Better think up something quick. Harry found his brains short-circuiting as he tried to come up with a suitable excuse as to why he was wearing expensive clothing he had clearly not possessed yesterday. Really, he probably should have thought things through more when he decided to wear his new clothes. My parents left me a lot of money, remember? It wasn't the best excuse he had ever come up with, but at least the statement was true. Why was it so much harder to lie to this girl than it was to lie to an adult? I thought it would be nice if I had some nice clothes, you know? Harry began to get increasingly nervous as Lisa continued to stare at him, her expression surprisingly blank. Just where had she learned to stare down someone like that anyways? She determined after an intermittent amount of time, her grip tightening on his arm as she gave him a chilling smile. Are you going to take me shopping? Yes, he definitely had not thought everything through when he had decided to wear these clothes. He could already feel his wallet getting lighter. Alchemy was a lot harder than Harry thought it would be. No, that wasn't quite accurate. Harry knew that alchemy would be hard from just listening to Nicholas Flamel's lectures. He just hadn't realized how hard it truly was. Some things about alchemy were easier than others. For example, Harry had already memorized all of the laws and rules that went into transmutation. He also had the entire periodic table already memorized and could recite the chemicals listed in it, their atomic number, electron configuration, and the recurring chemical properties found within each one. However, merely understanding the sequence of transmutation and the limitations of equivalent exchange was not enough. Just as the processes of comprehension, deconstruction, reconstruction, and, in order to gain, something of equal value must be lost in return, or cyclical concepts, and the periodic table is simply knowledge, the foundation upon which alchemy was built, or none of those. They are simply the laws by which alchemy must abide by. The real difficulty with alchemical transmutation lay in the creation of symbols known as a transmutation circle. A transmutation circle could either be drawn on the spot when a transmutation is necessary, in chalk, pencil, ink, paint, blood, or even traced in dirt, or permanently etched or inscribed beforehand, but without it, transmutation is generally impossible, and all transmutation circles are made up of two parts. The circle itself was a conduit which focused and dictated the flow of magic, allowing an alchemist to distribute their magic and the matter they wanted to transmute in order to create a transmutation. It represented the cyclical flow of the body's magical core and turned that power to manipulable ends. Inside the circle were specific alchemical runes. These runes could vary widely based on ancient alchemical studies, texts, and experimentation, but corresponded to a different form of energy, allowing the energy that was focused within the circle to be released in the way most conducive to the alchemist's desired effect. In basic alchemy, these runes would often take the form of triangles, which, when positioned differently, can represent the elements of either water, earth, fire, or air, but would often be composed of varying polygons built from different triangles. For example, the hexagram is a commonly used base rune in transmutation circles because it created 8 multidirectional triangles when inscribed and can therefore represent all 4 classical elements at once. Other, more esoteric runes, including astrological symbols, symbolic images, and varying lines of text, are prevalent and represent a multitude of other, specific functions for the alchemical energy that was released. It was incredibly difficult, learning and experimenting with all of the complex and varying differences that can make up a transmutation circle. Harry had already made a number of failed attempts at creating a basic alchemical circle. The reason for this was because Nicholas Flamel would not let him copy the work of others. He wanted Harry's transmutation circle to be completely original, using only ideas and concepts from other people's work in his own. Of course, this was only because there were only so many ideas that could be used when creating what amounted to a basic transmutation circle. There were only so many circles that could be created to transmute a specific material. Flamel had given Harry the knowledge on how to create a transmutation circle, but that was all. Now he wanted Harry to put that knowledge to good use under his guidance. He would not help Harry, merely observe and make sure the boy didn't blow himself up. So far, the only transmutation circle Harry had been able to create that was up to par and original was a circle that transmuted wood into a wooden figurine of a bird. A Japanese wagtail, to be precise. The circle itself was basically a large circle with a smaller circle inside of it with a 5 cm radial difference exactly, a square that touched the outer circle, followed by another square that ran perpendicular to the larger square and touched the smaller circle on 4 opposite points. It was the first transmutation circle he had managed to complete that actually worked. It had taken him 16 attempts to make it, something that Flamel had actually told him was beyond admirable as far as his progress was concerned, but bothered Harry, who felt he should have been able to create it in less time and with less failures. Which was why he was still sitting at the table inside of Nicholas Flamel's alchemy lab, working on another transmutation circle. So far the only alchemy he had been able to accomplish was one that transmuted by way of the 4 classical elements, water, earth, fire, and air. The wood he had used for his bird transmutation had been red maple, which contained 21.2% lignin, 17.1% cellulose, 2.8% extractives, and 5.2% ash. It was an earth-based element, though it had traces of water in it due to the moisture often retained in wood. That was why the transmutation circle had been so simple to create, and just simple in general. This time, Harry was going to try a different transmutation. He wanted to use the 3 essential principles of alchemy, salt, sulfur, and mercury, instead. Salt would be the easiest. It was a simple compound containing sodium chloride, NaCl, and water, H2O, which was formed by neutralizing sodium hydroxide, NaHO, a base chemical, with hydrogen chloride, HCl, and acid, HCl plus NaOH right-pointing arrow sodium chloride plus H2O. It was a simple empirical formula for ionic salt. The only issue would be discover how much of these chemicals salt contained in order to know the quantity he was transmuting, and that was a relatively easy issue to solve as salt was an ionic compound that had an equal number of sodium and chlorine atoms. All he had to do was create the formula needed to discover the amount of each chemical contained within a gram of salt, which he had already done. But while salt may be the easiest of the 3 essential principles to transmute, it was not the one Harry wanted to do. He needed to challenge himself, to push his mind beyond its boundaries so that he could exceed his own limitations. That was why he wanted to use mercury for his transmutation. Mercury was a chemical element with the symbol Hg and an atomic number of 80. It was commonly known as quicksilver, due to its silvery liquid form. It was also formerly known as hydrogyrum, a Greek word that combined HYDR, for water, and agryrum, for silver. It was also the most difficult of the 3 principles to transmute. There were 2 oxidized states in which mercury can exist, which have been unoriginally dubbed state I and II by scientists. Different from its lighter neighbors, cadmium and zinc, mercury forms simple stable compounds with metal-metal bonds. The mercury I compounds were diamagnetic and feature the dimeric cation, Hg2+2. Stable derivatives included the chloride and nitrate. Treatment of mercury 1 iodide compounds complexation with strong ligands such as sulfide, cyanide, etc. induced disproportionation to Hg2+ and elemental mercury. Mercury I chloride, a colorless solid also known as calomel, was really the compound with the formula MULTIVALENTHG2Cl12, with the connectivity ClHgHgCl. It was a standard in electrochemistry that reacted with chlorine to give mercuric chloride, which could resist further oxidation. Indicative of its tendency to bond to itself, mercury forms mercury polycations, which consisted of linear chains of mercury centers, capped with a positive charge. One example is Hg2+3, as F-6, 2. Mercury, 2, was the most common oxidation state and was the main one in nature as well. All 4 mercuric halides are known. They form tetrahedral complexes with other ligands, but the halides adopt linear coordination geometry, somewhat like Ag+ did. Best known as mercury, 2, chloride, an easily sublimating white solid. Mercury 2 chloride forms coordination complexes that are typically tetrahedral, e.g. mercury 2 chloride -4. Mercury 2 oxide, the main oxide of mercury, arises when the metal is exposed to air for long periods at elevated temperatures. It will revert to the elements upon heating near 400 degrees Celsius, as was demonstrated by Priestley in an early synthesis of pure of mercury or poorly characterized, as they are for its neighbors gold and silver. Being a soft metal, mercury forms very stable derivatives with the heavier chalcogens. Preeminent is mercury 2 sulfide, HGS, which occurs in nature as the ore cinnabar and as the brilliant pigment vermilion. Like ZnS, HGS crystallizes in two forms, the reddish cubic form and the black zinc blende form. Mercury 2 selenide, mercury 2 selenide, and mercury 2 telluride, mercury 2 telluride, are also known. These as well as various derivatives, e.g. mercury cadmium telluride and mercury zinc telluride being semiconductors useful as infrared detector materials. Mercury 2 salts form a variety of complex derivatives with ammonia. These included Millen's base, MULTIVALENTHG2N1+, the one-dimensional polymer, salts of HgNH+2, N, and fusible white precipitate, or Hg, NH3, 2, Cl2, known as Nessler's reagent, potassium tetraiodomercurate, 2, HgI2-4, was still occasionally used to test for ammonia owing to its tendency to form the deeply colored iodide salt of Millen's base. Harry was going to use mercury 2 for his transmutation, as it was the most common and natural state for mercury to be in. Using mercury would be too dangerous at his knowledge level right now. While he wanted a challenge, he had no desire to go near the other oxidized state at his current level. He was looking for a way to push his mind's limits and break them, not commit suicide. You really should get out of Z's house and get some fresh air. Staying cooped up in Z's room isn't healthy for a vibrant young man like yourself. Harry blinked, his mind wakening from its haze of formulaic equations. He turned his head and looked up to see Flammel's other half staring at him with a small frown on her gorgeous face and her arms crossed under her chest. "Can't," Harry said, shaking his head. "I need to finish this transmutation circle before the end of the day." Perenelle Flammel raised a single, delicate eyebrow. "Need to? Or want to? What's the difference?" asked Harry. Need and want are dependent upon the realities of the people using those terms and hold no real meaning in the grand scheme of things. Do I want to finish this transmutation circle by the end of the day? Yes. Do I need to finish it? Probably not, but I will never be satisfied if I don't, thus, I do need to finish it for the sake of my own peace of mind. I don't want to hear your philosophical speak right now. Perenelle's arms went from crossed under her B***easts to cocked at a 90-degree angle on either side of her body as she placed her fists on her hips. Haven't you been in here for 6 hours doing nosing more Zan staring at Z-wall? Clearly, your mind is exhausted and needs a break. Thank you for the concern, but I am fine, Harry said. He was determined to finish this transmutation circle today come hell or high water. However, while he may have been prepared for Armageddon to come, he was obviously not prepared for an angry Perenelle. The woman fixed him with a scowl so fierce were Harry not sitting he would have taken a step back, or run away screaming. As it was, he tilted back in his chair to get as far away from the woman as possible. Was it just him, or was the temperature beginning to get warmer? And were those feathers sprouting from her neck? R.E. James Potter, you will leave this room right now, EAD down to Paris and see the sights, or so help me I will burn you to cinders. If it weren't such a terrifying sight, Harry would have been amused by the woman's mothering. Any amusement he might have felt, though, disappeared in the face of the woman's whose features seemed to grow sharper and more angular by the second. Her eyes were blazing flames of blue fire that struck feelings of an unknown fear in his heart and caused his mind to conjure up horrible images of his own body being burnt to ashes. Needless to say, Harry couldn't agree fast enough. He also couldn't leave the room fast enough. Damn, that woman was terrifying. She would give Voldemort a run for his money. Apprentice. Harry looked up from where he was standing bent over and using his hands on his knees as support while he tried to regain his breath after running from the alchemy lab to see Flammel staring at him curiously. For some reason, the man had taken to calling him apprentice ever since their first meeting. Not Harry, not Potter, not even Harry Potter. Just apprentice. It was kind of annoying, but Harry put up with it for the sake of learning. What are you still doing here? I thought you left hours ago. Ah. No. Harry mumbled, trying to regain his breath after it had left him in the face of such a horrifying sight. Truly, that Perenelle Flammel was the fiercest woman he had ever met, and considering he had met Professor McGonagall, that's saying something. I stayed behind after you left. I wanted to finish that transmutation circle I was working on. I see. Flammel nodded his head in a sagely manner that did not go with his 20-something-year-old looks. It is good to see such dedication. Did you finish your circle? No, Flammel blinked. Then what are you doing in here? He asked, frowning sternly at the young man as he prepared a lecture. You should still be in the lab working. Transmutation is a process that requires constant work and dedication. You cannot just skimp out on your work whenever you feel like it. I ran into your wife, Harry said dryly, or, to be more precise, she ran into me. Flammel paused at that, before nodding his head and adopting a sagely look again. Now I understand, he said, patting Harry's shoulder in sympathy. She does the same thing to me when I get caught up in my work. Let me give you some advice. Women are like cats. Not those small, domestic house cats, but those big, vicious lions you see in the Sahara. So long as you do what they say, you're fine, but if you don't, they'll eat you alive. Oh, is that what I am now? Harry and Flammel froze as a beautiful, sickly sweet voice entered their ears. It was easily the most frightening sound either of them had ever heard. As one, the pair woodenly turned their heads to see Perenelle standing in the hallway with an irate look on her face as she glared at her husband. If looks could kill, Flammel would have combusted into flames long ago. On a side note, Harry noticed that she was definitely sprouting feathers around her neck. Hello, dear, Flammel stuttered out as the woman took a step towards them. He and Harry took a step back. How was your day? My day was just fine. Perenelle smiled a truly unpleasantly pleasant smile as she stalked towards them, her grace as she moved making her look like some kind of bird of prey. I got up and made love to my US band, Harry gagged. He did not need to know that. I went out and did some shopping, managed to convince your apprentice to relax, and then got called an overgrown feline by my US band. Why, Z's day has been positively glorious. Now, Penny, Flammel held his hands up in a defensive fashion. I was only trying to impart some of my wisdom on the fairer say *** to young Harry here. Zen you should, Avenue kept your mouth shut, Perenelle said, hiking up the sleeves to her white, long-sleeved shirt. Ari, why don't you EAD into Paris for a while before using Z-Time Turner and heading back home? The nightlife in Paris is absolutely to die for. Of course, Harry muttered, scrambling away as quickly as he could. There was absolutely no way he was staying anywhere near that woman when she was angry. He could hear Flammel pleading with him to stay, demanding he take his punishment with his master, but even he knew better than to get in the way of an angry wife. Soon enough, the pleading of his teacher turned into screams of pain, causing thousands of horrible images of what may have been happening behind him to appear in Harry's mind. Sorry Flammel, but it was the duty of a master to protect the apprentice, not the other way around. When Perenelle Flammel said that the nightlife in Paris was to die for, Harry was pretty sure she forgot he was only 11 years old. Even though he would be 12 in just a little over a month, that made very little difference in the grand scheme of things. The truth was, the night of Paris really did seem quite lively. Harry could see a number of bars and clubs where young adults were enjoying themselves dancing and drinking. Everyone looked like they were having a blast from what he had seen through his view in the windows of various bars, clubs and pubs. Unfortunately, even if Harry were disinclined to take part in the partying, he wouldn't be able to. Still, Harry had to admit now that he was out of the Flammel's small mansion his mind felt a lot more clear. Maybe it was the cool night air. The breeze definitely felt soothing against his scalp as it ruffled his hair. Harry found himself walking down Boulevard de Clichy, where the Moulin Rouge was located. The Moulin Rouge, a famous cabaret known for their can-can dancers. The house had been co-founded by Charles Zeidler and Joseph Oyer in 1889. It might not have been a national landmark like the Louvre or the Arc de Triomphe, but it was a place that had quite a bit of history behind it. The Moulin Rouge was easily distinguished from the rest of the buildings by the large windmill. Of course, it wasn't really a windmill, just a large red cylinder with a traditional pointed roof, classic pentagon-framed stained windows with diamond-shaped windows above it and 4 large, glowing, neon red sails set into the top of a rectangular building. To the left was more neon red lighting that curved around a half-circle built above the entrance with the name of the building on it, and on the right side of the entrance were large posters featuring the routine that would be showing that night like large billboards. For a moment, Harry thought about catching a show. He had read what kinds of shows there were in the history books, but reading about something and seeing it in person were always two completely different things. True, he was not of age, but that mattered very little when you were a wizard. Harry had been getting a bit better at the mind arts, using random non-magical beings and a few witches and wizards he saw whenever he went to Diagon Alley to practice his legilimency. He didn't think he was that good, as most people didn't even bother shielding their thoughts, but he was positive he could use some basic legilimency to confound people into thinking he was older than he really was. It shouldn't be too hard. On the other hand, he wasn't really one for breaking the law without there being some kind of benefit towards him. And satisfying his curiosity was not a large enough benefit for him to risk it. Besides, he didn't want to have to confound everyone in the building. That would just be a pain. So Harry left after admiring the bright structure for a few moments, deciding to take a quick shortcut down an alley so he could reach the next street and continue his walk. It was while walking down that alley, however, that Harry's nose picked up something that immediately had him on alert. Ever since he had become an animagus, one of the many things he had noted were his increased senses. His eyes could now see in the dark, his hearing was far sharper than it had ever been, and his nose was capable of picking up scents from a little over 50 meters away. Even when he was not in his jaguar animagus form, his 3 senses were still much better than those of a human's. And right now the tang of copper was on the wind, blood, that was what he smelled. Taking a few sniffs of the air around him, Harry pinpointed the general direction of the scent and quickly made his way towards it. His animalistic and predatory grace ensured that his steps were silent even as he increased the speed of his stride. Before too long, he discovered where the source of the blood was coming from. A second-story window to a cheap motel was open. The coppery scent of blood wafting along the breeze came from there. Harry took a deep breath, then blew it out as he opened a crack in the barrier containing his magic. The flow was directed towards his body, more specifically his limbs and core, strengthening them to the levels of an Olympic athlete. His limbs reinforced with magic, Harry ran towards the building and then jumped. The jump easily carried him a meter into the air. Harry's left hand shot out and caught onto a small ledge that was sticking out from underneath the window. The muscles in his arm tensed, then, with a powerful heave, Harry flipped himself over, his body contorting in ways that would make a Gynmast green with envy as his feet landed on the ledge. The ledge was very small, Harry noted quickly as his feet began to slip off due to there not being enough room to contain him. At most, he would say the ledge was only an inch or so long, and with only his heels being able to find purchase, it would not be long before he fell. Utilizing one of the other powers granted to him as a natural animagus, Harry shifted his fingernails into sharp claws, which he dug into the grout in between the bricks of the building. Moving carefully, Harry soon found his way to the edge of the window, where his enhanced hearing easily picked up the voices in the room. Immorta. Harry blinked. That was Italian. His Italian was nowhere near as good as his French, but he had at least studied it enough that he could understand it fluently even if he still had trouble speaking it. He made a mental note to find someone who could help him finish learning Italian. There was only so much he could learn from books. Come fai a dirlo? Non sento il battito. Non aveva un battito dell'inizio, idiota. E un abominio, ricordatello. Oh, è vero. Harry frowned. He could understand the gist of what they were saying, but there was so many holes in their dialogue that he was sure he was missing something. Sai, per essere un abominio non e poi così male. The sound of something unzipping reached Harry's ears. Yes, that was the unmistakable sound of something being unzipped. Cosa diavolo vorresti fare? Che se? Non scopo da messi. E comunque non si lamenterà. Soddisfaresti I tuoi impulsi bestiali scopidoti un abominio, lurido maiale. Non stare a guardare allora. Vi ad aspettare fuori in corridoio come un piccolo idiota. There was some more swearing and insults spewing from the other man, but Harry was no longer listening. These sick monsters had just killed someone, some girl, and now one of them was going to desecrate her. Harry would freely admit that his moral compass was slightly skewed by his own ideals and desires, but he would never, in a million years, even think about doing what this sick bastard was about to do now. Without even thinking about the situation, Harry reacted, his body moving long before his mind began working. He spun himself around, grabbing onto the windowsill and swinging himself into the room. As he rolled across the floor and sprung back to his feet, his eyes easily catalogued everything that was happening within the room. There were two men. Both had a darker skin tone than people traditionally found in France, and their facial structures were different as well. They were of Italian descent, obviously. One of them was near the door, looking like he was about to leave. The other was standing over a pale-looking girl lying on the bed with her arms extended to her sides in a sick parody of a cross with a shirt that was torn open, exposing much of her skin and bra, and had her pants off to reveal white lace clothes. The man who was standing over her had his pants and briefs down around his ankles and his hands on her knickers, and it was very clear to Harry what he was going to do. Harry would not give him the chance. Before the man could even react to his presence, Harry was already charging him. The man's head snapped over in his direction, his eyes widening in shock and then fear as Harry's hand changed into a paw with sharp claws. Stumbling backwards, the man tried to move away from him, but his pants caught around his ankles and he began to fall. As he fell, Harry swiped at the man's throat, carving 4 deep gouges into his esophagus, trachea and vocal cords. The man's eyes widened in unfathomable pain, his mouth opening to release a yell that was reduced to mere gurgling as his vocal cords had been cut and blood welled up in his throat. The Italian man hit the ground with a thud, his lifeblood spilling out of his throat and his eyes dulling as he bled to death. Diavolo! The other man shouted as he pulled out a gun, a pistol of some sort. Harry did not recognize the gun. He had never cared for such weapons, thus he had never bothered to study up on them beyond how they were used in various wars throughout recent history. All he cared about was that it was pointed at him. As quickly as he could, Harry moved, twisting his body slightly to the left and forward just as the loud cracking of thunder rang out from the weapon. Less than 2 seconds later, the Italian man was lying dead on the ground, his face torn apart where Harry's pawed hand had ripped the flesh and muscles off. Harry hissed in pain as he pressed his now normal hand to his bleeding shoulder. He had not been fast enough to avoid getting shot. Thankfully, it didn't really hurt that much. Compared to what he had already suffered through last year, a bullet wound was nothing more than a pin prick. Still, it wouldn't do to have the bullet inside of him. It would probably get infected. With a minor burst from his magic, Harry pushed the bullet wound out of his shoulder, his teeth grit slightly as a minor stab of pain arced through him. A second later, Harry soothed the wound and healed it up with his magic, leaving nothing more than light pink scar tissue that would disappear within a day or so. His wound now healed, Harry leaned down and picked up the bullet, bringing it to his eyes so he could examine it. Despite the blood coating it, Harry could see that it was made from a very different material than other bullets, which were usually made from lead or steel and sometimes copper. This was not made from either. Silver. Harry frowned as he dropped the bullet and stood back up. He quickly walked over to the girl lying on the bed. The first thing he noted was that she was pale, very pale. Her skin was so white that it almost looked translucent. At least, what skin he could see. Much of her body was covered in blood, surprisingly enough, except for a single puncture wound on her neck that was still bleeding pretty badly and looked like it had just barely missed anything vital. She did not look like she had any wounds at all. She was also absolutely gorgeous, Harry noted almost clinically. Her face, though pale, had very aristocratic and fair features, like a princess of some kind. High cheekbones that were softened by her heart-shaped face, a small nose, thick eyelashes and full lips painted an almost blood red created a vision of beauty that was only exceeded by Perenelle. The raven-colored hair framing her face like some kind of darkened halo only added an aura of mystery to her otherwise fair features. Her body was nothing to scoff at either. He could see the supple yet powerful leg muscles of her thighs and calves, The deceptive hint of muscles in her slender arms and the definition in her stomach that was hidden under what very little fatty tissue she had. Between that and her lithe waist and well-developing bust, she was definitely one of those girls who most teenage males would place under the erotic category he had read about in magazines. At a guess, he would place her age at around maybe 14 years old. Reaching out, Harry placed a hand on her neck to check for a pulse. Those guys had said she was dead, but they had also said she was an abomination as well. He didn't really know what that meant, but figured there was something unusual about her. The reason they were chasing her, perhaps. He was surprised by how warm her skin was. It wasn't exceedingly hot or anything, but considering she was supposed to be dead, her body was surprisingly warm. Though that could be because they had just killed her recently. Maybe. It was only a few seconds after he put his index and middle finger over her pulse point that something shocking happened. The girl, who he was fairly sure had not been breathing moments ago, gasped loudly. Before Harry could pull his hand away in surprise, her eyes shot wide open just as one of her hands flew up and grabbed onto his with a tightened grip. Harry would have tried to remove his wrist from her grip, but found himself too surprised to do anything more than gape. Silvery blue eyes with a strange glow darted around the room, confused and frightened as they looked for something, the two men Harry assumed, before landing on him. Those eyes looked at him for several moments, fear leaving for only confusion. Just as quickly as the eyes had opened, they fluttered closed, and the hand gripping Harry's went limp and fell back onto the bed. It was only after the girl went unconscious again that the young raven-haired boy realized something very important. He had no idea what to do now. There were 3 dead people in this room, 2 Italian men and a young teenage female who was apparently not as dead as he thought she was. Not only that, but the evidence of a struggle was obvious. There were blood marks all over the room. A table stained with blood had been turned over, and the bed had even more blood stains on it. Then there was. Harry looked down at the 2 men he had killed, grimacing. It would be obvious to anyone with basic skills in observation that they had been killed by an animal. You just couldn't make slash marks like that unless you were Freddy Krueger. Or some kind of large predatory feline. Biting his lip, Harry's mind worked overtime to think of what he should do. First, he needed to get rid of the bodies. Would disintegration, or vanishing as he learned it was called, work on a human? He didn't sense any latent magic in them, so their magic resistance would be null, but they were also humans. Their anatomy was far more complex than that of, say, a piece of paper. If only he was further along in his studies of alchemy, he could probably find some way to transmute them into something else. Alas, he was still stuck on his second transmutation circle, which would probably be far less complex than one that could transmute a human being. What should he do? Fortunately, or unfortunately, the situation was taken out of his hands when the sound of thumping feet reached his ears. Someone was coming. No, several someones. Harry counted no more than 1, 2, 3, 6 people running down the hall, their thumping feet getting louder. The police? Maybe. Whatever the case, he couldn't stay here. Harry looked around, quickly deciding on what he should do with so little time. Grabbing the girl, as he had no desire to leave her there for someone else to find, especially as she appeared to be alive in some strange sense even though she did not have a pulse. Harry activated the portkey he had been given by Nicholas Flamel so that he could return to the man's estate each day for his lessons. Alchemy. Harry Potter drew his alchemy circle with a piece of chalk under the careful eye of Nicholas Flamel, who was there to ensure his young charge did not make any mistakes and blow himself up attempting to do something as precise and calculating as transmuting mercury. He had wanted to use his blood for the medium, as blood was the best medium for channeling magic through due to it being inherently magical in nature. But Flamel had shot him down by stating that, while true, blood was really only used for the most complex of transmutation circles and not worth the amount of blood he would need to use to create such a simple circle. The transmutation circle Harry was drawing right now was exactly 1 foot in diameter and circular. Within the circle was a square, which had its 4 points touching the circle horizontally to Harry. Another square was present in this one. It was smaller, small enough to fit into the first square, and had been rotated exactly 45 degrees so that its 4 points were touching the lines of the first square, making it look like a diamond to Harry. One last circle was situated inside of the square, with just a few parts of its curve touching the 4 lines that made up the square. In the center of the circle was the alchemical symbol for Mercury. A cross, a circle on top of the cross, followed by a crescent 3/4 circle on top of that with the curved edge lapping over the top edge of the full circle. Surrounding the symbol and outlining the inside of the inner circle was text, Latin to be precise. The thousands of tiny Latin alphabetical symbols were the keys to this transmutation. While the circle itself would directed the flow of energy, and the symbol was letting the circle know which element was being transmuted, it was the writing that was being used to mold the directed energy to transmute the mercury in the way Harry desired. And in the center of it all, standing completely still as Harry had put a stasis charm on it, was exactly 15 liters of mercury shaped like a cylinder. "Let me inspect it before you activate the circle." Flamel stepped forward with Harry quickly and silently complying with the demand. Right now, the ancient alchemist was in his teacher mode. It would not be wise to cross or countermand anything he said when like this, especially since he knew what he was doing when it came to alchemy, whereas Harry was just starting. "This is pretty good," Flamel mused, rubbing his stubble-free chin. "Your circle was drawn flawlessly. I see no error in the design and there are no imperfection in your lines. Some of your script could be better, and I would have used something other than Latin, like Greek or perhaps even Mandarin for a transmutation such as this. Still, this should work for your purposes." Harry took the criticism with grace, even if he didn't necessarily like having his work criticized. He knew better than to not accept the advice given. This man knew what he was saying. Nicholas Flamel soon stepped back and gestured for Harry to activate the circle, which he did, crossing his hands in front of himself to form an X, as he began channeling the necessary amount of power needed to complete the transmutation. He had to be careful here. Too much magic and he would overload the circle and blow himself to pieces. Too little and nothing would happen. He needed to use a very precise amount. Placing his hands on the circle, he began pushing his magic into it, allowing the transmutation circle to regulate the flow of his energy and use it to help transmute the mercury into the shape he desired. Blue light began emitting from the chalk used in the creation of his transmutation circle as it was activated. Lightning arcs of magic shot forth from the mercury as the transmutation began to take place. The mercury began to expand upwards while the puddle it had formed started to shrink as the liquid metal began taking a more solidified shape. A rounded pommel formed first, followed by a knobbed hilt containing ridges for finger placement, then a slightly square-shaped guard with rounded edges formed as the silvery substance expanded and morphed. This was soon followed by a leaf-shaped, double-edged blade that looked like it was linked together as separate pieces instead of being crafted from one whole sheet of metal. Harry grabbed the hilt of the blade, a gladius, as the light from the transmutation circle died down and lifted it up. Nicholas began clapping. "Marvelous. Simply marvelous." The old man, who looked no older than 20, crowed. "Such an incredible transmutation for your second work. You, my young apprentice, seem to be a natural at this." Harry grinned. He was not above accepting the praise for his accomplishment. It was nice to actually be praised for something. At school, he kept most of his talent hidden since he didn't want too many people getting jealous of him. That happened enough as it with what he was already showing. He shuddered to think about what would happen if people learned of his true talent. "Thank you." Harry bowed his head in acknowledgement. "Now, let me take a look at the blade." Harry handed the sword over to his teacher, allowing him to inspect the blade carefully. "This is pretty fine craftsmanship. A traditional Roman-era gladius. This blade is made up of separate segments. It's meant to be used as a whip," Harry elucidated the man. "By channeling magic through the blade, you can elongate it through a string attached to each segment, allowing for longer reach." "I see." Flamel pulled out his wand and gave it a quick wave. A few feet away, a large block of wood appeared out of thin air. The ancient alchemist quickly thrust the sword forward as if he were about to pierce some unseen enemy through the chest. The segmented parts quickly separated and a long string of mercury could be seen between each segment. The blade soon reached its target, stabbing straight through the piece of wood with impunity as several of the segments passed through it. The end then proceeded to curl, wrapping around the piece of wood like some kind of snake. A quick yank on the hilt and the segmented blade contracted, slicing the wood into several pieces that fell to the ground with a series of clanks. "I see what you did here. You used mercury because it's the most malleable metal. Unlike steel or iron, Mercury, even in a solid state like this, is much more easy to manipulate. By channeling your magic through the blade, you can change the density and hardness of the metal without affecting how sharp it is. Exactly. A ridiculously complicated transmutation for your second time, Flamel chuckled. You're a pretty ambitious student, aren't you? Harry shrugged. There's no point in learning something if you're not willing to push yourself as far as you can go. I would rather fail at something, knowing I gave it my all, than succeed at something because I wasn't willing to take a risk and try pushing my knowledge to its limits. You are quite possible the strangest 11-year-old I have ever met, Nicholas chuckled, grinning broadly when he saw Harry bristle at being called out on his age. He knew Harry hated it when he did that, which was probably why he did it. In any case, I will keep this here for you, since it is very unlikely that you have anywhere to put it right now. Tomorrow, we will begin working on combining the 4 classical elements with the 3 essential principles in order to create more complex transmutations with multiple elements in them. Knowing a dismissal when he heard one, Harry gave a small bow of acknowledgement before leaving the room. He quickly ascended the stairs, headed down the hall after reaching the 3rd floor, and soon found himself in front of an unmarked door. Opening the door, Harry stepped inside to find himself standing in one of the many guest rooms the Flamel Manor possessed. He honestly didn't know why they had so many fully furnished guest rooms, as neither Nicholas nor Perenelle enjoyed much company. He supposed it was just in their nature, being people who had grown up several hundred years ago and were simply used to keeping with specific traditions and customs when it came to home building. The room was nicely furnished, if a little bare. Cream-colored walls and soft carpeting made up the basic structure of the room. There was a bed, a dresser and a nightstand, all made up of the same rich mahogany and built with the kind of elegance often found in Renaissance decor. On one side of the room was a window. Normally, it would be open to allow the sunlight through, as well as to offer a grand view of the well-maintained gardens surrounding the small manor and the large amount of forest beyond that. Right now it was closed. To the left were 2 doors, one leading to a restroom and the other a walk-in closet. Harry was not the only occupant in the room. There were 2 other people. Sitting on a chair next to the bed was Perenelle, reading the morning newspaper. She looked the same as always, beautiful and regal. You would never be able to tell that she had been up practically all night last night. As always, she was wearing ridiculously expensive clothing. This time she looked to be wearing a black robe gown made from expensive silk that seemed to shimmer and glisten whenever she moved. Perenelle was the one who had healed the other occupant of the room. Harry had been surprised to learn that the slightly haughty woman was a skilled practitioner in healing magics. She had most likely just gotten finished checking on her patient. That, or she was waiting for him to come in. It was impossible to tell which. And there, laying on the bed was the very girl Harry had rescued last night. To say he had been shocked when the girl had proven to be alive was like saying Perenelle was not the one wearing the pants in her relationship with Nicholas. Understatement just didn't begin to cover it. Harry had gone nearly catatonic when the girl had latched onto him and opened her eyes after he had killed those men, proving that she was alive. Well, technically alive, considering she was a vampire. Thinking back on that whole incident in hindsight, Harry actually felt kind of stupid for not having realized what she was. The people who had killed her mentioned that she was an abomination, and used silver bullets to harm her. Those should have been indicators right there that she was not human, though he would have assumed she was a werewolf rather than a vampire due to the silver used in the bullets. Let it be known that having eidetic memory does not always mean someone makes the connections in various pieces of information right away. Then again, Harry did not really know much about vampires, or anything at all, really. There were many movies he had watched featuring Count Dracula and many historical texts on vampires, but how accurate was the information found there? It was all just superstition and hearsay. There was no telling if anything in those books and movies were actually accurate. Perhaps he could learn though, once the girl woke up. It would be interesting to actually speak with a real-life vampire and see how they saw things from their perspective. "How is she?" asked Harry as he walked up to the bedside, his gaze never leaving the vampire's face. She looked much more peaceful now than she had when they last met. Though that could just be because of the setting he was seeing her in. "She is doing fine." Perenelle looked up from her newspaper to look at the vampire in the bed, then to Harry. "I healed her wounds last night. I Avenue also purified her blood of the silver poisoning her. The blood you gave me helped greatly as well. She gave him a surprisingly calculating look. Your blood contains much magic. I would almost assume you, Avenue, the blood of a magical creature in your veins. Well, aren't witches and wizards technically magical creatures? Asked Harry, causing Perenelle to snort. Not to them, apparently. Harry chuckled a bit, finding the same irony in his statement that Perenelle did, before reaching down and pulling his mother's wand out from his ankle holster. Using it, he conjured himself a much more basic-looking chair than Perenelle's elegant-looking one. He was not that good at conjuration yet, next to the beautiful woman, so he could sit down. It had been a very pleasant surprise to him when Perenelle and Nicholas Flamel had informed him that he could use his mother's wand for magic without alerting the ministry. According to them, the trace, which was the way all magical governments belonging to the ICW tracked underage magic, was taken off the wand of a witch or wizard after they reached the age of majority, 17. Since his mother was in her 20s when she was killed, the trace did not exist on it. Ergo, he could use magic with it. As Harry sat down, he began checking over the girl's vitals to make sure she was still alive. He knew that Perenelle had already done so, but he preferred double-checking everything himself, just to make sure. Of course, because the girl was a vampire, he couldn't use normal means for checking to see if she was alive. He had to use a spell for that, one that Perenelle had taught him the night before when he had brought the girl back. It is amusing to watch you act like a Mauser, Ari, Perenelle's lilting voice teased him, an amused smile curving her beautiful lips. It was a different side from the haughty woman he usually saw, though that could just mean she was warming up to him. Harry flushed a bit, but did not stop checking the girl over. I rescued her and brought her in. That makes her my responsibility. That you did. Perenelle nodded as she looked at the young man, her gaze thoughtful. Still, it is awfully unusual for someone so young to act so mature and responsible. Harry took a deep breath. He knew that Perenelle was not saying that to point out his age like Nicholas had when he mentioned it, but simply stating an observation that illuminated a part of his character that she found did not fit the criteria of someone his physical age represented. However, hearing those words from her and Nicholas, from anyone really, bothered him more than he would ever care to admit. For so long, Harry had gone to great efforts to define himself as a young, independent adult. He did not live at home with relatives. He lived in a house which he paid rent for through manual labor by people who just so happened to be blood related to him. Everything he owned, from his clothing, minus the clothes Perenelle insisted on buying for him, to his furniture, was bought and paid for through money he had acquired doing various odd jobs he took around the neighborhood. In school he worked twice as hard as anyone else, not just in academics, but in athletics as well. Day in and day out he pushed himself, striving for greatness, to show the Dursleys that their misguided concepts of him were wrong, to show everyone that he was not just some child who couldn't look after himself, to make his parents proud of him. Most importantly, he did it for himself. To prove to himself that he was different, unique, better. It should be no wonder then, that Harry did not define himself as a child. As far as he was concerned, he did everything that an adult did and then some, therefore, he was an adult in all but age. I guess I'm just not like most people my age, Harry replied mildly. That you are not. Perenelle looked amused. Then again, I do not know many people, adult or otherwise, who would Avenue risked their lives and killed 2 humans to save a vampire. Harry winced as he remembered what he had done to rescue the girl. He wasn't particularly bothered that he had killed. He had already killed Quirrell, and that was much more violent and tough than what happened to those 2 men. Plus they had deserved it for trying to desecrate the dead as they had. Still, it had been a messy affair and not one he had fully thought through when committing it. Wait. Harry eyed the woman with furrowed brows as he realized there was something wrong with her statement. How did you know I killed 2 humans? I don't remember telling you or Master Flamel that. It was in this morning's newspaper. Perenelle showed Harry the front page, which had a headline of "Dangerous Animal Possibly on the Loose" in big, bold print, along with a picture showing the 2 men who had been killed. It says, that a strange beast with claws killed 2 men last night. They say men were known mercenaries, and rumors speculate that they were smuggling an illegal and dangerous animal when it got loose and killed them. Her eyes gleamed triumphantly. You are an animagus, are you not? Harry rubbed the back of his neck, trying not to show how impressed he was that she had come to such a conclusion. Most people would not have figured it out with so little information. Then again, she was over 600 years old. It shouldn't be that much of a surprise that she caught on to things quicker than most people. Guilty as charged. What is your animal form, if you don't mind me asking? A jaguar with black fur and white fur in the shape of a lightning bolt right here. Harry pointed to his forehead, where his scar could be seen clearly visible beneath the fringe of his bangs. Fascinating. Perenelle looked impressed. I myself do not possess the ability to turn into an animagus. Neither does Nicholas. Harry would admit that he preened a bit under the praise. There was just something about the woman that made him feel good about himself when she praised him. He suspected it had something to do with the male's need to impress females. It was supposedly something all men were genetically inclined to do no matter the age. Anyways, I think I shall leave now that you are heir to watch over her. Perenelle stood up and began making her way out of the room. She reached the door before Harry decided to ask the question that had been on his mind since the day they first met. Madame Perenelle? Said woman turned around to face Harry, a single, delicate eyebrow raised in curiosity. I was just wonder. You've been around for a while, Harry quickly corrected. If there was one thing he learned from Mrs. Croft, it was that you never, under any circumstances, ever, mention a woman's age. Considering Perenelle was over 600 years old, that small rule became more important by a factor of 10. Yet I couldn't help but notice that you still have a French accent. And you are wondering why I still avenue it? She asked, amused. When he nodded, she smiled at him, showing her pearly white teeth. I avenue not gotten rid of my accent because Nicholas finds it say *y, of course. Harry blanched. He wished he hadn't asked. Harry Potter swept into Gringotts with the walk of a man who was there with a purpose. He was wearing some of his new clothes, an Yves Saint Laurent business suit consisting of a black, *B***Easter jacket, black flat front pants, a dark green bordering on black collared shirt, Blake derby shoes in black leather and a black belt with his traditional wand holster attached to it. He looked decidedly muggle, aside from the wand holster, which brought many stares from a good number of witches and wizards who were at Gringotts that day, but since Harry was here for business, he felt a business suit would be best. Walking up to one of the empty teller booths, Harry spoke immediately and without waiting for the goblin to ask him to state his purpose. I have a meeting with Director Ragnarok at 9:30. The goblin in front him, a shorter than average goblin with no hair and several sunspots, looked up at him with irritated eyes. Name, Harry Potter. Very well, wait right here. With an annoyed grunt, the goblin hopped off the stool he had been sitting on and walked over to the door that would lead to the offices where goblins specifically assigned to look after the vaults of certain families worked. Harry paid no more attention to the goblin as he disappeared behind the door, nor did he pay attention to the curious stares he was getting. He instead practiced his breathing exercises and cleared his mind. A few minutes later, the goblin came back through the door and bade him to follow. Director Ragnarok was sitting in the same position Harry last saw him in, making the young boy wonder if the goblin had even moved from that spot. Sitting down in the chair just as Director Ragnarok looked up from his paperwork, Harry began to once again speak without prompting, getting straight to the point of this meeting. Have your people been able to insert themselves into HSBC Holdings? They have, he said. Harry nodded. He didn't question how they managed to do such a thing when they were goblins, but he assumed there was some kind of magic involved. Last yearly earnings were 15% of the account's holdings. I know. Ragnarok leaned back in his seat, placing his elbows on the desk and locking his fingers together in front of his face. I saw the statements you sent. Not bad earnings for only a year. While it could have been better, it could have also been worse. Quite, Harry said with a nod. And what of the information I gave you on the Muggle stock market? I've read through it, the Goblin director allowed. I'll admit, this stock market is a rather ingenious way of making more money. Those Muggles came up with a good idea when they made it. Since you've seen my bank statements, you should know how I managed to make that money. By buying out stocks for two different companies that are in competition with each other when they are at their lowest prices, then selling them when they are at an all-time high. Ragnarok's feral smile set Harry at unease. He knew it did not mean anything, That was just the way goblins smiled when they were pleased, but it was still unsettling. Yes, I saw that too. You've got impressive instincts. Thank you. Harry accepted the compliment with a nod. Compliments from goblins to wizards were rare, so receiving one just went to show Harry how impressed Ragnarok was with his business acumen. Not that he didn't have a reason to be. Harry had, after giving much thought, come up with a genius way to make money. And if there was one thing goblins loved, it was making more money. Muggles were in a new age. If the late 1700s was the start of the industrial age for Muggles, then the past 2 decades or so could easily be considered the start of the technological age. Each day people were coming up with new technologies, or improved versions of old technological ideas. In particular, computers had come a long way, changing from those large, unwieldy things that only militaries or the super wealthy could own, to smaller computers that can fit comfortably at a desk and were only around 250 pounds. And it was with these technological wonders that Harry found his means of making the most money. Apple and Microsoft were 2 companies that were constantly competing with each other to make better and better products. Every year one or both companies would come out with a new computer that set or raised the standard. Every year each company would try to outdo the other, creating a constant competition between the two to see who could come up with a better product. Competition in business was defined as the effort of 2 or more parties acting independently to secure the business of a third party by offering the most favorable terms. Essentially, Apple and Microsoft were the 2 or more parties, while various consumers worldwide were the third party whose favor they were trying to gain. There has always been debate on whether or not competition is actually good for business. Many business theorists have argued about the profitability of competition between 2 businesses, some stating that an increase in competition created more products, services and technologies to give consumers greater selection and better products, while others claimed it led to wasted effort, duplicated products, and increased cost. Harry had actually read many people's work on business economics. It wasn't as interesting as history or science, and nowhere near as exciting as magic, but it had at least given him something to read that would help him in the future. However, what he was interested in was not whether or not competition in business increased productivity or led to wasted effort. All that mattered to Harry was what it could do for him. By buying out stocks from one company when they were at a lower price, then selling them when they reached their highest. Typically this happened several months after a new product was released before the hype over it wore off, followed by buying out the stocks of the other company while they were at their lowest and repeating the process. Harry increased the money owned in his bank account substantially. So far, his plan had worked beautifully. Producing a sheet of paper from within the front pocket of his business suit, Harry slid the paper across the desk to Director Ragnarok. As the director of Gringotts grabbed the paper and unfolded it to read the contents, Harry began speaking once more. That list contains several companies I want to begin investing in and a few more I wish to start buying stocks for within the Muggle world. As you now have people inside of the bank my account is located in, I'll leave the act of actually investing to them. In most circumstances he would never do this, he preferred doing things himself, but Harry was going to be very busy this year making waves in Wizarding Society. His first year at Hogwarts had been him getting his feet wet, so to speak, but now was the time to really begin integrating himself into society as a whole. However, in order to do this, he needed time. Time to make plans, time to meet people important to society. He wanted to hire Andromeda full-time in an advisory role, which would take up more of his time if she took the position, and that wasn't even going into his schooling and other endeavors. In short, he needed to allocate certain jobs to other people in order to have enough time to accomplish everything he wanted. He wouldn't always be able to use a time-turner after all. I also want to begin making plans to start a business in Wizarding Society, Harry said, getting Director Ragnarok's full attention once more. Oh, yes. Harry tapped his left index finger against the armrest of his chair. I want to get into the potions industry by selling improved versions of standard potions for a cheaper price than most stores. Doing so should bring in more business and increase sales. And having the name Harry Potter attached to your store will no doubt increase the amount of customers you acquire, Director Ragnarok added, nodding his head as he thought of where Harry was going. There is that too. Truthfully, Harry had not really been thinking in terms of how using his name could increase customers, but it was a good idea nonetheless, and there was no need to inform Director Ragnarok he had not actually thought of that. Director Ragnuk placed a hand under his chin as a thoughtful look crossed his face. There is a lot that goes into owning a business, especially one that caters to selling potions. It's not just a matter of needing to buy property and hire hands to make and sell potions. There is a legal process you have to go through. You need to get several licenses from the ministry, one that allows you to own property and one that allows you to sell potions. It's a tedious process that wastes a lot of time and effort. It is also typically required for someone opening a potions shop to have a newt in potions and arithmancy. Which would explain why there were so few potion shops these days. Harry had managed to learn through the grapevine that very few people passed Snape's newt level classes. Those who did were generally Slytherins who didn't actually have an interest in potions and were taking the class because they knew Snape would go easy on them. I could probably waiver much of the process by donating some money to the ministry, Harry murmured thoughtfully. He didn't like the idea of bribing to get what he wanted, but he would if he had no other options. Or perhaps I could ask for a few favors. The world ran on favors. You do something for someone else, and in return they do something for you. Tit for tat. You scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. That sort of thing. If you can get the licenses, I can get the property, Director Ragnuk said. But you have to get the license first. Without it, it won't matter if I buy the property or not, you won't be able to actually do anything with it. Then it looks like I have work to do. Harry stood up, preparing to leave. Have your people begin investing in those companies. When I get the licenses, I'll send you a letter. Harry Potter sighed in relief when he found himself standing outside of Gringotts. Talking business like that for however long he had been in there was tiring, incredibly so. While he knew quite a bit about economics and business thanks to his reading, he had not realized just how much effort truly went into creating a business and investing money. It was a lot of work, to be sure. Lifting up his right arm, Harry looked down at his watch to see that it was noon. His meeting with Director Ragnuk had started at 9:30, which meant he had been sitting in that room discussing business for 3 whole hours. His rumbling stomach reminded Harry that he had yet to eat lunch. Deciding to have something at the Leaky Cauldron instead of going back to the Dursley's where it would take an extra 15 minutes to make his own food, Harry began making his way into the streets of Diagon Alley. As always, Diagon Alley was very crowded. As one of only 3 places where the magical community gathered to buy and sell their wares in Britain, it was always busy, with people constantly coming and going. Harry was very thankful that his natural grace and athleticism had been enhanced by his Jaguar Animagi form, or he probably would have been knocked down several times already. Hey! Is that Harry? While walking through the throng of people, his ears managed to pick out the sound of his name being called by a very familiar voice above the loud noises that penetrated the afternoon crowd. Spinning around, Harry tried to find the source of the voice. It is, "Hey, Harry." Make that 2 sources. Standing over by a set of chairs surrounding a table at Florian Fortescue's were none other than Tracy Davis and Lisa Turpin, along with who Harry recognized as Tracy's father and mother. A tiny smile worked itself onto his face. Gliding through the crowd, Harry quickly made it over to the table where he was practically jumped on by an overexcited Tracy. Harry couldn't help but laugh as Tracy tried her best to squeeze his internal organs into paste via her hug. It had not been that long since he had last seen his friends, just a little over 3 weeks, but he could understand why she was like this. It felt like much longer. He supposed that old saying about absence in the face of time making the heart grow fonder had something going for it after all. "It's good to see you, Trace," Harry replied to her greeting after she finished trying to see how thin she could make him with her hug. As she took a step back, he got his first good look at her. Not much had changed with Tracy since the last time he had seen her. She had grown maybe a centimeter or 2 at most, and her hair was just a bit longer. She wasn't wearing it in a ponytail like she usually did, allowing it to fall down her back in gentle curls and frame her face. She also looked less conflicted than when he had last seen her. He supposed that meant whatever troubling thoughts she had been thinking were resolved. Harry was curious, but felt it best not to dredge up possibly painful and troubling thoughts. Tracy was also wearing Muggle clothing, tight blue jeans and a green t-shirt. This was the first time he had seen her, or any other witch, in Muggle clothing, which may have had something to do with them only seeing each other at Hogwarts and when they were getting fitted for their robes. It would make sense to see her in Muggle clothes though. Tracy was a half-blood. Her mother was a Muggle-born witch. Therefore it stood to reason she was a bit more impartial towards Muggle clothing than wizard's clothing. "You look nice," Harry complimented. While his compliment earned him a slightly pink face from Tracy, that was secondary to the large grin she sported. "I know," she was replied in a faux haughty voice that sounded like she was trying to mimic Perennial but couldn't quite get it. It was kind of funny, if you were honest. Tracy then looked him up and down and raised an eyebrow. "Speaking of looking nice, what's up with the fancy getup?" "Ah." Harry wondered why he felt embarrassment at being called out on his clothing. Really, he had no reason to. Was it because everyone else was dressed so casually while he looked like a Muggle barrister? "I just got finished meeting with Director Ragnuk. We were talking business, so." "You decided to wear a business suit?" Tracy shook her head in amusement. "Geez, Harry. You look like a kid trying to play car salesman." A small scowl crossed Harry's face. "I do not. It's important to look the part as much as it is to play the part. When a meeting for a business transaction, it's just as important to look professional as it is to sound professional." Right. Tracy waved her hand airily, as if waving off a bug. "I think you just like trying to look all smart and stuff, Mr. Big Shot." Harry frowned for a moment, before deciding he was going to ignore Tracy, her snickering, and her parents' snickering as they watched him interact with their daughter. He instead turned his attention to Lisa. Their greeting was much more subdued than Tracy's enthusiastic glomping. "Hey, Lisa. How has your summer been so far?" "Good. Well, mostly good." When Harry raised an eyebrow at her answer, Lisa made an annoyed gesture. "Just the same old problems. I've been having to deal with my sister and she can be a bit trying, as you know, but I've had to deal with her every year, so it's not like I don't have experience with it." "Ah," Harry nodded in understanding. "She's been giving you trouble?" "No more than usual." Which was Lisa speak for, "She's the most annoying person in the world, but there is nothing I can do about that." "I see," Harry said. "Well, I hope things get better." Lisa snorted, letting her know her thoughts on that. Meanwhile, Harry looked over at the two adults, feeling a tad sheepish that he had not greeted them first as was proper in pureblood society. "Mr. and Mrs. Davis. It's a pleasure to see you two again." "The pleasure's all ours," Mrs. Davis said, grinning as Harry gave her a proper pureblood greeting after shaking Mr. Davis's hand. "Would you care to join us?" Harry only needed a moment to think about it. He was hungry, that much was true. But it had been over 3 weeks since he saw any of his friends and, while he might not admit it out loud, he had missed them. Not as much as he had missed Lisa maybe, but he had missed seeing them and talking to them. "I would. Thank you." Harry sat himself down next to Tracy and Lisa, both of whom had an ice cream sundaes in front of them. From the scent coming off them, he guessed that Tracy's was chocolate fudge with mint and Lisa's was white raspberry cheesecake. He also noticed their toppings. Tracy's ice cream had so much whipped cream on it that it almost looked like the entire bowl was filled with the stuff. Lisa seemed to have taken a more Spartan approach, sprinkling only a little bit of chopped nuts and sprinkles on hers. "Do you want some ice cream?" asked Mr. Davis. Harry shook his head. "I'm not much of a sweets fan," Harry admitted. Sweets were bad for people's health. Too much sugar. And that was not going into what they did to your teeth. And I haven't had lunch yet. "If you'd like, I could grab you a sandwich," Mrs. Davis suggested, causing Harry to blink at how accommodating she was. It wasn't like he hadn't had people be like that to him before. Mrs. Croft did the same thing. But he was well acquainted with Lisa's mother. He hardly knew Tracy's. Still, best to be polite and accept the offer. "Thank you. If it's not too much trouble, could you get a turkey sandwich with lettuce, tomatoes, olive oil with a vinaigrette dressing and flax seed with no cheese?" Mrs. Davis looked amused at his very specific specifications as she stood up. "I'll see what I can do," she promised, and then she was off. That woman. Mr. Davis shook his head fondly before he went back to reading the newspaper in his hands. Harry looked at Lisa and Tracy. "So what are you two doing here?" "You mean aside from hanging out?" asked Tracy, giving him a wry grin. Harry rolled his eyes. "Yes, I kind of figured that," Harry said a bit dryly. "I mean, did you two just come here for ice cream? Or are you shopping too?" "We did do some window shopping," Lisa admitted. "But we mostly came here for the ice cream," Tracy added shamelessly as she dug into her sundae, *ning in delight as she took what looked to be her first bite of the day. I don't think Hermione would agree with you on that, Lisa said with an amused smirk. Harry blinked. Hermione's here. Yeah, Tracy grinned. She's still inside Florian's though. A snicker escaped her lips. She's been in there for the past 4 minutes. Methinks she's having a bit of trouble. As Tracy pointed into the shop, Harry looked over his shoulder and saw that Hermione was indeed inside the store. She was with her parents, who were standing on either side of her and looking at the girl with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Hermione herself was staring intently at the glass case filled with different kinds of ice cream, the thumb of her right hand being bitten on as she surveyed her choices. Knowing Hermione, she probably wanted to try every flavor, but her parents had told her she could only get one and was now having trouble deciding which flavor she wanted to get. Harry was just surprised her parents were letting her eat ice cream at all, seeing how they were dentists. She wanted us to spend most of our time at Flourish and Blots, but I shot that down as soon as I could. Tracy seemed quite proud of herself for that accomplishment. Lisa and Mr. Davis just shook their head. Can you believe her? Wanting to spend all our time looking at books? I felt myself getting bored just looking at that place from a distance. There's nothing wrong with reading, Lisa frowned. Of course you'd say that, Tracy rolled her eyes. You're a Ravenclaw and a history buff. You're, like, a super nerd. I should probably take offense to that, Lisa muttered without any real heat. She had gotten used to Tracy putting her foot in her mouth by now. They all had. But you don't because you love me, right? Lisa shook her head, but smiled all the same. I see why Daphne's always ragging on you, she said, making Tracy pout and cross her arms over her chest. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, nothing. I'm surprised you guys managed to get Hermione to come out here, Harry said, shaking his head in slight amusement at their antics. It seemed almost like Lisa was channeling her inner Daphne for dealing with Tracy. Only she didn't have nearly enough bite to her words and was nowhere near as sarcastic. And she wasn't making fun of Tracy. Wasn't that hard? Tracy shrugged as she took another spoonful of ice cream and brought to her mouth. We just sent her a letter asking if she wanted to come. Don't speak with your mouth full, Tracy. Tracy swallowed her ice cream before sending her dad a sheepish look. Right, sorry Dad. We actually sent letters to everyone, Lisa informed him. Or Tracy did, she's the one who wanted everyone to get together. Blaise is still in Italy though, Tracy told Harry. I think he'll be there until the end of next month. Neville would have come, but I was told his gran was doing something special for him this week due to his good grades. Daphne is. Well, I don't think I need to tell you why she couldn't come. Harry nodded. Knowing Daphne, she probably didn't want to leave Astoria alone with their father. If Harry had a father like that, he wouldn't want to leave his sister alone with him either. If he had a sister, that is. Anyways, Terry said he was doing something this weekend. I think it has something to do with stars and telescopes. She shook her head, as if wondering why her friend decided astronomy was more important than her. Susan and Hannah are out of the country as well. They're in the States, I think. And you? She pointed an accusing finger at him, never even bothered giving me a reply. You sent me a letter? Harry blinked. That's news to me. Wait. Are you saying you didn't get my letter? Well, no, Harry frowned. In fact, I haven't received any mail in the past 3 days. I haven't even gotten the Daily Prophet either. Which he had subscribed to before even beginning his first year at Hogwarts. Since then he had received the Daily Prophet newspaper, well, daily. At least he had until 3 days ago, when he had stopped receiving them. He had thought something was wrong with his subscription, but if what Tracy was saying was true, there may be another reason. The only thing he could think of for not receiving his mail was that someone was blocking his letters. He would have to look into this. And if that was the case, he would need to give whoever was blocking him from receiving mail divine retribution for not allowing him to keep up with his friends and what was going on in Wizarding Society. For now though, he should probably come up with an alternate means of allowing his friends to write to him. Getting out a sheet of paper, Harry quickly wrote down the address to Andromeda's business, asked Mr. Davis to duplicate it. He couldn't use magic in public after all, then handed both sheets to Lisa and Tracy. If what you just said is true, there might be a problem with my mail, he said when they both gave him strange looks. Just send your letters to this address and I'll get them. Okay. Sure. Tracy stuffed the address in the side pocket in her jeans as Lisa carefully folded it and did the same. It's very strange that you're not receiving the Daily Prophet, Mr. Davis mused. Seeing how they're a newspaper company, the more newspapers they sell, the higher their ratings go. He looked down at his Daily Prophet paper, causing Harry to once more do the same. Speaking of the Daily Prophet, Harry interrupted as he took a look at the paper. Would you mind if I see the front page of yours? Mr. Davis looked at him, then shrugged as he handed the young Potter heir the front page of his newspaper. Sure. Thank you. Why are you reading the newspaper when you could be talking to us? Asked Tracy as she wrinkled her nose at the newspaper like it had something foul-smelling on it. Because of this, Harry pointed to the front page headline titled, Movement for Muggleborn Rights, headed by Arthur Weasley, which spoke of the patriarch of the Weasley clan trying to push a law that granted Muggleborns more rights in Wizarding Society. According to the Daily Prophet, this law was being blocked by a number of old pureblood factions that were being headed by Lucius Malfoy, who did not want Muggleborns to gain a foothold in Wizarding Society and taint it with their Muggle-like ideas. Of course that's what got your attention, Tracy sighed, you and your politics. I heard you had taken an interest in politics. Mr. Davis looked at him with interest. Not so much an interest as I'm trying to stay east of current affairs and meet the big movers of the wizarding world, Harry amended. As the heir to an ancient and most noble house, as well as the last member of one of the founding five, I need to make sure that when I do enter the political arena, I am well connected and ready to face whatever challenges come my way. That was why he was trying to make allies so early after entering the wizarding world. Right now, Harry Potter was big news. By meeting with people just after entering, he was using the momentum given to him by the hype he had from being the boy who lived to his advantage. That was the heir to a powerful family was just the clincher. Makes sense, Mr. Davis admitted. I've never been too interested in politics myself, but I know that you would need to know that crap for when you get your house seat on the Wizengamot. Language, dear, Mrs. Davis said with a pleasant voice as she set a plate with a turkey sandwich on it in front of Harry. Mr. Davis winced when she patted him on the arm and sat down. Man, Dad, Tracy shook her head in feigned disappointment. Mum's got you whipped. I am not whipped, Tracy's dad exclaimed. The way he looked at his wife out of the corner of his eye did not help his case. And you shouldn't speak to your father like that. Whatever, Tracy said in a dismissive fashion, waving her hand in the air. Mr. Davis looked like he was 10 seconds away from pouting, which caused Mrs. Davis to chuckle and give him a key asterisk on the cheek, which in turn caused Tracy to grin. See? Whipped. As she made a lashing motion with her hand and whipping sounds with her mouth, Lisa and Mrs. Davis giggled while Mr. Davis finally did begin pouting. I had hoped you would not get your mother's mouth, he said sullenly. It seems my hopes were crushed. What was that, dear? Nothing. Harry shook his head as he watched the husband and wife interact. Were all men he knew like this? Completely submissive to the whims of their wife? Harry vowed to never let himself be in a relationship with such a controlling woman when he got married. Harry. Turning his head, Harry saw Hermione rushing over to their table, her parents following behind her as she ran while trying not to spill her ice cream. There was a bright smile on her face as she stopped in front of their table. A smile which turned into a frown as she looked at him. For a moment, Harry thought there was something wrong when her eyes roamed up and down his body. He hadn't gotten any crumbs on his clothes, had he? What if there was olive oil and dressing smeared all over his face? That would just be embarrassing. Those thoughts were dashed as the next question came out of her mouth. Harry, why are you wearing a Muggle business suit? As Lisa began to giggle, parents began to snicker, and Tracy started guffawing loudly enough to draw attention to their table from witches and wizards walking along the street. A red-faced Harry vowed to never wear a business suit unless he absolutely had to ever again. Following his lunch with Hermione, Lisa, Tracy and her parents, Harry found himself in a meeting with Andromeda Tonks. After learning that someone may or may not be blocking his mail, he had decided it would be prudent to inform his barrister of this, if for no other reason than because he had told his friends to forward their letters to him to her address. I swear, Harry, you are one of my most trouble-prone clients. Despite her words, Andromeda sounded more amused than angry or exasperated. Wanting to sue a large number of companies, picking fights with Lucius Malfoy at the Ministry Ball, and now this. I do apologize for doing this to you. Harry felt a bit sheepish as she laid out everything he had done so far. When said it like that, it made him realize that most people would probably never do half the things he had done, much less in just a year. Even less at age 11. I couldn't really think of who else I would trust not to look through my mail and, well, if my mail is being blocked. I understand, Andromeda said, holding up a hand to stop him from speaking. Though I don't think your problem is someone blocking your mail. Why is that? Because blocking your mail is impossible for anyone who is not your magical guardian, Andromeda stated, before elaborating for him. The spell used to block mail is a very special spell created by the Ministry in order to keep certain people of high status from receiving mail from people who may mean them harm. In order for the spell to be performed on you, it must be done with the consent of your magical guardian. Which is Sirius Black, who is currently incarcerated in Azkaban. Harry could see where this was going. Yes. Sirius Black was incarcerated in Azkaban by the time you were sent to live with your relatives. Considering you have been receiving your mail daily until recently, it stands to reason he did not give consent to block your mail. Not that he could anyways. Only the Minister of Magic can visit him, and he would not do something that may put him at odds with the boy who lived. Harry frowned as he realized his first theory was wrong. If my mail isn't being blocked, then how come I'm not getting it? Andromeda looked pensive. This is just a thought, but I would hazard a guess and say that someone is intercepting your mail for some reason. She worried her lower lip as Harry gave her a startled look. Someone's intercepting my mail? Harry didn't know whether to feel shocked or angered at the audacity someone had to have to actually steal his mail. It wasn't just a matter of ethics, but a matter of cause, of motive. Why would someone want to steal his mail? Could it be Voldemort? Possibly. Harry was not quite terrified, but certainly concerned by the thought that Voldemort might be going through his mail. It was definitely unsettling, especially given that he had been after the Philosopher's Stone during their most recent encounter. Still, while he didn't discount the possibility of Voldemort learning that he actually had the stone in his possession for a time and was now hoping to find it via looking through his mail, he didn't think it feasible either. Right now Voldemort was nothing more than a wraith without a body, and while it was possible he had possessed someone else already, it was also unlikely. Right now he was weak, so unless someone willingly allowed him to possess them, it wouldn't be happening. That left the question of who was intercepting his mail up in the air, which put him back at square one. Well, Andromeda tried to liven up the tense atmosphere her dropped bomb had created. I wouldn't worry about that now. While not a perfect solution, you have found a way to still get your mail. In order for them to figure out which mail belongs to you, they would have to intercept all of my mail, which is impossible because I am a barrister. There would be an investigation if they did. She tapped her chin with a long index finger and added. And I doubt anyone would be able to figure out that you've been seeing me unless they follow you everywhere, which would be impossible unless they had the ability to watch you 24/7. So, let's not worry about that for now. Harry relaxed at Andromeda's words. She was right. He had come with a solution towards his mail problem, albeit a temporary one. He could figure the rest out later, no matter how much it rankled him to leave this issue unresolved. Now, you'll be pleased to know that I have everything ready to begin our campaign against the companies using your name for their products. Harry perked up, causing Andromeda to smile. I was actually going to send you a letter. Good thing I didn't, They both shared an uneasy chuckle. Neither wanted to think about what would happen if someone had intercepted that letter. That would have been a disaster to deal with. All that's left for you to do is give the okay, Andromeda continued. Then I can begin my campaign. Is it possible for you to start at such a time that the first public apology is given the day after I go to Hogwarts? Andromeda chuckled as she seemingly read Harry's thoughts. Wanting to avoid the publicity? Only partially, Harry answered with a shrug. I just don't want to have my daily schedule interrupted by hungry reporters trying to convince me to give an interview. I would prefer it if I could simply send my response via mail instead of having to sit through several hours of someone asking me questions on my thoughts about other people using my name for their own profit. Andromeda had a suggestion for that. In that case, should you wish it, we could field all questions by predicting what people will be asking and coming up with pre-written answers before then. Thinking over the offer for a second, Harry nodded his head. Good idea. That would save me a lot of trouble in the long run. Not to mention a lot of time, which Harry would be having very little of once he started Hogwarts again. Gods, he was going to miss that time turner. Such a useful device it was. In that case, I believe that concludes our business for now. Andromeda smiled as Harry stood up. Now that there was no more business to be done, her demeanor went from a professional barrister to that of a mother whose child happened to be someone as wily, excitable and accident-prone as Nymphadora Tonks. Would you like to stay for dinner? Thank you for the offer. Harry inclined his head politely. But I have to decline. I've made other dinner arrangements today. Andromeda giggled, a little as a teasing grin crossed her face, both at his word choice and what it meant. Having dinner at your girlfriend's house today? Harry groaned as he rubbed a hand over his face. Why did every older woman he knew think that he and Lisa were dating? They weren't dating. He was too young to think of something as inconsequential as romance, especially when there were more important things to be done. Besides, Lisa was like his sister. Dating her would just be wrong. Why is it that every woman I meet say things like this? Maybe it's because you act like an old whipped husband responding to his wife's every beck and call. Andromeda teased him some more. Great, first Katrina, then Perenelle and now Andromeda. Did all older women enjoy teasing him? And he was not whipped, he wasn't, was he? Blood runes, also known as blood seals to some, are used to bind someone's soul to an inanimate object. The iron in the blood will interact with the metal it's on, causing the metal and the blood rune to form a symbiosis, thereby ensuring that the soul is tied to the object rather than the body. Nicholas Flamel paced back and forth in front of his student as he lectured Harry on yet another aspect of alchemy that the young Potter heir had never heard of. He had to admit, it was a fascinating subject, kind of sick and twisted, but fascinating nonetheless. There are a few positive effects for those who have had their soul bound. A person whose soul is bound to an inanimate object feels no pain, hunger, or fatigue, thus enabling them to perform immense physical feats. Also, as the person has no body, he or she can sustain more damage than normal humans, placing the person in a state of nigh invulnerability. Now that Harry understood the basics of alchemy and could create his own transmutation circles, Nicholas Flamel had decided it was time to give him more knowledge on the subject of alchemy. Advanced knowledge, forbidden knowledge. Of course, there are also negative effects as well. He or she has a weak point, the rune itself. If the rune is damaged in some way, the person's soul will start to fade from the object. This makes the protection of the blood rune the most important task of the bound soul. Sometimes, the person inside the object can start to question his or her own existence. This can be very dangerous to the person's mental health. Harry felt a shiver course down his spine. While this subject was beyond interesting, he would not deny that the idea of having his soul bound to an inanimate object was frightening. The idea of never feeling pain or hunger or fatigue, while pleasant, also came with an equal amount of negatives. He would not be able to feel, he would never be able to taste, he would never get to enjoy the act of sleeping for relaxation's sake. The worst part, Harry would admit, is that he would never be able to feel. The other two didn't sound as bad. He would deny this to anyone who asked, but Harry had grown to like Lisa's hugs. It was an unfortunate side effect of getting so many of them throughout the number of years he had known her. There is also an even greater danger to those who have had their souls bound. If one's soul is bound to an inanimate object for too long, the soul and object will eventually start to repel each other. The person will start to experience moments of exhaustion, which causes that person's soul to disappear from the object. This can lead to the complete destruction of the soul as it slips away. This makes the blood rune only a temporarily effective technique. The process is relatively simple. The practitioner must draw a rune in blood on an inanimate metal object, which will bind the iron in the blood. Typically speaking, runes are often drawn on things like armor. As Flamel finally finished his lecture, Harry decided it was time to give voice to his thoughts on what he learned. It doesn't sound to me like the benefits of having your soul bound to an object outweigh the costs. Of course it doesn't, Flamel chuckled. This method of binding was not used as any form of reprieve or reward. It was punishment dealt for people who had committed a capital offense. Back during the Founders' era and even during the time of ancient Greece, binding souls to objects were done for those who had committed the most heinous of crimes. These criminals would have their souls bound and a South Asterisk Avenue rune placed upon them to ensure they would obey their master's every whim. They were normally used as guards for high-profile peoples and places. This process has been around for that long. He had not realized such advancements had been made so far back. Well, the process itself is not that difficult, Flamel shrugged. It's just that people were so disgusted by the idea of it that all knowledge on how to do it was banned by the ICW. Which would explain why Flamel knew of it, but no one else. Or no one else who was willing to try and write it in a book at least. So the founders used this technique as well, Harry mused to himself. Naturally. It's a very stable technique if used correctly, and creates an inexhaustible guard force. How do you think all those suits of armor came to be capable of movement? Harry blinked. That would make sense. His eyes glazed over in thought. I had always thought it was some form of permanent animation charm, but they were always just a little too lifelike for that, a little too animated. I sometimes wondered if there were actually people in those suits of armor. Technically there are, Flamel said dryly. They're just not in any position to talk. True. In either event, what the founders did was more than just binding souls to suits of armor. Nicholas continued on this tangent for a moment. As I said before, souls will fade eventually as the object and soul repel each other. To solve this problem, I suspect a more permanent binding ritual was used after the souls were initially bound. Though I will admit, I have no idea what ritual they used. My passion is alchemy, not magic rituals. Harry nodded his head as he went through everything he was told. It was something of a startling revelation to learn that 4 of the most looked up to wizards in British history, those who had pioneered the way for magical learning, had actually done something most people in this day and age would consider some of the darkest type of magics. It also went to show just how different this age was from the founders' time. Such practices may have been accepted 2,000 years ago, maybe even as far back as 600 years ago, but in this day and age magic like the blood rune would have earned a one-way ticket to Azkaban. A knock on the door startled Harry from his thoughts. He and Flamel looked over at the door to see Perenelle enter the room, looking absolutely stunning as always. "Penny dear, is something wrong?" asked Flamel, concerned. Perenelle rarely ever came into his alchemy lab. Usually, the only times she would enter was when she had decided either he or Harry had spent too much time in there and needed to get out for some fresh air. Today's lecture had been relatively short. They had only been in there for about an hour, give or take a few minutes. "Nozzing is wrong," Perenelle assured her husband with a smile that showed her pearly whites. "Unless you consider our guest waking up." Harry blinked in surprise as she turned to him. "She has requested to see you." "Me?" Harry blinked again, dumbstruck. Why, to thank Savior, of course," Perenelle replied with a lilting giggle that no woman over 600 years old should possess. No woman over 20 should possess that kind of laugh. And just why did her voice send such pleasant tingles through him? "Ah, well," Harry looked uncertain for a moment. "I guess I should go see her then, yes?" "Yes, you should." Perenelle looked amused by his uncertainty. Harry was sure she would tease him later. Every woman he had met over the age of 20 so far seemed to enjoy messing with him via teasing lately. He just wished he understood why. "Right, well." Harry turned to Flamel and bowed slightly. "Thank you for the lesson." "Oh, no worries, no worries." Flamel also looked amused. Harry was sure that man would be taunting him later too. Stupid old man who didn't look a day over 20. "You should go. Wouldn't want to keep your fair damsel waiting now, would you?" Harry's right eye twitched slightly, but thanks to his occlumency skills that was the only sign of his irritation. Offering another nod, he quickly left the alchemy lab and made his way to the room where the vampire girl he had rescued resided. She was inside, just as Harry expected her to be. She was also wide awake. Standing over by the window and looking out as sunlight streamed in through the glass, which had Harry wondering if she really was a vampire. Weren't they supposed to be vulnerable to sunlight? Was the girl he had rescued. The first thing his ocular senses decided to register was that her clothes, if such a definition could be applied to what she was wearing, were about as close to indecent as you could possibly get while still keeping all the necessities covered. A pair of slinky black shorts covered her bottom, but did absolutely nothing to disguise how her small, firm and shapely her derriere truly was. It also did nothing to mask her long, lean and shapely legs that were currently on full display for Harry's underage eyes. Up top was a camisole, a sleeveless undergarment for women that normally extended to the waist. This one did not, extending only to the midriff, exposing her back enough that Harry could see the supple muscles hidden under her pale flesh. The camisole in question was black chiffon over stunning levers of lace and silk. It was very sheer, translucent enough for Harry to see through most of it quite easily. The fact that her milky white skin contrasted greatly with the black of the camisole did absolutely nothing to help mask her skin from him. Harry could see quite clearly the flesh underneath her clothing. Then she turned around and, for some reason he could not even begin to fathom, Harry felt himself beeping in a sharp intake of breath. He had stared into this face many times in the past 2 days. Even if he had not, he had already committed every single detail of her face to memory. Or so he thought. What he was seeing now left him questioning whether or not this was the same girl he had rescued from those mercenaries exactly 2.5 days ago. Her face was just as flawless and pale as he remembered. She still had that very princess-esque look he had seen when they first met. But those were the only similarities he could see between this girl and the one he had saved from certain death. Her eyes, those silvery blue orbs that glowed with an unearthly luminescence, were staring at him with a half-lidded gaze, piercing him, devouring him. Harry had often been told he had very piercing eyes. How when he looked at people, it was like he was looking right through them. This was similar, yet different. Oh, so very different. Harry did not feel like this girl was piercing him, but that she was stripping him with her gaze. That gaze sent a tingle through his spine all the way down to his toes that was strangely pleasant yet utterly terrifying at the same time for reasons he could not fathom. Her lips, those pouty, dark red cupid bow lips, had curved into a delicate smirk that made his legs feel strangely like jelly. It was a most unpleasant feeling, but at the same time, Harry could not help but think he could stare at those lips for the rest of his life. He wondered how something as simple as a smirk could have so much power over him. "So you are the one who saved me from those Vatican goons," she spoke in English, surprisingly. It was heavily accented. Harry recognized it as Italian. Blaze's mother had a slight Italian accent. Harry would have spoken, he should have spoken, but for some reason his mind was not working right now. He didn't know why. He didn't. But he wished he did, because that meant all he could do at the moment was nod like some kind of idiot. The sound of oddly sensual thought snapped his mind to the present to see the girl was beginning to walk towards him. Harry, had his mind been working, probably would have run the moment he saw the girl begin walking, stalking towards him like some kind of apex predator. Well, she was a vampire. They counted as that, didn't they? In either case, while Harry's rational mind would have most likely told him to run in this situation, it was currently not working properly. It felt like someone had disconnected his logical thinking processes from the rest of his body. "You are much younger than I had expected." Such was his stunned state that he did not even react when she mentioned his age. She was standing right next to him now. His enhanced nose picked up her natural scent, a very pleasant smell that his olfactory senses could not properly identify but found mouthwatering, nonetheless. Her strange smirk that had him feeling things he had never felt before growing just a bit as she raised her left hand. Harry felt a strange shudder pass through his body as she cupped his cheek. Her hand was surprisingly warm. Weren't vampires supposed to be cold due to lack of blood running through their veins? Then again, sunlight didn't affect her, so perhaps conventional vampire knowledge really was just that inaccurate. And very pleasant. Against his will, Harry found himself leaning into her touch. "But then, that just makes what you did even more heroic," she continued. There was something strange about her voice, something that, like the rest of her so far, Harry could not identify. It seemed to speak to the more primal side of him, his more animalistic side. Her voice spoke of enticement, promising unfathomable pleasure with each word that passed through her lips. Harry found his other cheek being cupped by another delicate and soft hand, moving his face and forcing him to make eye contact with the girl. Killing curse green eyes met glowing silvery blue. The girl's smile had not changed, but there was something else about it that Harry could not figure out. It would come to him in time, but not until he was older. "My name is Celine Gallio Dracul," she told him, smiling, "and I am forever in your debt, my young hero." So you are the one who saved me from those Vatican goons. From the moment I laid eyes on her, I knew there was something different about this girl. It wasn't just that she was outstandingly beautiful in a way that reminded me of a slightly darker version of those princesses from those Disney movies Lisa loves to watch. Everything from her looks to the way she walked and talked set my heart racing in ways I couldn't even begin to comprehend. Why? That was the question I wanted to ask. Why was it that this girl's voice caused my heart to feel like it was beating 1,000 miles per minute? Like there was a war drum in my chest? Why did my eyes seem to be incapable of deciding which part of her body I wanted to look at? Why did her scent intoxicate me so? And why did the alluring sway of her hips, the small movements her B***easts made as she walked, and the smirk on her face set my body aflame like they did? You are much younger than I had expected. At first, I thought it was some kind of magic. It was a logical conclusion, I like to think. How else could I explain this impossible attraction I felt for the young female vampire I had inadvertently rescued from being used and killed? But then, that just makes what you did even more heroic. It was only after several seconds of being in her presence that I realized there was no magic involved here. While I could feel magic coming from her, a lot of magic at that, none of it was being used. At least, none of it was being used on me. It was almost like all that magic was being channeled through her body in some way. Whatever the case was, I knew that whatever her magic was doing, it was not affecting my body or mind in any way, shape, or form. My name is Celine Gallio Dracul. Whatever was happening to me had nothing to do with magic. And I am forever in your debt, my young hero. It was all her. Morning arrived as it was wont to do. As Sol began to rise on the skyline, bathing Terra in its warmth, several rays of sunlight shone in through Harry Potter's window at number 4 Privet Drive. The young boy in question slowly opened his eyes to greet the coming of a new day. Or at least, that is what he tried to do. Almost as soon as his eyes opened he was forced to shut them again, lest the rays of light burn his retina with how intense they seemed to be. Rolling over on his side, Harry tried to turn away from the sunlight that found its way into his room. It helped a little bit. Not that such a thing mattered, he needed to get up anyways. Slowly pushing himself into a sitting position, Harry swung his legs over the bed until his calves and feet were dangling off the edge. His hands raised up above his head, stretching as he let loose a gargantuan yawn while his vertebra cracked and popped from being stretched to its limits. Slowly, oh so slowly, Harry brought his hands back down, blinking several times as he did so as they came to rest on either side of his body. Grumbling a bit, he pushed himself to his feet and began to gracefully stumble out of his room and into the restroom. Once there he turned on the water to the shower, making sure the water was cold, then stepped in. The cold water had the nice effect of cooling off his unusually hot body temperature, though it seemed to do little else. Harry grumbled a bit more before pointing his finger behind him at the shampoo bottle. It was only hardened reflexes honed through years of training and sparring with Master Wei that allowed him to dodge the bottle that came flying at him at higher speeds than he was used to, almost hitting him in the face. As it was, the bottle ended up hitting the opposite end of the shower. Kneeling down, Harry grabbed onto the bottle with an irritated expression. He then brought it up to his face and took a good look at the bottle itself when he realized something. Conditioner. Frowning a bit, Harry turned his head to look back at the small corner where the bottle had come from. There, standing in its usual place, was the shampoo bottle. He looked back at the bottle of conditioner in his hands, then, with even more grumbling, walked over to the corner, sat the bottle of conditioner down, grabbed the bottle of shampoo, then began to lather up his hair. As he finished washing his hair, Harry let go of the shampoo, expecting it to float back over to the corner it had been sitting in before. Which was why he was surprised when it dropped to the ground with a loud thud that rang loudly due to the room's acoustics. Looking at the shampoo for several seconds like it was some kind of foreign object he had never seen before, Harry eventually bent down and grabbed the bottle, putting it back where it belonged. What followed was Harry's body automatically reacting in the way it usually did for his morning routine. Despite what had happened with his last few attempts, Harry pointed over to the bar of soap. It should be no surprise that the soap practically flew from where it was situated, nearly hitting Harry in the face before his hand shot out and managed to catch it. With a small, discontent frown, Harry finished cleaning up. He lathered his body with soap then rinsed it off. By now steam was beginning to rise from his body as his magic reacted to the cold water and began heating him up like it usually did when his temperature was too cold. With a small sigh, the young Potter heir finished his shower by turning off the water and stepping out. Now dripping wet, Harry began walking over to the mirror. Once again, instincts kicked in and Harry pointed at the towel, which soon came flying off the rack, and this time the object ended up smacking him in the face. Giving an irritated grunt, he pulled the towel off, absently glad that at least it was a towel his face had been smacked with and not a bar of soap or bottle of conditioner. Looking at himself in the mirror, Harry took note of the dark bags under his eyes. It was the price he paid for using the time turner to go back 8 hours in time every day for nearly a week. He wondered if this was what jet lag felt like when it was increased by a factor of 10. Shaking such thoughts off as inconsequential, Harry stumbled his way back into his bedroom. The first thing he did upon entering his room was open his trunk to the potions compartment and grab one of his modified pepper-up potions. It would give him exactly 8 hours of energy, enough to get through half his day, without suffering from a serious crash that standard pepper-up potions caused. It was only a temporary solution, but it would have to do for now. As steam began pouring out of his ears, Harry got himself dressed in a pair of casual clothes, plain jeans and a t-shirt. He then grabbed his wand, his alchemy notebook filled with all the transmutation circles he had sketched out, his mother's wand, and finally, the portkey Nicholas Flamel had created for him. Alchemy. Harry was coming to greatly dislike almost all forms of magical transportation, apparition being the one exception it seemed. The flow network tended to shoot him out like a muggle rocket fired from a bazooka, which was neither pleasant nor graceful, and now he had to deal with portkeys, which felt like a hook was latching onto him behind his navel and literally yanking him into a dizzying array of lights and color. Harry Potter would not be at all surprised if this was what most people saw when they were under the effects of hallucinogenics. It was that unpleasant. Thankfully, the trip only lasted for several seconds. Not so thankfully, Harry still couldn't quite compensate for the sudden appearance of ground underneath his feet and stumbled slightly before righting himself. Good morning, Amore. He was not alone. Standing in the entryway to the Flamel Manor was none other than Celine Gallio Dracul, the vampire he had rescued that had just woken up the day before. The one who made his body feel the most unusual, unwelcome, but strangely pleasant sensations he had ever experienced to date. The one who was currently standing so close to him that he actually jumped back in shock. How had she gotten so close? He had not even seen her move. "Did you sleep well?" asked Celine as she moved forward again to close the distance between them. She grabbed onto his left arm, her right arm lacing through it while her left hand lightly caressed his forearm. The skin contact sent a jolt through his body, a tingle that traveled up his arm, down his back all the way to his toes. So intense was the feeling that he did not protest when she led him out of the entryway and up the double helix staircase. I slept. Well, even with his mind somewhat on the fritz, his body was pre-programmed well enough to respond to such a simple inquiry without needing to really think about it. Then he remembered it was common courtesy to return the question. "And you? How did you sleep?" Celine offered him that smirk that had done him in so easily last night. Even now, it still affected him for some reason. "I slept well, Amore. Thank you for asking." Harry was able to snap out of his fugue a little at her words. He frowned. "Don't call me that." "Why?" Her smirk widened. "Do you not like it?" Harry would have answered, but at that moment Celine pressed her body against his. Harry stiffened as he felt his arm become encased between two globes of flesh. He knew what they were. He had studied anatomy. But for some reason, knowing what they were did not make dealing with the fact that there were two nicely developing B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* continued as if she did not know what her actions caused. The one who took responsibility for me and looked after me. Perenelle told me what you did. It was very heroic of you. You my hero. My amore. The words that Harry wanted to say were there, they were on the tip of his tongue. Yet for some reason, he could not say them. It was like they had gotten lodged in the back of his throat. When he finally did gain the ability to speak, it had nothing to do with her use of that strange pet name. Celine. Where are we going? He asked, recognizing the hallway they were walking down. This doesn't lead anywhere near the dining room. He had not had breakfast yet. With how difficult his workload was now, Harry had no desire to cook his own food. At the very least, he enjoyed having his breakfasts made for him by someone else. "I thought we could use a change of venue," Celine answered him with her usual smirk. Harry said nothing more, mainly because he did not know what to say. A few seconds later, he was led out onto a veranda overlooking one of several gardens surrounding the Flamels' home. It was, like the rest of the estate, built in a Renaissance style. The wall blocking off the area was made from stone and carved with vine-shaped reliefs. The tables and chairs were very extravagant, with beautifully crafted inlays and made from a combination of crystal, polished steel and varnished wood. There was food already on the table, showing that Celine had been preparing for his arrival before he had even come, maybe even before he had woken up. Celine guided Harry over to the table, sitting him down on the chair situated in front of what Harry recognized as the food he normally ate at the Flamels: 6 scrambled eggs, 2 pieces of turkey bacon, a bowl of assorted fruits with Greek yogurt and a glass of orange juice. The young vampire sat on the opposite side in front of what Harry knew was the traditional Italian colazione: a cappuccino with a lot of foam, and assorted bread rolls with butter and jam. For a moment, all was silent except for the sounds of utensils clinking against plates as the two ate their meals in silence. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry would look over at Celine every so often. The vampire girl did not seem bothered by this, or even to notice his constant looks. She just ate with the grace and dignity one would expect from some kind of noble. "You have questions for me, okay," so she did notice. "I do," Harry frowned. How had she managed to figure that out? Was he that transparent? "Yes." Harry's eye twitched, but he did his best to remain relatively calm. It would not do to let himself be bothered by this girl's words. "You're going to have to teach me how you do that." "It's not that hard," Celine shrugged, her eyes dancing with mischief and a smirk on her face. "It just takes practice. And you're very easy to read right now. Most people are when they're completely out of their element. They just don't do well when surprised or frustrated by something, and it's easy to guess what they're thinking because whatever poker face they have drops." Another frown plastered itself on his face. He did not like to think his calm facade was so easily destroyed in the face of the unexpected. How could he be expected to thrive when met with a surprise? "You may ask your questions, if you wish. I won't bite." Celine smiled, her eyes going half-lidded as she stared at him. Harry felt his heartbeat quickening and blood begin rushing to his cheeks. "At least, not unless you want me to." Harry tried to ignore the way his face felt flush at her words. He didn't know why they got to him so much. They shouldn't, so he did his best to ignore them. "I noticed that that you don't seem affected by sunlight," Harry started, only to stop when Celine interrupted him. "And you wish to know why I am not burning to dust and ashes right now?" "Yes." Celine hummed to herself before taking a sip of her cappuccino. "In order to understand why I am not dying an agonizing death via sunlight, you must first understand us vampires." She paused, her eyes growing a tad distant before focusing on him. "Within vampire society there are 3 different kinds of vampires that you will find. The first are ghouls, humans who have been transformed into vampires by ingesting the blood of a vampire after having their blood ingested first. Ghouls are essentially mindless s*avs who can do nothing but obey the commands of the one who turned them. This kind of vampire is incredibly weak against light. They are the ones who will usually burst into dust if introduced to sunlight." Harry nodded his head as he followed along with her words. He could not help but find the knowledge she was giving him absolutely fascinating. How many people could even say they learned the truth about vampires straight from the source? The second kind of vampire are the dompirs, the most common type of vampire. They are vampires who have been born to a human and a vampire. Sunlight will not kill them, at least, not right away. The longer they stay out in the sun, the weaker they become. If they stay out too long, the sun will weaken them to the point where they too will burn and crumble into ashes like their less intelligent counterpart, but they can survive in the light for a time. "I take it there is another class of vampires?" inquired Harry. "One that you belong to?" "That's right." Celine's fanged smirk sent shivers down his spine. "The last class of vampire are the pure bloods, the rarest and most powerful of my kind. We are not affected as much by the vampire's many weaknesses. Sunlight does not bother us. Crosses and holy water only weakens us to a degree. Silver is what we are weakest against, but even that will not outright kill us. This is because, in the most technical of terms, we are alive. Leaning forward, Celine reached over and grasped one of Harry's hands in both of her own. The young heir to the Potter fortune's cheeks flushed red. It was unknown if he had any intention to speak when he opened his mouth, or if he was just gaping, for Celine continued right where she left off. "You can feel how warm I am, yes?" she asked, causing Harry to absently nod. He could feel how warm she was. It was like his hand had been wrapped in a fleece blanket. Vampires are usually very cold, because the blood in their bodies does not circulate. This is because their heart is not beating, it does not pump blood through their veins and arteries. Pure bloods are different. While our hearts do not beat, our magic is very active within us. It's constantly acting like a heart would, regulating the flow of our blood and pumping it through our bodies. This is also why we do not need as much human blood as a normal dhampir or a ghoul would. "I see," Harry whispered, trying to ignore the feel of Celine's warm hands covering his own. "You mentioned that pure-blood vampires are very rare." "Extremely rare," Celine stated. "A pure-blood vampire is a vampire born of two vampires. Vampire births are exceedingly rare because we are not actually alive. How can a non-living entity give birth to child? It shouldn't be possible according to the laws of nature, which explains why we are so rare. We exist outside of the natural order. Because of this, there are only 27 pure-blood vampires currently in existence, and many of them are very, very old." She gave him a smile filled with pride. "I happen to be the first pure blood born within the last 1600 years. Now that, Harry found impressive. He knew from his research that there were rare magical species, some of which were said to be so rare most believed they were extinct like griffins and others that were just exceedingly rare like the phoenix. From what she was saying, pure-blood vampires were so rare they could actually be classified in the same category of scarcity that the phoenix was. That's impressive. Harry wondered just how many people had ever met a pure-blood vampire in recent times. The way Celine had made that comment about being the first pure blood born within the last 1600 years. 1600 years. Made it sound like all the other pure bloods were incredibly old. He imagined beings that old have probably shunned society by this point, preferring to live alone or with their covens or whatever. "I know," Celine's voice was exceedingly smug. She was definitely proud of her status. Not that she didn't have a reason to be. Of course, seeing as there are 27 of us, we're not quite the rarest creatures out there. The look she gave Harry had his body stiffening instantly. It was that expression with the half-lidded eyes and smirk that screamed predator he had seen when they first met. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Well known throughout much of the world for surviving the supposedly unsurvivable killing curse, Celine's thumb began caressing the back of his hand, sending all kinds of strange shivers through his body. "That's an impressive resume, Amore. Not even a pure blood such as myself would be able to survive getting hit with that curse." The killing curse was soul magic. That was why it was unsurvivable, supposedly. It did not affect the body, but the bond between the body and the soul, literally severing that bond, much like the fates of ancient Greek mythology did when cutting someone's string of fate. Harry had made sure to learn what he could of the curse that had taken his parents from him and almost cost him his own life. "It would probably be more impressive if I actually knew how I survived," Harry tried to keep from shuddering at her touch. The lingering warmth on his hand from her thumb was very distracting. "I was only one when it happened. Not exactly a genius capable of coming up with magical theories about how such a powerful spell could rebound like it did and leave me with nothing more than a scar." It was one of those things that bothered Harry, the one thing that had always bothered him. He didn't know how he survived. Even after going through his memories 100 times, and suffering from terrible nightmares each time, he was no closer to understanding how he managed to survive the killing curse, or why it rebounded off his forehead and hit Voldemort. Of course, it might have been easier to come up with a theory if he actually had that part of his memories. All he remembered after Voldemort cast the curse at him was unfathomable pain in his forehead, then waking up at the Dursleys. The time in between those two moments were blank. Not exactly a good observation for creating complex magical theories. "Yes, I suppose it would be," Celine mused to herself. "Still, you cannot deny surviving something like getting hit with a killing curse square in the face by the darkest wizard of the century is impressive on its own." "No, I suppose I can't," Harry agreed, though that was mainly out of reflex, seeing how most of his attention was focused on their still conjoined hands. Celine? He asked, his face feeling very red right now. It got worse when she looked at him with that smile. Do you think you could let go of my hand? Why? Her smile grew as she held his with both hands now. Do you not like this? No, I do. His eyes widened, then he shook his head. I mean I don't. He tried to glare at her, but failed the moment their eyes met because his face began to feel quite hot. Look, could you just let go of my hand? He looked around, as if seeking an excuse for why she should let go of him. I can't eat with you holding my hand like that. Neither can you. Celine grinned a fang-filled grin at him. For a second, he thought she wasn't going to do as asked. Which was why he was glad she did, allowing him to breathe easier. You were just too cute. Then he went right back to being an uneasy wreck. Really, he didn't know whether to scowl at someone calling him cute, or blush at her words as well as the look she was giving him. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.